Chapter 6:23. Although the current South Heaven Pill King's alchemy skills were slightly worse than Tsang Chu's, his innate talent was still very strong. Even now, they were almost on par with each other, and the gap between them wasn't too big. I didn't expect the Black Mountain Sword King to come. Pill King Nantian cupped his hands and said. He greeted Elder Tsang Chu. The combination of Tsang Chu and the Black Mountain Sword King was the golden combination of Spirit Valley sect. Although Tsang Chu's combat power was not very strong, he could often exert a powerful force with the help of the Black Mountain Sword King. The two great Yuan monarchs had been inseparable for decades. It was because of this that the reputation of Tsang Chu and the Black Mountain Sword King was like thunder to the ears. Compared to him, Vice Principal Jing Yuan was far inferior in terms of both status and strength. However, this was a rare opportunity. Is your dean not here? Tsang Chu questioned Jing Yuan. As a senior in the alchemy world, there was no need for him to be too courteous with Jing Yuan. Even Jing Yuan himself had to be incomparably respectful towards Tsang Chu. Within the Purple Pill Academy, only their dean could speak with Tsang Chu. Previously, they could be considered to have met face to face. As for Jing Yuan, he had never heard of him. The dean is in seclusion. Jing Yuan's face was also a little embarrassed. Nantian, tell me the situation. Since the dean was not here, there was no need to pay attention to Jing Yuan. So what if he was the vice dean? In Tsang Chu's eyes, he was not worth mentioning. Arrogant, condescending. This was Tsang Chu's attitude. Even Tsang Chu himself had such an arrogant temperament. This was emitted from the inside out. Whether it was alchemy, Yuan Qi cultivation, or even contributions to Spirit Valley sect, they were all incomparable to outsiders. Even Nanshan's status was slightly lower than Tsang Chu's. However, Tsang Chu wouldn't ignore this South Heaven Dan King. A genius elder like the South Heaven Dan King was highly sought after by all the sections. Moreover, the Longevity Pavilion was eyeing them covetously. Therefore, these people had to unite these genius alchemists. In the future, if they were to compete with the Pavilion of Longevity, they would have to rely on these middle-tier powers. Elder, the current situation is like this. The Nantian Pill King then explained the whole story to them. After hearing this, Tsang Chu angrily slapped the table. Too arrogant. This kid is playing with fire and getting burned. Tsang Chu could not hide the killing intent on his face. This was a clear provocation to Spirit Valley sect. Such actions were undoubtedly a challenge to their sect's dignity. They could not easily forgive such a thing. They would definitely chop this Li Zongjiu into 8 pieces. Black Mountain, let's go. I would like to meet this Li Zongjiu. Tsang Chu said and was about to move. Black Mountain Sword King also picked up his sword and was ready to fight. However, he was stopped by Pill King Nantian. When Pill King Nantian said this, he did not mention that Li Zongjiu had humiliated and blackmailed him many times. He only said that Li Zongjiu threatened him with Elder Lu Winshan's life and even wanted to fight to the death with them. Therefore, the South Heaven Pill King had no choice but to retreat for the time being. He did not mention that Pill King Nantian had been defeated. If word of this got out, wouldn't it be a very shameful thing? Elder Tsang Chu, please calm down. Li Zongjiu is sinister and cunning. Tonight, he even used a Yuan rune formation. Even Feng Liuxin, a Valley Immortal sect, was defeated. This matter is not simple. Elder Tsang Chu's strength was very strong, but his character was too impulsive. He would go and fight with others for no reason, and he would do it until the end. Therefore, the Nantian Pill King had to stop Elder Tsang Chu. What's more, the people of Changxing Pavilion have not made a move yet. Maybe they are preparing to be the oriole behind the mantis, stalking the cicada. Tsang Chu calmed down after hearing Pill King Nanshan's words. What happened before was not a big deal. However, the people of Changxing Pavilion were the ones that Tsang Chu was afraid of. If they were confident, they would have made a move long ago. Why would they wait until now? There must be some unspeakable secret behind this. Their Spirit Valley sect was fighting to be the first, wave after wave. If they were to reveal their strength, wouldn't it be a waste of their efforts? In front of such an old opponent, it was better to preserve their strength and not relax. Rescuing Elder Lu will require further planning. What good idea do you have? We can't give 100 upper grade primordial stones. We won't even give a single lower grade primordial stone. It was not that they could not afford it. If he were to give it to Li Zongjio, wouldn't it be equivalent to him admitting defeat? Spirit Valley sect would lose face in the future. In the future, if there was any situation, the enemy would definitely find out and poke at their sore spot. It's not that there is no way. After saying that, the Nantian Pill King looked at Vice President Jing Yuan. We just got the list. 2 days later, Heavenly Pill Pavilion will hold an exchange banquet for alchemists. Li Zongjio is also on the list. Vice Principal Jing Yuan coughed dryly a few times and said, with Li Zongjio's strength, it was not strange for him to participate in this exchange banquet. After all, this kind of exchange banquet was also to promote the exchange between the senior alchemists and to better integrate and utilize the resources. Not only were there people from the major alchemy institutions, but there were also some people from the Medicine Union, some independent alchemy experts, some alchemists from the Alchemy Hall, and alchemy aristocratic families. As long as their strength reached the standard, they would also accept the invitation. Heavenly Pill Pavilion did not say that they did not want people like Spirit Valley sect to come. In fact, they did not believe that these people would be willing to participate in such an exchange banquet. They would probably steal the limelight of this exchange banquet. It was also a very honorable thing. Therefore, they were very welcome to come. On that day, Elder Tsang Chu and I went to the banquet to delay Li Zongjio. Black Mountain Sword King took the opportunity to sneak into Li Zongjio's house and rescue Elder Lu Winshan. Nantian Pill King said, the last time I went there, I already checked. In Li Zongjio's house, there is a Yuan King Realm Yuan beast and a mysterious Yuan inscription formation. Nantian Pill King looked at Black Mountain Sword King. Black Mountain Sword King's skinny face did not show the slightest change. His eyes slowly focused and finally emitted a strong killing intent and a disdainful will. I can kill a mere Yuan beast with one sword. As for the Yuan inscription formation, I can break it with one sword. His indifferent tone was filled with boundless arrogance. It seemed that in the eyes of Black Mountain Sword King, there were no more than 3 swords to solve the world's problems. It was very simple and crude to solve. All right, since that's the case, it's settled then. Those people from the Longevity Pavilion will definitely make their move during the banquet. It's been a long time since I went to meet these old rivals. Song Chu's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. I'll leave the invitation to Vice Dean Jing Yuan, Nantian Pill King said to Jing Yuan. It's a small matter. Chapter 6:24. Although Song Chu said that it was a request, it sounded like a command. However, it gave people the feeling that it was an order. Although Jing Yuan was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. The other party's strength was so strong that he couldn't offend him casually. In fact, the reason why the Purple Pill Institute could achieve its current status was because of the support of the Spirit Valley sect. Of course, it was also because of the South Heaven Pill King who acted as the middleman. That was why it was so simple. If they lost this big boss, the Purple Pill Academy wouldn't be able to compete with the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and the Four Seas Medicine Manor. It wasn't difficult for the Purple Pill Academy to increase the number of slots. Elder Su Hong of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was also very happy recently. Su Hong was naturally aware of some of the things that had happened in the city. However, as the chairman of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he couldn't be biased towards any side. The existence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was a very strange position. It obviously came from the influence of the imperial court, but it wanted to take over the alchemists of the underworld. Therefore, the most important thing for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion now was to stabilize the various forces and establish a good relationship between them. Only in this way could they lay the foundation for future development. The Longevity Pavilion was high and mighty. They didn't even care about the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, they took the initiative to come and participate in the exchange banquet that would be held in a few days. For the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, this was a historic move. If the Heavenly Pill Pavilion could get the Longevity Pavilion to join them, the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would undoubtedly be greater. In fact, although the establishment of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion was aggressive, they didn't dare to be too ruthless. Once these alchemists had some resistance in their hearts, it might cause some trouble. However, if the Longevity Pavilion joined them, it would undoubtedly increase the prestige of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. In the early stages, they could borrow the prestige of the Longevity Pavilion. However, in the later stages, the strength of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would also increase. At that time, it would be time to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Everything was like this. As for what kind of end you would end up with, it would depend on what kind of strength you had. Grandfather, is there a hidden reason why the people from the Longevity Pavilion suddenly want to participate? In front of Su Hong's desk, a girl in white brought Su Hong a bowl of 100-herb tea. The formula of the 100-herb tea was personally created by this girl. It could strengthen one's body and enhance one's physique. Su Hong looked up at the girl in front of him. That disappointing son of his had brought him a very capable granddaughter, which made Su Hong very happy. He even told his granddaughter most of the things that had happened in order to train his granddaughter to become his successor. Helping the Xingyan dynasty unify the entire alchemy world was not an easy task. If he couldn't see it happen in his lifetime, then he could only place his hopes on the next generation, or even the generation after that. The white-clothed girl before him was Su Hong's most beloved granddaughter, Su Sha. "Oh, it's Sha. I've already drunk a few hundred cups of your 100 herbs longevity tea. If I continue drinking, your grandfather will be immortal." "Immortality is a good thing," Su Sha said. "When the time comes, I'll research a kind of medicine that can rejuvenate you." Su Hong immediately laughed out loud. Being able to have such a happy person by his side could be considered as making up for a trace of tranquility amidst the chaos in this world. If I'm not wrong, these people are here for one person. Su Hong's tone changed, and he also became serious. "Who?" "Someone called Li Zongjiu." A trace of curiosity flashed in Su Sha's eyes. At the same time, she quickly recalled the information about this Li Zongjiu in her mind. Li Zongjiu, the person who was bestowed the qualifications of an alchemist by the emperor last time? Is the Longevity Pavilion interested in him? However, after giving it some thought, she realized that was not quite right. Their Longevity Pavilion had never been so humble. They had always been extremely aloof. No matter how much of a genius you may be, they would never take the initiative to invite you. If you wanted to join the Longevity Pavilion, you would have to go through some very strict tests. It was precisely because the Longevity Pavilion had never lacked geniuses that they never thought highly of alchemists from the outside world. They were also extremely interested in the inheritance of their own sections. If they were to recruit a person with evil intentions who barged into their sects to steal their inheritance, wouldn't that be extremely troublesome? It's him. However, I don't think these people are here to recruit him. You know about the universe 9 revolving needle, right? Yes. I heard that someone took it out from the 14th floor of the Genius Tower some time ago. Moreover, it was the second part. Could that person be Li Zongjiu? This matter was quite serious at that time. However, without certain connections, it was difficult to obtain this information. Su Sha was in charge of other matters previously. Now, Su Sha was considered a small trainee deacon in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There were many things that she had to deal with every day. After all, this was the headquarters of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. If there were any matters in the lower branches, they would first be sent here to be dealt with. Su Sha now needed to sort out some information. Her daily affairs weren't easy. The reason why he had arranged such a position for Su Sha was so that Su Sha could understand the general situation in Holy Flame Royal City. This would allow her to have a better understanding of the situation in Holy Flame Royal City in the future. It would be easier for her to take over the job. Everything needed to be done slowly. Yes, the purpose of these people is the Universe 9 revolving needle in Li Zongjio's hands. I originally thought that Li Zongjio would quickly hand it over and even sell it for a good price. However, it seems that he didn't do so. Moreover, it seems that he doesn't intend to sell it. Su Hong said. In fact, Su Hong himself didn't know Li Zongjio very well. However, if he did so now, it would be different from Li Zongjio's temper. Could it be that this little Li Zongjio dares to go against the Chongqing Pavilion? Not only the Chongqing Pavilion, but also the Spirit Valley sect and the Valley Immortal sect. These two sects have already fought with Li Zongjio. Moreover, the people of the Valley Immortal sect seem to have all disappeared overnight. Moreover, Lu Winshan of the Spirit Valley sect seemed to have been captured by Li Zongjio. Su Hong said, in fact, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion didn't have much jurisdiction over this matter. They didn't even know much about the specific situation. After all, the actions of the Spirit Valley sect and the Valley Immortal sect didn't need to be reported to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion itself wasn't good at tracking and collecting information. There were other Imperial Court organizations in charge of this matter. What? This Li Zongjio is too powerful. Su Sha's eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't that simple to go against these forces. What's so powerful about it? The more he acts like this, the faster he'll die. These sects are like scoundrels. If the small ones can't do it, the big ones will do it. If the big ones can't do it, the old ones will do it. There's no end to it. When they go crazy, they don't even care about gains and losses. Sometimes the life and death grudge between two great sects is caused by a small matter. There's no need for such a situation to happen too often. Su Hong said, this was the bad habit of those great sections. They didn't know when to stop. Even if they saw the coffin, they wouldn't shed a tear. For them, face was everything. However, it was precisely because of this that no one dared to provoke the people of these great sections. Because of this, they would often pursue to the end. Chapter 6:25. Listening to what he said, it was indeed very reasonable. However, Su Sha was also very interested in such a person who dared to barge in. If there's a chance, I would like to meet this person. Su Sha said. Her heart was filled with curiosity towards Li Zongjio. Such a person was indeed rare. Nowadays, which person in this world didn't bully the weak and fear the strong? They were always trying to curry favor with those in power. Although Su Sha's understanding of Li Zongjio was limited to a few words, she knew that he was definitely someone who was able to stand up to these powers. To be able to do something like this, she knew that he was definitely a lofty and arrogant individual. Such a person was either alive or dead. Now that he had finally found a living one, of course, he had to take a good look at it. By the way, is the 6th grade elixir ready for the exchange? Su Hong asked. Although Su Hong was concerned about Li Zongjio, he would never take it too seriously. After all, no matter how bad Li Zongjio was, he was only one person. It was impossible for him to turn the world upside down. Relying on the strength of this person alone, it was impossible to change the situation of this world. It's ready. This time, it will be used for the lottery. The elders in the backyard have designated it as Xianying grass. Xianying grass will not be weak. The banquet will be held the day after tomorrow. Go and confirm it again tomorrow to ensure the accuracy of the list and to ensure that everyone is informed. Su Hong said, Don't worry, Grandpa. I have already confirmed these things. Su Sha said, Then I will continue to work. There's still 3 cities, new names that have not been sorted out. I will go and check again. Thank you for your hard work. You should also pay more attention to your body. When the banquet is held, dress up well so that I can introduce you to a few young talents. I think that Jiang Bun from the Jiang family is not bad, Su Hong's ridicule only made Su Sha speed up her pace. She simply ignored Su Hong, who was constantly shouting behind her. TSK, I think that the kid from the Jiang family is not bad. He is handsome and his strength is not bad. The Jiang family's background is also not bad. They can be considered to be well matched. Of course, all of this was just Su Hong's free imagination. The next morning, Li Zongjio opened his eyes. The yuan bead dragon tattoo in his body trembled slightly. Finally, it returned to its calm state. For the entire night, the white god Fu was constantly circulating and reciting in his mind. However, when Li Zongjio wanted to take out the blood-bat sword and study its attributes, he chose to give up. It was better to be safe first. Even though he had the experience of his previous life, he was not completely confident when facing this thing. Li Zongjio naturally had to remain calm. If he were to act rashly, he might bring harm to his cultivation. Young master, Taifai is here. When Yinghu saw Li Zongjio walking out of the door, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, naturally, he did not dare to disturb Li Zongjio when he was cultivating. What is he doing here? Did something happen? After that, Li Zongjio went to the guest hall to receive Li Zongjio. When he passed by Dou Ling Er's room, he saw the Howling Moon Wolf King lying in front of the door with an aggrieved look. It looked at him as if it was begging for mercy. Li Zongjio didn't care about the spineless Howling Moon Wolf King at all. He could just sit there and slowly enjoy the fear he was feeling, since even Li Zongjio was unwilling to lend a helping hand, and who naturally did not dare to look at it. At most, when the opportunity arose, he would secretly send some meat to this fellow to improve his diet. Before Li Zongjio entered the room, he saw Taifai pacing back and forth. What's wrong? Is someone here to cause trouble? Li Zongjio asked. When Taifai heard Li Zongjio's voice, he immediately went up to Li Zongjio excitedly. Young master, big news, big news. Taifai said as he came forward. Don't worry, speak slowly. Li Zongjio was surprised to see Taifeiha, the man who dominated the casino, behave in such a manner. Young master. Du Liani was also sitting there. However, because Taifai was blocking her, she did not see him. Young master, Baihui Business Alliance invited us to join them. It's Baihui Business Alliance. Taifeiha excitedly said. If it wasn't for the solemnity of the scene, he would have almost started dancing with joy. He wished that he could jump up and down in excitement at this moment. Li Zongjio rolled his eyes at Taifai when he heard that. He thought it was something big. It's just a business alliance. What's so great about it? Young master, Baihui Business Alliance is one of the top 10 business alliances in Sacred Flame, Royal City. Even the 4 great families are members of Baihui Business Alliance. Du Liani said, rather than calling them members, it was better to say that they were just members in name. However, one had to admit that Baihui Business Alliance was powerful. Sacred Flame Royal City was vast. Just the population alone exceeded a few million. Moreover, the daily flow of people was also quite large. Therefore, in terms of business, it was naturally perfect and developed. The competition was fierce. Even the 4 great families were members of Baihui Business Alliance. This was enough to show the strength of Baihui Business Alliance. In this city, every shop could be considered a merchant. However, if one's business was not big enough, it would be impossible for one to be invited by the merchant union. This was because there was a limit to the number of businesses that could join the business alliance. For example, Baihui Business Alliance had become a top-notch business alliance. However, the number of businesses that joined the alliance was only 99. Even the 4 great families joined Baihui Business Alliance. However, Baihui Business Alliance was only ranked in the top 10. Obviously, the competition between business alliances was very fierce. There were also many powerful businesses. The 4 great families are also here? Then this business alliance should be quite powerful. If Li Zongjio had to deal with these messy matters, it would be relatively complicated. If the 100 Hui Business Alliance brought people to kill them, then it would be relatively easy to deal with them. Li Zongjio would just have to kill them when the time came. However, now that they had invited him, Li Zongjio could not weigh the pros and cons. He still needed to discuss it with Tai and Du Liani. Baihui Business Alliance's strength is at least ranked in the top 5 in Sacred Flame Royal City. The benefit of joining the business alliance is that you will be able to enjoy the discounts of other businesses. Even some resources that are not available to you will be able to circulate within Baihui Business Alliance. Du Liani said. Li Zongjio did not seem to be very interested. Therefore, he directly explained the pros and cons of joining the business alliance. As for the requirements of joining the business alliance, other than being invited, you have to pay 50 million purple yuan every year. Tai added, so much. Li Zongjio was not very interested in the terms and conditions of joining the business alliance. To Li Zongjio, he was not very sensitive. However, when he heard that he had to pay so much money, Li Zongjio's eyes widened. I haven't made any money from you yet, and you want to take away so much money from me? There were almost 100 businesses that joined the business alliance. If each of the 100 businesses had to pay 60 million purple yuan, the membership fee alone would be close to 6 billion purple yuan. Moreover, this was a stable income every year. Wasn't this too much of a fisherman? Although this number was not small, it was a ticket to enter the high-end market. If they could make good use of it, the profits would definitely be more than this. However, looking at Li Zongjio's expression, Tai and Du Liani could not help but feel a little worried. What if Li Zongjio did not agree? I'll leave these matters to you. As long as you can make money, you can do whatever you want. However, Li Zongjio was not a pedantic person. Seeing the changes in their expressions, he immediately said. The two of them thought that Li Zongjio would refuse because joining the business alliance was bound to have certain restrictions. However, this was a rare opportunity for business people. The reason why they were able to get this opportunity was because of the destruction of the Yi family. Therefore, when the White Deer Manor merged with the forces under the Yi family, the people of the Baihui Business Alliance went straight to Tai. Then, what should we name our business alliance? In addition to being excited, they also wanted to confirm this important point. Once they joined the business alliance, it would not be a small matter anymore. We still need a name? Then let's call it Li's Jiangshan. Chapter 6:26. Li Zongjio said without thinking. As soon as he said that, not only Tai and Du Liani, but even Yinghu, who was outside the mall, almost fell down. Li's empire. Are you trying to rebel? Now the whole world belongs to the Xingyan dynasty. Does Li Zongjio want to take it away? This is obviously an incredible name. No one dares to have such a name. Young master, this name doesn't conform to the rules. According to the rules, it can only be so-and-so Chamber of Commerce, so-and-so trading company, and so on. Tai braced himself and said, if you tell Li Zongjio this, you can't say it like that. Maybe it will trigger Li Zongjio's rebellious mentality and make Li Zongjio insist on such a name. That will undoubtedly bring disaster to himself. Even if he wants to rebel in the current situation, he can only think about it. If he says it out loud, he will probably lose his head. Well, then we'll call it Li's Chamber of Commerce. Li Zongjio said, it doesn't matter what the name is, as long as its surname is Li. It won't be so troublesome to deal with this matter. This is okay, it shouldn't be a problem. Tai and others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Zongjio insisted, it would be hard to say. By the way, young master, I found the thing you asked me to investigate last time. Tai glanced at Du Liani, and finally his eyes fell on Li Zongjio. Go ahead. Xiao Tianche, the son of the Imperial Guard commander, is now the deputy commander of the Right Army of the Imperial Palace. His latest activity is the guard work of the Alchemist Exchange meet in Monarch City tomorrow. Taifai said, "Shout Tianche," that is Duliani's enemy. When Duliani heard this name, her whole body trembled. She wanted to twist this person's head off, even if it would splatter blood all over her body. Monarch City Alchemist Exchange meet, what a familiar name. When Li Zongjio heard this name, he thought carefully for a while. Alas, I'm old and I forget things easily. I'm supposed to attend this thing tomorrow. Well, you come with me tomorrow. I'll take his head off for you. Li Zongjio said. The first sentence was the first sentence. It was strange that he was old. Old. Was old. Was old. And they were in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. They were all old monsters. Then those in their 30s, 40s, and or 50 years were old. They were old. In. Is saying? Is true? Du Liani couldn't believe it herself. Li Zongjio actually wanted to bring her to personally witness the scene of him killing his enemy with his own hands. How can it be fake? Li Zongjio said indifferently. But I heard that the quota for this exchange meeting is very precious. It's not easy to get one. Now that the meeting is about to start, where can we get extra invitations? Taifai said with a frown. If I, Li Zongjio, want to go to a place, why would I need an invitation? But if you want an invitation, don't we have a master of forgery here? Li Zongjio looked at Yinghu, who was listening attentively. When he saw Li Zongjio looking at him, Yinghu was stunned. What's there to fake? I never fake. That's better. I'll leave the matter of the invitation to you. Come to me tomorrow and we'll go there together. Li Zongjio said. Now he had to continue studying the Yuan rune array. At the same time, he was preparing to make a trip to the black market in the sacred Flame Royal City. Li Zongjio needed to obtain some of these Yuan stones. Otherwise, his Yuan rune formation would be in a half-destroyed state and Li Zongjio would suffer a loss. He was going to participate in the exchange meeting tomorrow. Maybe someone would rush into the White Deer Manor and rescue Lu Winshan. After all, Li Zongjio was alone. Li Zongjio couldn't possibly bring Lu Winshan with him. The only way was to repair the Yuan rune array. You stay in the manor today. If anyone comes in, beat them out. Li Zongjio said to Do Ling, who had just woken up. This girl was so good at sleeping. Who was going to protect who? Looking at Do Ling, Ai's sleepy appearance, Li Zongjio didn't count on her anymore. Don't worry. I'm here. Don't worry. After Do Ling finished speaking, she went back to her room and fell asleep again. Li Zongjio had explored the black market in his previous life. This time, he didn't need someone to lead him. He only needed to find the person to enter the black market. Sacred Flame Royal City had a longevity street that specialized in selling incense. The entire street was filled with shops that sold incense and candles. However, some people who were dressed very cautiously could be seen walking in and out. They seemed to be in a hurry, but they didn't seem to be buying incense or anything like that. This was the famous Ghost King Night Market in the city. Incense paves the way and ghosts open the door. If one wanted to enter the night market, one had to know the door. If there were no ghosts to open the door for you, it would be difficult to find the door. Even if you found it, you wouldn't be able to enter. Li Zongjio came to the Longevity Street and found a relatively large incense shop. Walking in, the shop was filled with things like wreaths, shrouds, coffins, firecrackers, and the like. The few shop assistants were weakly using the feather dusters in their hands to sweep the non-existent dust on the corner of the wall. Even when they saw Li Zongjio walk in, they didn't move at all. It was as if they didn't see him. Is the boss here? Li Zongjio asked directly. Why are you looking for the boss? A waiter turned around and asked. This waiter was as thin as a match, and his face was devoid of any color. He looked like a living corpse, which really made people feel a trace of fear. Buying a coffin. How much did you prepare? 3 gold and 2 silver. When the 2 waiters heard this, they looked at each other. Then They took down a large roll of incense and candles from the counter. Follow me. The design of these codes was passed down to the present day, and not many people cared about it. But as long as they matched, they could enter the black market. One of the shop assistants continued to look after the shop, while the other gave Li Zongjio a shroud for Li Zongjio to wear. The candles in his hands were lit. Then he walked towards the seller behind the counter. In fact, the shroud only looked like a shroud in appearance. In reality, it was a yuan tool that could conceal one's aura and appearance. However, it was suitable for use in the black market. This was because the black market itself had a huge yuan pattern array. Transactions in this place were always done with cash and bank notes. There were absolutely no promissory notes. In the pitch-black passage, one couldn't see where the end of the road was. Li Zongjio walked for about 200 steps before he saw a solid wooden door in front of him. Have fun on the Yellow Springs Road. The shop assistant pushed open the wooden door. After Li Zongjio walked in, the door behind him closed with a bang. This was an underground street. Chapter 6:27. Li Zongjio had had enough of those idiotic rules when he walked into the Ghost King night market. These people were really good at causing trouble. This was an underground street, and above their heads was an extremely thick floor. Above the floor, there were also countless patterns that were flickering constantly. Obviously, this was a yuan inscription array. The underground street looked the same as the Longevity Street on the surface. However, there were more temporary stalls on the side of the road. If one wanted to get some good stuff, one would have to walk around and take a look. No one knew where these people would stay. Generally, people who came to this kind of place to sell things basically did not have stolen goods. As for the price, it was up to fate. Some of the shops were relatively strong. If you were in a hurry to get rid of the things in your hands, you could sell them to these recycling shops. This way, you could quickly cash in, and there would be no worries. The only drawback was that the price would be very, very low. As long as one could bear it, there was nothing to say. After all, high returns also came with high risks. Since others were willing to bear the risk for you, they would naturally want to take some benefits from you. The people walking on the street were in a hurry. If they were not accompanying companions, they would basically keep a distance from strangers. In this black market, fighting was not allowed. Otherwise, the yuan inscription array above their heads was no joke. A bolt of lightning could strike them at any time and turn them into ashes. Furthermore, this entire street was managed by a special force. Otherwise, this street full of treasures would definitely be filled with bloodshed and chaos. No one would dare to trade in such a place. Naturally, there would be no benefits to speak of. When it was first established, there were often some people who wanted to forcibly leave with their things. However, the end result was obvious. The road to the underworld was not a place where one could come and go as one pleased. The fact that this Ghost King night market could exist for such a long time already proved the strength of the person behind it. Even a yuan monarch elite would not easily cause trouble in this place. Li Zongjio walked into a shop with 3 lanterns hanging on it. The shops here were also divided into different grades. The more lanterns there were, the more precious and higher the grade of the items inside. At the same time, it also showed that this shop had existed for a long time. Hee, what would you like to order? Dear customer, our shop has just brought in 20 new female slaves from the Western region. This is their introduction list. After purchasing, you will be provided with a certificate from the Ministry of Revenue. I guarantee that it will be clean. Take a look. Trafficking in human beings was, of course, illegal. However, in this Ghost King night market, it was a common thing. Many people would even come because of its reputation. This shop with 3 lanterns. Trading? You guys are really scumbags. Li Zongjio frowned when he heard this. Of course, he was wearing the shroud and his voice had changed. At the same time, Li Zongjio's expression could not be seen clearly. Even his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, his height could not be changed. The shop owner could not help but smile when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words. How many good people could come here to trade? It was just that Li Zhongjiu did not like this kind of trade. It was common for people to open their doors to do business. Therefore, the shop owner did not care. Since you are not interested in these foreign girls, what do you want? As long as you say it, I can get it for you. As for the price, I will give you a 10% discount since you are a new customer. In this kind of black market, face did not matter. No one knew who you were. Only money was real. Only when you made money could you talk about other things. Yuan stones, Li Zhongjiu said. Things like primordial stones should be relatively common in this black market. For example, some of the new weapons forged by the workshop would always be in this black market. As a result, it naturally attracted the attention of the primordial stones. As long as it was something that could make money, they would carry it out. Whether it was legal or not, it did not matter. In this underground world, there were no rules to speak of. Yuan stones, this thing, you can have as many as you want. What kind of yuan stones do you want? The shopkeeper's face suddenly showed a smile. I'm not bragging, but in this Ghost King night market, there are 108 shops, and only my primordial stones are of the best quality. The other shops are all just to make up the numbers. If you don't pay attention, you'll be cheated by them. Come to my shop, I guarantee that you'll be happy buying and using it without worry. High grade primordial stones. If it's the best, then supreme grade primordial stone. Li Zhongjiu said. When these words came out, the shopkeeper's face suddenly froze. From Li Zhongjiu's body, he did not see anything strange. This person in front of him, his tone was too arrogant. After coming to this black market, he actually dared to make such a direct and grand transaction. A upper-grade yuan stone, its value was very high. If you can't take it out, then don't waste my time. Li Zhongjiu said, turned around and prepared to leave. He did not even give the shopkeeper time to react. He only knew that he was about to lose a big customer. Such a big customer. How could he let him leave so easily? Wait, who said that I don't have it here? You wait. The shopkeeper turned around and walked into the storage room at the back. With a series of crackling sounds, he directly opened the extremely tightly sealed treasure chest. Soon after, he took out a box that was locked with a yuan pattern lock. Dear customer, this is the upper-grade yuan stone you want. After a series of operations, the box was opened. Immediately, the contents of the box were displayed in front of Li Zhongjiu. When he saw the crystal-clear stone in the box, Li Zhongjiu's eyes narrowed slightly. There was some satisfaction in his eyes. Just by looking at it, the quality of this yuan stone was close to perfect. Such a high-grade yuan stone was very rare. Basically, once it was dug out, it would quickly be secretly sent to other places. Therefore, it was very difficult to see such a high-quality yuan stone in the market. Only one. Li Zhongjiu was not some country bumpkin. Even if the quality was high, it was only a single upper-grade yuan stone. Could it be that high? Li Zhongjiu had seen a lot of high-grade primordial stones before. Therefore, he did not care at all. How many do you want? Since he dared to ask for such an exorbitant price, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary rich person. Maybe he was a super customer, so he must seize the opportunity. I want as many as you have. Li Zhongjiu directly placed a bottle of pills on the table. The bottle was full of fifth-grade pills, nearly 20 of them. In terms of value, a fifth-grade pill was worth between 10 million and 50 million purple yuan in the market. The value of a single upper-grade yuan stone was about 1 million purple yuan. However, this was the black market. The things they sold would be more expensive, and the things they sold would depreciate greatly. No matter where it was, a fifth-grade medicinal pill was an absolute hard currency. The shopkeeper could not wait to open the bottle in his hand. There were 25th-grade pills inside. Seeing so many of them, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a big business. Chapter 6:28. He had been in this business for so long and had seen many things, but he had never seen someone who could take out 25th grade elixirs in one go and exchange them for high-grade primordial stones. In the outside world, one 5th grade elixir could be exchanged for 2 or 3 high-grade primordial stones. But in this black market, it was at most 1-to-1. 25th grade elixirs, 1-to-1 exchange. I will give you 20 high-grade primordial stones. The shopkeeper knew in his heart that this was definitely a big deal, but on the surface he still had to continue to remain calm. If he changed hands, the profit would be several times more. Just today's list was enough for them to eat for several years. Okay, Li Zongjio said indifferently. It seemed that in Li Zongjio's eyes, as long as he could get the high-grade primordial stones, he did not care about other things. You wait for me here, the shopkeeper said, and also put Li Zongjio's elixir bottle in his pocket. He turned around and walked to the counter behind him. This time he also went deep into it and seemed to have entered some kind of secret warehouse. Then he took out a big box which contained 20 high-grade primordial stones. The transaction with Li Zongjio was separated by a counter. First, it was to protect each other, and second, it was to ensure each other's safety. Although it was called a black market, except for the price, it was still very good. These things were clearly marked with prices. If you could not afford it, then you could just not buy it. In this aspect, there was naturally no problem. 20 high-grade primordial stones. All of them are here. The shopkeeper put the primordial stones on the table and let Li Zongjio have a look. Generally speaking, the shopkeeper of this store was quite honest. At least the high-grade primordial stones in front of him were some real goods. Some people were good at construction and liked to put some defective products or even some depleted primordial stones in here to make up the number. When you took it back, you would find that the weight of the primordial stones was not enough to be called high-grade primordial stones. But from the appearance, it was very shiny. If you did not know the trade, or if you were a little careless, it was very likely that you would be directly fooled. Do you have any top-grade primordial stones? Li Zongjio directly put away the 20 high-grade primordial stones, and then put a porcelain bottle on the table. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he wanted to buy the entire store. Again, the shopkeeper was slightly surprised. Li Zongjio's tone, top-grade primordial stones. It was really not something that ordinary people could get their hands on. He looked at Li Zongjio again and again. Anyway, in the night market with the Ghost King, he was under the protection of the Ghost King. What else could happen? High risk, high reward. If he did not dare to take this risk, how could he dare to do business in the night market? Friend, I'm not bragging, but as long as the money is in place, I can even bring down the moon of Tian Shan Mountain, the shopkeeper said proudly. Then he reached out and grabbed the bottle in his hand. When he opened it, he saw that there were 25th grade primordial pills, exactly the same amount as before. He was delighted. However, the expression on his face didn't seem to be one of relief. Friend, do you know that if you want to get a top-grade primordial stone, the price you have to pay is much higher than the price of a high-grade primordial stone? You should at least add a little more. The shopkeeper said. This kind of probing tone was also to take advantage of Li Zongjio. Anyway, this Li Zongjio looked like a person who was not short of money. Since this was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Let's just take advantage of Li Zongjio. He would not let go until he saw the last rabbit. Then I'll add this high-grade primordial stone. Li Zongjio smiled slightly, then took out a high-grade primordial stone from his arms and put it on the table. 5. The shopkeeper of the Shady Inn stretched out 5 fingers. Li Zongjio did not say anything and directly placed 5 high-grade primordial stones on the table. Straightforward. Wait for me here. After saying that, the shopkeeper took away the 5 high-grade primordial stones and went directly to the counter behind. Such a precious thing, of course, should be placed in the secret room. After Li Zongjio saw the shopkeeper go in, He turned around and closed the door, directly extinguishing the lanterns. The corner of his mouth slightly curved into a cold smile. His figure disappeared on the spot and appeared directly behind the counter. Why did Li Zongjio come to such a place to buy things? Wasn't it because these people were enough to cheat? Since Li Zongjio dared to slander him, he didn't say that he couldn't do the same to Li Zongjio. Therefore, if Li Zongjio were to make a move, he would naturally be happy in his heart. He had never heard of anyone who could take advantage of Li Zongjio. If you take away from Li Zongjio, even if it is only a hair, then Li Zongjio can take away a piece of meat and a bone from your hand. Supreme grade primordial stones. He actually want to take away my supreme grade primordial stones. In a while, I will inform Lord Ghost King and directly kill this guy. This way, I will directly show filial respect to Lord Ghost King. Who knows, maybe my shop will be upgraded by a grade. At that time, the taxes will be even cheaper. The shopkeeper opened the door of the secret room and walked in. However, just as he walked in, he suddenly heard a little movement behind him. Just as he turned his head, he saw Li Zongjio walk in first. Bang! A punch landed on the shopkeeper's face, directly sending him tumbling down the passageway. A plop sound. Aya! Li Zongjio waved his hand, and an invisible flame lit up the surrounding torches. This place was indeed worthy of being called a black shop's treasure trove. In addition to a mountain of purple yuan coins, there were also a large number of treasure chests scattered on the ground. One could see that the scattered items on the ground were extremely diverse. Li Zongjio's mental energy swept across, and the first thing he found was a storage ring. This ring was placed in the most conspicuous place. At the same time, the ring was enveloped by a layer of light. This layer of light seemed to be extremely dim, but when one approached it, a ray of light would flicker. This was the power of the Yuan pattern array. Kid, every item in here corresponds to the Yuan pattern array. If you don't find the correct method, you will not be able to open it. The shopkeeper, who had regained his senses, spat out a mouthful of blood and said. At the same time, he quietly took out a button from his chest. This button was specially used to call for help. Since these people opened shops in the Ghost King night market, they had to pay a high protection fee. Therefore, they also enjoyed some corresponding rights and protection. When there were people causing trouble, they would not be able to escape. The people from the Ghost King Palace would appear to help solve the problem. You dare to fight in the Ghost King night market? You are dead, kid, the shopkeeper said in a cold voice. What era is it now? There are still people who don't know the rules. Today, I will let you know what it means to regret it. Li Zongjio did not pay attention to the shopkeeper. Looking at the light screen in front of him, his mental energy immediately penetrated it. These light curtains were like some complicated Yuan pattern locks. If one were to forcefully destroy these Yuan pattern locks, it would definitely destroy everything under the protection of these Yuan pattern locks. It was a very dangerous thing to do. This was called destroying jade and common stone. However, this was also the final guarantee. If someone broke it open with brute force, then wouldn't this thing become someone else's possession? Seeing that Li Zongjio seemed to be reaching out to grab the ring, the shopkeeper's heart was in his throat. This could be said to be the treasure of his shop, but now it was trembling in Li Zongjio's hand. No, if it was destroyed in Li Zongjio's hands, then even if he killed Li Zongjio, there was no way to make up for the loss. However, what happened next made the shopkeeper's eyes pop out of their sockets. It was as if Li Zongjio had just passed through a basin of water. He effortlessly took out the ring. Chapter 6:29. When the ring entered his hand, he felt an indescribable sense of heaviness. Southern Kingdom ring. Li Zongjio looked at the ring in his hand. There was a red, bean-sized gemstone on the ring, sparkling with light. This red gemstone was resplendent, causing people who looked at it to lose their souls. Anyone would be attracted by this gemstone. What really amazed Li Zongjio was that the Southern Kingdom ring was a storage ring that he had collected in his previous life. The storage ring was as big as a city. It was as if a temple was placed in the ring. Needless to say, it was a storage space. The most important function of the ring was that it could sense the presence of primordial stones. Within a certain range, it could be considered as a treasure hunting function. Therefore, Li Zongjio was very fond of the Southern Kingdom ring. However, he wouldn't be able to use this skill in the later stages. He could get as many primordial stones as he wanted, piling them up like a mountain. Li Zongjio's wealth wasn't enough to describe it. At his realm, there was nothing he couldn't do except plucking the sky. Later on, Li Zongjio kept the Southern Kingdom ring as a treasure, but he didn't expect to find it here. This was Li Zongjio's possession. How could he leave it here? Since he had found it, he might as well take it away. In fact, Li Zongjio had several very powerful equipment in his previous life. However, those were things that happened thousands of years later. Before that, Li Zongjio did not obtain any heaven-defined treasures. Therefore, the process of his growth was extremely painful. Actually, this ring is mine. Thank you for finding it for me. Li Zongjio did not hesitate to wear the Southern Kingdom ring on his finger. With a wave of his hand, the red gemstone on the ring was temporarily hidden. The light was no longer so dazzling. Seeing that his familiar friend had returned to his side, Li Zongjio felt as if he had risen from the ruins once again. However, this time, he did not carry hatred and regret. Instead, he carried his own desire and will. You are very bold. In this Ghost King night market, no one has ever dared to rob. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you have no way out. The shopkeeper touched his head. Just now, Li Zongjio's punch had caused him to roll down the stairs. Even now, it still hurt. Is that so? Hee. Since you are threatening me, don't blame me. Li Zongjio said. Immediately, he extended his hand and directly groped around the other parts of the treasury. Wherever Li Zongjio's hand passed by, there was a powerful force that directly pulled out the items under the Yuan Rune formation light screen, including 2 supreme-grade primordial stones. In addition, there were also some spirit grasses and spirit medicines hidden in this treasury, as well as some precious ores. There weren't many items hidden in the treasury, but they were all things that sold well. If he kept hoarding things that he couldn't sell, wouldn't he lose the opportunity to make money in vain? Therefore, this unscrupulous store required a business mind. You will die a horrible death. He never thought that his anti-theft Yuan pattern array would be useless in front of Li Zongjio. It was as if it existed in name only. In fact, it was very easy to crack this kind of low-level anti-theft Yuan pattern array. The reason why these anti-theft Yuan pattern locks had such an effect was that they had their own unique beating frequency, under the encirclement of Li Zongjio's mental strength. Even if you were ever-changing, it would be easy to find you. Although the shopkeeper was good at doing business, it was indeed a little difficult for him to bear in this aspect. He was not yet at this level, so he could not imagine how it was done. Li Zongjio was not here to explain these things to him. He effortlessly plundered the underground treasury. Oh, that's right. You might be unlucky. I think the people protecting you will not be here so soon. Li Zongjio gently slapped the shopkeeper's face twice. Although these 2 slaps did not hurt, they directly penetrated the shopkeeper's heart. This casual and relaxed action directly shattered his heart. You can forget about escaping. The shopkeeper stretched out his hand, wanting to catch Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio's figure flashed and was already dozens of meters away. He appeared on the stairs and gently closed the door of the secret room. At the same time, Li Zongjio also took out a mid-grade primordial stone. His mental strength completed the engraving of the Yuan pattern array almost instantaneously. With a paw sound, this Yuan pattern array slammed into the door, embedding the middle-grade Yuan stone into the doorframe. Li Zongjio then turned and left. His figure disappeared from the shop. Less than 2 minutes after Li Zongju left, a group of people wearing black cloaks and strange fanged masks appeared at the entrance of the shop with 3 lanterns. They exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. "This is the place. Seal it off. Don't let anyone escape," the leader of the group yelled. The mask on his head was in the shape of a bull's head. Naturally, there was no need for the king to appear for ordinary matters. Therefore, the true Ghost King of the underground world did not appear. Instead, he sent one of his subordinates to kill his way out and take care of these matters. Although he was only the right-hand man and not the Ghost King himself, the bull's head was not weak. However, Oxhead's strength wasn't simple either. He had the strength of a grade 2 Yuan monarch. Just one of his subordinates possessed such strength. Needless to say, the strength of the Ghost King was even more terrifying. When the people wearing the bull's head mask barged into the shop, they did not discover anyone. However, this was also the unusual part. "Search." Oxhead waved his big hand, and the brats under him directly turned the store upside down. It looked like it was ransacked by bandits, but as a group of professionals, they were very professional in this aspect. They didn't touch any of the things that were previously stolen. Finally, these people found the door to the underground warehouse that had been sealed. One of them wanted to open the copper ring on the door, but in an instant he heard a loud bang. He turned around and saw that the little ghost was directly blown away in an instant. One of his arms was blown off, and his flesh was badly mangled. Most importantly, the fresh blood splattered on the face of the bull's head mask. "Motherfucker, you piece of trash!" The bull's head directly stomped down on the man with the broken arm, causing his chest to cave in. Everyone knew that the bull's head was the one who loved cleanliness the most. Immediately, the man took off his bull's head mask and replaced it with a new one. "A mere Yuan inscription array dares to act rashly in front of me? Break for me!" The bull's head instantly punched out. Boom! The wooden door was instantly torn apart. At the same time, the force of the explosion was not directed towards the outside, but towards the inside. The entire tunnel below instantly collapsed. Rumble! As the dust filled the air, the bull's head directly pulled 2 people in front of him to prevent the dust from splashing on his body. Find the person. When the dust settled, the bull's head ordered the people to dig the person out. Who would have thought that the tunnel that you secretly dug would be so weak? Wasn't this just looking for trouble? This made the Oxhead general very unhappy. When the shopkeeper of the black shop was dug out, he was already on his last breath. However, other than the shopkeeper of the black shop, no one else was found. Chapter 630. Ghost King Palace. In the Ghost King Night Market, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. All the underground transactions were protected by the law of darkness. Moreover, the Ghost King Night Market extended in all directions, with countless entrances and exits. Once the secret passageway was opened, it could even lead to any place in the sacred flame royal city. It could lead to any place that one could not even imagine. The Ghost King Palace was in charge of life and death in the Ghost King Night Market. It was the Ghost King Palace that maintained the rules. In the Ghost King Palace, there were countless experts who had established such an underground world. Places like the Ghost King Night Market would definitely exist. Even in the imperial court, there would often be people who would come to the Ghost King Palace to conduct some transactions. Some shady matters could only be handled by the people of the Ghost King Palace. There were countless of them. There was only one king in the Ghost King Palace, and that was the Ghost King. No one had seen the real face of the Ghost King. They only knew that the Ghost King wore a mask of the night Rakshasa all year round. His voice was as deep as the roar of a lion, intimidating and terrifying. Once, there was a sect that claimed to uphold justice and maintain peace. All the experts of the sect, including several Yuan King realm experts and more than 100 Yuan Ancestor realm experts, were mobilized. However, the Ghost King personally took action and killed everyone in the sect. No one left alive. This underground world was formed directly and became a forbidden area. There were rules that belonged to this underground world. At the same time, these rules did not allow any provocation. In the Ghost King Palace, the seriously injured shopkeeper was directly brought to the main hall. Even though he was seriously injured, he could not delay the interrogation of the Ghost King Palace. This was because in the underground world, the rules had to be followed and no one could break the rules. Although the shopkeeper had been a bandit and a bad guy before, when he was carried into the Ghost King Palace, he already knew that things were not good. The surrounding atmosphere was like being in a dark abyss, making it hard for people to breathe. He wanted to leave this place immediately. The people around him were all bare-chested and had incredibly ferocious expressions on their faces. They were glaring angrily at the people in front of them, and they were filled with dignity. And on the chair piled with human skulls, there was a person lying down. He wore a total of 8 rings on his hands, and each ring had a different color. Even though the shopkeeper was very knowledgeable, he had never seen these rings before. What were their origins? Speak, what's the situation? My Ghost King Palace will never tolerate anyone who breaks the rules. When the store was robbed by Li Zongjio, the shopkeeper immediately pressed the emergency button. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? Li Zongjio was not caught. Instead, he was brought in for interrogation. Wasn't this a bit wrong? Thinking back, there had never been any cases of accidents in the Ghost King Palace. The shopkeeper immediately understood. If such a case happened to him, the credibility of the Ghost King Palace would be greatly damaged. Therefore, the Ghost King Palace would never allow such a thing to happen. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper's heart suddenly thumped. Ghost King. I accidentally triggered the mechanism. In fact, I sprained my ankle when I fell down. The shopkeeper stood up and said, bearing his serious injury, the underground world was really cruel. If he said that the Ghost King Palace had not caught anyone, then he would be slapping the Ghost King Palace in the face. Now that he had lost the treasure, if he lost his life as well, then it would be too much of a loss for him. Therefore, the shopkeeper directly denied it. Oh, if you are threatened, just tell me. My Ghost King Palace will never tolerate anyone who breaks the rules. The Ghost King said, but when these words came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on the shopkeeper, as if to say, you brat, say something. Really? I really didn't. The Ghost King glanced at the ox-headed general. The ox-headed general also walked out. Your Excellency, when we went there, we didn't find any signs of an intruder. There was no fight at the scene, nor was there any abnormality. This guy was the only one who was locked in the underground warehouse. Could it be that this guy was trying to scam someone? This kind of behavior was similar to fraud. Previously, they had met several people who were not afraid of death. They had lost everything in the store and then deliberately made it look like a robbery. They wanted to get compensation from the Ghost King Palace. After all, they had to pay a high protection fee. But in the end, the owner of the store was directly changed. After some reorganization, it was rented to someone who didn't have a store yet. It should be known that the price of a store in the underground world was even more expensive. The result was obvious. Basically, they lost their lives directly. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's disperse. The Ghost King was too lazy to pursue this matter and casually waved his hand. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was very excited. With this sentence, it seemed that his life was saved. Otherwise, he estimated that he wouldn't live for long. Although the result of asking for help was very tragic, what could he do? The other party took the money and didn't do anything. Maybe they would even take his life to maintain their reputation. In this world, strength was everything. When the shopkeeper was sent away, the Ghost King waved his hand. Horse face, bring some people to investigate. Since someone dared to mess with my night market, I'll deal with his whole family. The Ghost King said coldly, how could it be so simple to establish the order of the underground world? Naturally, he could see that something was wrong with a glance, but he didn't catch the person on the spot. Therefore, this matter could only be temporarily put aside. The shopkeeper's matter was easy to deal with, but the person who came to their night market arrogantly couldn't be let off so easily. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will still capture you and bring you back. The Ghost King was also in the night market, and there were countless passageways. Most importantly, after Li Zongjio ransacked the place, he turned back and continued to stroll around the night market. He wanted to find some more hidden treasures. After all, he had so much money that he hadn't had time to use it yet. I haven't had time to sell these elixirs. Why don't I try selling some elixirs here? Li Zongjio thought to himself. The elixirs that he took out earlier were all taken back from the shopkeeper. There was nothing to say. They originally belonged to Li Zongjio, so it was impossible for the shopkeeper to take them away. However, after strolling around, Li Zongjio couldn't use some of the weapons, elemental arts, elemental skills, and the like. Even if he bought them, they would be useless. However, he found a remnant scroll on a small stall. How much are you selling this remnant scroll? Li Zongjio directly picked up the incomplete scroll of the array formation. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, 3,000 low-grade primordial stones, non-negotiable. The shopkeeper said, in this kind of free stall, you could sell as you wished. However, if there were any safety issues, the Ghost King Palace would not be responsible. It was also a place to attract people. 3,000 low-grade primordial stones. According to the normal exchange rate, it was close to 30 high-grade primordial stones. This price was really not low. I'll give you 100 mid-grade primordial stones. If you don't sell, I'll rob you, Li Zongjio said. His words were considered polite. Then he directly threw the 100 mid-grade primordial stones on the stall. Anyway, they were all robbed from the shop just now. 100 mid-grade primordial stones were far more valuable than 1,000 low-grade primordial stones. It could be regarded as 1,500 low-grade primordial stones. However, the difference in price was still more than half. Although the stall owner was unhappy when he saw Li Zongjio, he chose to swallow his anger. He didn't say anything, but silently put away the 100 mid-grade primordial stones. In fact, he found this remnant scroll by accident when he was training. Although he wasn't necessarily afraid of Li Zongjio, he didn't necessarily fear him. But in the black market, being able to get money smoothly was already a very rare thing. Chapter 631. Li Zongjio also left with the remnant scroll. Currently, he had 2 top-grade primeval stones, nearly 30 high-grade primeval stones, and 500 mid-grade primeval stones. He could be considered extremely wealthy. In the beginning, when he wanted to buy some primeval stones from Qi Shaohan, he had to use his connections. After walking around, Li Zongjio himself was also familiar with the place. He directly found an exit and walked out, but when he walked out, he found that the sky was already dark and he was in the suburbs. The surroundings were desolate and uninhabited, and gusts of cold wind blew through the forest. This is the northern outskirts of the city. I have to walk back. Li Zongjio's residence, White Deer Manor, was in the southwest direction of the city. However, the Sacred Flame Royal City was a huge city and was not as small as one would imagine. There were hundreds of thousands of people moving around every day. There were no less than 10 people at the city gate. However, just as Li Zongjio was about to leave for home, he sensed a familiar fluctuation from the Southern Nation ring on his hand. When he wore the Southern Nation ring in the past, there would often be such a fluctuation. Under normal circumstances, very few people knew why the Southern Nation ring would emit such a fluctuation when wearing it. However, Li Zongjio was very clear that there were extremely pure primordial stones nearby. They were at least supreme grade primordial stones. Li Zongjio's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why it could sense such fluctuations was because the source stone had just been mined and hadn't been polished yet. Therefore, the Southland ring could easily sense its aura. If it was protected by layers of protection, then it would be very difficult for the Southland Ring to detect it even if it was close at hand. Therefore, when the Southern Nation Ring was outdoors, it could easily find objects with strong primordial qi. Just in time. Recently, Li Zongjie was in need of yuan stones. Immediately his figure flashed, leaving behind numerous afterimages in the forest, as his figure swiftly dashed forward. At this moment, an extremely fierce battle was breaking out in the forest. With a convoy of carriages as the center, the 4 black-clothed experts were moving, bringing with them bursts of bloody wind. The 8th elder of the Qi clan, Qi Feiyu, he held a black and white dual blade in his hand and was fighting a bloody battle. Alone, he was fiercely fighting against 2 experts of the enemy. His subordinates were also desperately resisting. He did not expect that this transportation mission would be discovered in the end. Moreover, the people who came with them were actually old rivals of many years. Qi Feiyu, it's not worth it to die here for a mere primordial stone. Give it to us, and we promise not to kill your people. Otherwise, your people will be killed by our disciples of the Yin sect. A protector of the Yin sect said in a cold voice. Of Qi Feiyu's Feiyu was Feiyu. Qi Feiyu wielded a pair of black and white blades, and behind him was a black and white dragon-tailed fish. Among the numerous yuan spirits, the existence of the black and white dragon-tail fish was extremely unique. It was also because of the strength of the black and white dragon-tail fish that the 2 protectors were so timid. They did not even dare to forcefully attack. If they were to fight to the death in the end, or even let Qi Feiyu drag the 2 of them with him and take them away, then the outcome would be too miserable. Therefore, they naturally would not do such a losing business. Feeling the aura of the black and white dragon-tail fish, the 2 protectors only dared to use all their skills to delay Qi Feiyu. But looking at Qi Feiyu's appearance, he did not seem to be in a hurry. The Yin sect sent you 2 trash. If I, Qi Feiyu, can't even deal with you 2 scum today, then I don't need to stay in this business in the future. Qi Feiyu said in a cold voice. His aura did not diminish. Although Qi Feiyu was fighting 1 against 2, and even felt as if he was about to fall into a disadvantageous position, his aura did not weaken at all. Immediately, his excited mockery caused the eyes of the 2 great protectors to flicker with cold light. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Don't blame our Yin Yuan sect for being cruel today. Disciples of Yin Yuan sect, listen up. Kill all of these people from the Qi clan. Leave no one alive. Their storage rings will belong to you. The protector of the Yin sect, Wuji sect, said. The other protector was called Wuji Dao. The 2 of them were blood brothers. When the 2 of them joined forces, their fighting strength could at least be ranked in the top 3 among the protectors of the Yin sect. Men of the Qi family, kill this group of bastards in front of you. Qi Feiyu roared at once, bolstering his prestige. Although the other party came in a menacing manner, they had already sent out a message. As long as the experts of the family arrived in time, they would be able to kill these experts of the Yin Yuan sect and rescue them. After Qi Feiyu roared, a bone-chilling wind seemed to blow in the sky. Qi Feiyu's eyes darkened. The dragon-tail fish behind him also swam around Qi Feiyu. Obviously, it had sensed the presence of something and had come to protect Qi Feiyu. Ha ha ha, the Yinli protector is here. Qi Feiyu, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. It's not too late to leave now. The Yinli protector. When Qi Feiyu sensed the unusual smell in the air, he knew that the situation was not good. He knew that the other party would take action, but he did not expect that the other party would actually invite the Yinlao's protector out. In the Yin sect, the elders were in charge of internal affairs, while the protectors were in charge of external affairs. Therefore, the ones in charge of external affairs were the protectors. Every protector was a Yuan monarch powerhouse. This showed how powerful the Yin Yuan sect was, as there were more than 10 protectors in the Yin Yuan sect. Moreover, every protector was an important asset of the Yin sect. Normally, There would be 2 protectors when they were dispatched. There had never been a situation where there were 3 protectors. Once there were more than 3 protectors, it meant that the operation was imperative. If the operation of the Een sect was exposed, the sect itself would be threatened. Therefore, they had to end the battle quickly. The Eenly protector was charging over. He was the 3rd-ranked protector in the Een sect. There was no need to talk about his strength. Even if the Limitless sect and the Limitless sect worked together, they could only be the Eenly protector. Haha, Chief Ayu, you should be honored that this old man has personally come to take your dog life. The Eenly protector's voice came from a very distant place. However, in the next moment, a black shadow was already in front of Chi Feiyu. Chi Feiyu was stunned. The dragon tail fish automatically turned into a ray of light and blocked in front of Chi Feiyu. Boom! Chi Feiyu's entire body was sent flying. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground from the sky. Fortunately, the dragon tail fish protected its master in time, allowing Chi Feiyu to regain his balance. What a terrifying power! It was this move that sent Chi Feiyu flying. It was obvious that the person who had come was very powerful. Greetings, Eenly Protector, the Limitless sect and the Limitless sect said in unison. A slender, black-robed man appeared in front of them. His 2 sleeves were almost touching the ground. His face was glowing with silver light. Under the moonlight, his mouth was filled with silver teeth. He looked extremely sinister and terrifying. Chapter 632. You 2 pieces of trash can't even deal with Chi Feiyu. I have to do it myself. The Eenly was obviously very dissatisfied with the ability of the 2 protectors. The 2 of them together were not Chi Feiyu's opponent. They had wasted so much time. If the people of the Chi family were to react, they would definitely be surrounded like dumplings. The Chi family's power and influence within the sacred Flame Royal City must be extremely great. The fact that the Een Yuan sect had chosen to take the risk and make a move within the city meant that they would definitely catch the Chi family off guard. However, everything would be meaningless if they continued to delay. Please forgive us, Protector. The 2 of them hurriedly said in a low voice. Although they were both protectors, their statuses couldn't be compared. The Yin Lao's protector in front of them originally had the opportunity to be promoted to an elder, but he was very unhappy with those people in the elder courtyard. Therefore, he did not take the position of an elder and continued to serve as a protector. Look carefully, don't let anyone escape. Yes, Protector. The Yin Lao's figure fell from the sky and fell down. Boom! Yin Yang balance blade. Chi Feiyu's twin blade spiraled, as if cutting the world in front of him into 2 halves. The terrifying blade energy rushed toward the Yin Lao's. The Yin Lao's eyes flickered. In the face of this terrifying blade energy, an incomparably surging power pulsed between his raised palms. Boom! There seemed to be a mummified original spirit appearing behind him. After it appeared, it slashed down with its angry claws. It forcibly shattered the blade energy. Damn it! After the power of the 2 claws broke the blade energy, its momentum did not decrease and fell directly toward Chi Feiyu's head. Chi Feiyu could only block with his twin blades. Clang! The twin blades in his hands were directly shaken off. The difference in power was too great. Chi Feiyu's cultivation was only at the level of a 2nd-grade Yuan King, but the strength of the Yin Lao's protector in front of him was at least at the level of a late-stage 2nd-grade Yuan King, or even at the level of a 3rd-grade Yuan King. Even if it was only a small difference, it was already a very terrifying gap. It would take at least 3 to 5 years, or even more than 10 years of cultivation to cross this threshold. Therefore, the gap between them is much larger than you can imagine. In just one move, Chi Feiyu fell into a disadvantageous position. Chi Feiyu, who had lost his dual blades, could clearly feel a sense of crisis. The Yin Lao's protector attacked again. His figure trembled as he appeared in front of Chi Feiyu. Behind the pubic Lao's protector, a person wrapped in white bandages gradually appeared. Boom! The yuan power on his body transformed into a terrifying bandage and instantly wrapped around Qi Feiyu's body. You can also become my corpse servant. The pubic louse protector laughed loudly. Even though Qi Feiyu was trying his best to circulate his yuan power to resist the binding force, he was unable to do so. However, even the dragon-tailed fish behind him was entangled. Furthermore, it was also tightly binding him. Not good, the elder is in danger. When the disciples of the Qi family saw that their elders were tied up, they immediately became anxious. They wanted to rescue their elders, but the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect kept pestering them. You guys go and take the way first. Refining Qi Feiyu was not an easy task. At the very least, it would take a certain amount of time. After the Wuji sect and the Wuji Dao heard this, they immediately responded. Then, with a boom, they rushed toward the carriage. Boom! When they were more than 10 meters away, a palm blasted out. The carriage was instantly torn apart, and the horses in front were also directly killed. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, and rice scattered all over the sky. As for this chest, it just so happened that it was hidden under the grain storage of this carriage. A top-grade primordial stone. A piece of top-grade primordial stone that has not been cut. When they saw the box, the limitless realm and the limitless path were clearly very shocked. At the same time, they were also extremely excited. Normally, the primordial stones that were dug out could only be used to maintain a livelihood. However, this piece of top-grade primordial stone was of a completely different level. Even after such a long time of digging, they were able to find this piece of top-grade primordial stone. Today, he finally managed to dig it out. It could be said that the Qi family had made a big profit. However, this piece of top-grade primordial stone that had not been cut could not be stored in a storage ring because the primordial Qi was too strong. It was impossible for a storage ring to contain the strong primordial Qi of this piece of top-grade primordial stone. Therefore, they had to use this method to transport it. Although they were extremely careful, they did not expect that the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect would dare to make a move in the city. Now, it seemed that the Yin Yuan sect must have done something in other places. Otherwise, why would the experts who came to support them have not arrived yet? The two of them surged out their primordial Qi like a huge cover, directly enveloping the heavy box. Drag it away. However, just as the two of them were about to turn around and drag the box away, suddenly an aura came from the sky. Pa! A figure landed on top of the box. Suddenly, the box seemed to have increased in weight for no reason, trapping the two Yuan kings on the spot. What's going on? When the limitless Taoist turned around, he saw a long, black pipe pointed at his head. What is this? Wuji Dao could not see the situation in front of him clearly. Suddenly, he saw an extremely terrifying force erupt from the long black pipe. Boom! The overbearing force instantly attacked. It slammed into Limitless Dao's body and sent him flying out. Boom! This loud sound also alarmed everyone present. When Wuji saw his brother, Wuji Dao's figure was sent flying. Finally, with a loud boom, he fell heavily to the ground. Wuji Dao! Wuji Daoist shouted. Black smoke rose from Wuji Daoist's face. Seeing this situation, Wuji Dao's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Even if Wuji Dao was not dead yet, his current state meant that he was on the verge of death. At the very least, he was severely injured. You're courting death! Wuji Dao also reacted. Someone had launched a sneak attack on them, and the person who had launched the sneak attack was the person standing on top of the box. Wuji Dao immediately unleashed his primordial Qi and blasted it towards the person on top of the box. The aura was like an avalanche. However, when he looked over, the person on top of the box had already disappeared. Here, Li Zhongjiu's figure appeared behind Wuji Dao. The furious dragon catcher in his hand was directly pressed against the back of Wuji Dao's head. Given Li Zhongjiu's strength, it was really easy for him to kill these people. Even Lei Gong, who was a peak Yuan monarch, could only flee in defeat in front of Li Zongjiu. Thus, the people in front of him were even more vulnerable. Go down! Immediately, Li Zongjiu pulled the trigger of the Raging Flames Dragon Slayer in his hand. As the sound of the trigger rang out, the infinite space was blasted away. Boom! Chapter 633. Two loud bangs were heard. The people of the Yinyuan sect and the Qi family were shocked. The disciples of the Yinyuan sect were flabbergasted when they saw their two protectors get killed by a young man in a matter of seconds. How could this be? Since when did such a terrifying figure appear? Although the disciples of the Qi family were pleasantly surprised, they were not happy for long. The two guardians of the Yinyuan sect had been dealt with, but they did not know who this young man was. The strength of this young man before them was clearly more threatening than the two great protectors. If Li Zongjiu were to deal with them, they would probably die even faster. Although he looked young, he had killed 2 Yuan monarchs in the blink of an eye. Even now, they still did not know whether this young man was an enemy or a friend. The people on both sides also stopped fighting for the spoils. Instead, they gathered around each other, as they had to face this urgent situation. Looking at Li Zongjiu in front of them, they had to be on their guard. The Yinlao's protector could clearly feel the invasion of an external enemy. When he turned his head, he saw 2 figures lying on the ground. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. He happened to see Li Zongjiu looking at him. He loosened his grip and released Qi Feiyu. Then he turned his attention to Li Zongjiu. When he saw the item in Li Zongjiu's hand, a glimmer of light appeared in the Yinlao's protector's eyes. "Your Excellency, could you be the famous Li Zongjiu in the city?" The Yinlao's protector already had a guess when he saw the furious dragon slaying flame. Since they were in charge of a sect, they naturally had to pay attention to the wind vane. They had to pay close attention to any situation that had occurred in the city recently and any powerful weapons that had appeared. If they were to remain stagnant, they would only end up being replaced by others. This was the reason why the Yinlao's protector was able to grasp the news about the Qi family so quickly. Li Zongjiu's reputation had gradually risen recently. Almost everything he did was on a large scale. Therefore, the Yinyuan sect naturally noticed this. In fact, it was because Li Zongjiu's style of doing things was very similar to that of the Yinyuan sect. If they were interested, they could directly invite Li Zongjiu to join their sect. This was a very good thing. However, it seemed like the problem had become somewhat serious. Qi Feiyu finally broke free from his restraints and hurriedly moved his body to the side. The numerous Qi clan disciples also came to his aid. Of course, Qi Feiyu's gaze was still fixed on Li Zongjiu, who had just appeared, and the 2 corpses on the ground. Weren't these 2 people who were the guardians of the Yinyuan sect? He Feiyu and Qi Feiyu? Qi Feiyu? This caused Qi Feiyu to feel a deep shock in his heart. He is Li Zongjiu. The name Li Zongjiu had appeared several times in the Qi family. Some time ago, Li Zongjiu had bought some primordial stones from the Qi family. At that time, the family head's actions were questioned by many people. However, now it seemed that Li Zongjiu's strength was worthy of the Qi family's goodwill. "You are not bad to be able to call out my name. Today you don't have to die." "Scram," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Before he made his move, he had observed the situation. The primordial stone under his feet was a true king of primordial stones. A casual cut of such a king of primordial stones would produce hundreds of primordial stones. Even if it was just some dregs, the effect would still be better than this primordial stone. The value of this primordial stone was beyond imagination. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to snatch it away. However, after knowing that it belonged to the Qi family, Li Zongjiu, as a man of principle, knew that he couldn't be too casual about this matter. If he snatched it away directly, wouldn't Li Zongjiu be too ungrateful? He might as well leave and give face to the Qi family. However, after the Yinlaos joined the battle, the Qi family's people would be wiped out. Considering that Qi Shaohun The patriarch of the Qi clan had a good taste. Li Zongjiu had decided to make a move. In fact, for Li Zongjiu, this was a very painful act. He was so generous that he didn't want such a big piece of primordial stone. For others, they might not be able to do this. After killing the two people, Li Zongjiu wanted to leave this sad place as soon as possible. However, looking at the Yinlao's protector, it seemed like he didn't want to give up so easily. When the Yinlao's protector heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was stunned. This kid was a little too arrogant. Did he think that he could scare off a veteran like him with just his name? Young man, your potential is not bad. How about this? Let's work together. We'll split this primordial stone in half. How about that? As for the people of the Qi family, once they are all dead, no one will know that it was you who did it. You can continue to live a carefree life in the city. My Yin Yuan sect will deal with the anger of the Qi family. The Yinlao's protector spoke slowly. His words were clear, and his tone was sincere. It sounded like he was really discussing countermeasures with Li Zongjiu. After all, this was the king of primordial stones. If all of it was absorbed, it would be enough for a peak Yuan monarch to break through to the Yuan emperor realm. If one could obtain such a powerful energy, it would be an invisible fortune. Qi Feiyu's eyes flickered when he heard the Yinlao's protector's words. If these two monsters worked together, they would definitely die today. However, there was still a chance now. Qi Feiyu hurriedly said to Li Zongjiu, "Brother Li, my family's young mistress has some friendship with you. Thank you for your help today. In the future, my Qi family will definitely reward you handsomely." This old bastard eats people without spitting out their bones. The people of the Yin Yuan sect are all despicable and cunning. Don't believe their words. Qi Feiyu shouted loudly, and even brought out Qi Yanran. When Li Zongjiu saw that the two of them were about to start bickering, he raised his hand and gestured for them to stop talking for the time being. "Don't worry. I owe your family head a favor. They won't be able to take away the item today," Li Zongjiu said. If it wasn't for the favor he owed, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have cared so much. He would have just taken action and snatched the item away. These people wouldn't even have been able to discover who had done it. This wasn't a difficult task. Qi Feiyu was more or less relieved when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. It seemed like Li Zongjiu was quite reliable. As long as they continued to stall for time, it would be even more advantageous for the Qi family. Even if the people of the Yin Yuan sect had some sinister tricks up their sleeves, the experts of the Qi family would definitely arrive in the shortest time possible. However, the Yinlao's protector didn't think so. Just now, he was trying to persuade the Yinlao's protector because he cherished talent. However, since the Yinlao's protector refused to listen and even dared to spout nonsense here, the Yinlao's protector couldn't be polite anymore. "Since you intend to make an enemy out of my Yin Yuan sect, I won't let you have an easy time today." The Yinlao's protector slowly stood up and gradually released his killing intent. Boom! Chapter 634. There seemed to be a white energy rapidly seeping out from under the feet of the Indi Laos. Swoosh! With a loud noise, the Indi Laos sensed an extremely terrifying energy coming from under his feet. With a flick of Li Zongjiu's finger, an invisible flame ignited in front of him. With a loud explosion, it immediately ignited the white Yuan power in front of him, and the terrifying flame immediately pounced back at the Inke Laos. Boom! Flame! Do you think the flame can extinguish my Yuan power? Dream on! Immediately, the Indi Laos let out a low roar, and the bandaged figure behind him also rushed forward. Wherever the bandaged monster passed, it discovered that the surrounding life force was rapidly withering. It actually possessed such an ability. When Li Zongjiu saw this, he was slightly surprised. After all, this kind of Yuan power was rare. It seemed to be a kind of energy that could affect vitality, the power of exhaustion. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, this energy was still too weak. The thunder-beheading blade appeared in his hand, and lightning vibrated. Without hesitation, he slashed down, and the terrifying lightning instantly surged out. Rumble! Lightning covered the entire ground. There was a trace of horror on the Indi louse's face. When he saw the terrifying lightning surging out, the Indi louse secretly cursed in his heart. This was because his Yuan power was most afraid of this kind of fierce and overbearing energy. It could easily destroy him. Come back! In front of the lightning, the Indi louse immediately wanted to summon his Yuan spirit. However, his Yuan spirit had already transformed into a magnificent army and directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu's lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the lightning. Puff! The Indi louse protector suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His Yuan spirit had clearly been completely destroyed in an instant. Li Zongjiu slashed down again, and a terrifying energy instantly enveloped the Indi louse. This was too unbelievable for the Indi louse. Li Zongjiu's Yuan power cultivation was clearly only at the first grade Yuan King realm, but he had actually defeated him. How could such a thing happen? Corpse phantom clone! The Indi louse was not without means. Although his Yuan spirit had been seriously injured and could not be used, the power of the move he had been brewing was still there. Immediately, something seemed to crawl out of the body of the Yin louse and drilled out of its body. Kacha! Kacha! Li Zongjiu could not help but frown when he saw this mantis-like thing crawling out of the Indi louse. It was not because the thing in front of him had become so disgusting, but it was because this fool had used such a precious method to refine it. It was really a reckless waste of resources. You used the doppelganger technique that you painstakingly cultivated to refine this thing? Fuck! Li Zongjiu really hated this kind of person who wasted resources. This was also an extremely wasteful behavior, and he wished he could directly chop off this person's head. I'll let you have a taste of the power of my night demon mantis. The pitch-black mantis moved, carrying a terrifying blade as it charged towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also flicked his finger, and flames flew directly towards the mantis in front of him. Boom! The mantis did not stop at all and continued to charge towards Li Zongjiu at an incomparably fast speed. Kill him! The Indi louse had absolute confidence that with the strength of his night demon mantis, he would definitely be able to kill Li Zongjiu with a single strike of his sickle. Qi Feiyu and the others were extremely nervous as they looked at Li Zongjiu's situation. Li Zongjiu came to save them, so naturally, they did not want Li Zongjiu to die like this. If Li Zongjiu died too early, the Indi louse would still have enough time to kill them all and take away the items. The only hope was that Li Zongjiu could hold on for a longer time. The sickle of the night demon mantis is invincible. No one can block the sickle of the night demon mantis. Not only was it invincible, but it was also as fast as lightning and extremely fierce. No one could clearly see the speed of the night demon mantis. The refining method of this kind of doppelganger cost a lot. The reason why he chose the night demon mantis was to increase his lethality and obtain a greater chance of survival. When they were outside, they could only use these methods to ensure their safety. The two sickles in front of the night demon mantis were constantly swaying. Swish! When the sickle swayed, it seemed to show a shadow. When the shadow appeared, it also fell into Li Zongjiu's hand with a swish. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and easily caught the sickle of the night demon mantis. He actually caught it with his bare hands. When the Indi louse saw Li Zongjiu's action, it was shocked. The Yin louse was shocked, as if it had seen the most incredible thing in the world. What? How is this possible? In the next moment, Li Zongjiu directly chopped off one of the night demon mantis's arms with his bare hands. When he chopped down, he directly changed the direction of the sickle and directly inserted it into the body of the night demon mantis. Suddenly, dark green liquid gushed out from the wound. Li Zongjiu also directly injected the obsidian fire into the body of the night demon mantis. Suddenly, the pitch-black mantis became a braised mantis. Damn it! What the hell is this monster? The Indi Laos could see Li Zongzhou's action and immediately cursed. What the hell was wrong with Li Zongzhou's body? How could he be so powerful? Immediately, the Indi Laos's figure leaped and directly fled into the distance. If it did not escape at this moment, it would not have a chance. It did not expect that it, a dignified protector of the Yinyuan sect, was not Li Zongzhou's opponent. Retreat! When this word came out of the Indi Laos's mouth, one could almost hear the sound of its heart breaking. This time, not only did it lose its original spirit and a doppelganger, but it also had to give up the king of primordial stones that it was about to obtain. This was the most painful thing for the Indi Laos. The loss this time would at least reduce the strength of the pubic Laos by half. It wouldn't be easy for it to recover, not to mention that the loss this time was heavy. The loss of the two protectors of the Limitless sect and the Limitless sect was already very serious. When the disciples of the Yinyuan sect also wanted to retreat, a light flashed in Li Zongzhou's eyes. When did I say that you can leave? Li Zongzhou's cold voice directly poured into the ears of the disciples of the Yinyuan sect. The next moment, the disciples of the Yinyuan sect suddenly changed their expressions. Chapter 635. Wherever Li Zongzhou's gaze passed, the figures of these Yinyuan sect disciples seemed to stop in an instant. At the same time, an extremely hot force quickly surged within their bodies. My hand is on fire! One of them suddenly saw a flame erupt from his palm. This flame burned directly within his body, so there was no way to extinguish it from the outside. No. While one of them was talking, he suddenly felt a terrifying flame erupt from his head. As he spoke, smoke rose from his head. Then he saw the flame engulf his head in an instant. Boom! More than 20 experts from the Yinyuan sect were directly burned to ashes by this terrifying flame. The Yin Laos, who had already fled far away, turned around and saw Li Zongzhou's vicious attack. Although he wanted to save his Yinyuan sect disciples, it was already too late by the time he realized what had happened. Immediately, the Yinyuan sect disciples were all burned to ashes. Not a single one of them was able to escape. The remaining Qi family disciples looked at each other in dismay when they saw the scene. This fellow, such a scene was truly terrifying. These people had nearly taken their lives just now. Each and every one of them was extremely ferocious. Furthermore, they were extremely strong and were not to be trifled with. But now they were all killed by Li Zongzhou with ease. In their eyes, Li Zongzhou's strength was simply way too frightening. What a terrifying mind power! In order to accurately inject so many flames into the bodies of these people, one must have a powerful mind power to control them. Although they seemed invisible, they were in fact tangible. During this process, these people were all burned to ashes. Therefore, Qi Feiyu was also quite shocked. The only regret was that the Yin Laos had escaped. However, Qi Feiyu also knew that if Li Zongzhou had wanted to kill the Yin Laos, it would have been a piece of cake. It was just that the Yin Laos had managed to survive at the very beginning. He had heard of Li Zongzhou's name before. Now, it seemed that this Li Zongzhou was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was eccentric and powerful. Everything he did was completely based on his mood. It was said that Li Zongzhou had once humiliated the ninth prince. However, this was only a rumor and could not be confirmed. If this spread to the ninth prince's ears, he would lose his head and ruin the ninth prince's reputation. How could he be let off so easily? Thank you for your help. Brotherly, Qi family's Qi Feiyu is very grateful. Qi Feiyu cupped his hands and said, although there were still some injuries on his body, basic movement was not a problem. Now that the Yin Laos had been chased away, there was a more serious problem in front of them. Would Li Zongzhou be tempted by such a big piece of primordial stone? Also, was Li Zongzhou also spying on them all the way here? Unlike money, some money was not a necessity for practitioners. After mastering powerful strength, money would naturally follow. However, this primordial stone king was different. The value of this top-grade primeval stone could no longer be measured by gold yuan, purple yuan, and the like. The value that could be produced and the effect that could be achieved would make even an epic emperor go crazy. It was hard to say that they would not be too tempted. What if Li Zhongjiu lost his mind at the last moment? With Li Zhongjiu's strength, it would be easy for him to kill them. Judging from his performance, just now, Li Zhongjiu could easily kill them. Based on the performance, they would probably be wiped out even faster. Li Zhongjiu just glanced at Qi Feiyu indifferently. Humph! After a cold snort, Li Zhongjiu also jumped and disappeared into the night sky. At this moment, he naturally did not show him a good face. At first, Qi Feiyu was a little surprised that Li Zhongjiu left without saying anything. But thinking about it, he admired Li Zhongjiu even more. Such a big piece of primordial Stone King was placed here. It made everyone envious and moved. Li Zhongjiu was naturally moved. If he continued to stay, he might change his mind and directly take the primordial stone away. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, chose to leave without a word. He just left like that. Li Zhongjiu's departure would make it easier for them to give up. At the same time, it would also make Qi Feiyu and the others feel relieved. In this way, there was no need to be so nervous. Seeing Li Zhongjiu leave confidently, Qi Feiyu could not believe it. Qi Feiyu didn't dare to believe that there was actually someone who could resist the temptation of the king of primordial stones. He was really surprised. However, when he turned around, he saw that the ground had already been burnt to ashes. Qi Feiyu suddenly understood why Li Zhongjiu did not want to let these people go. It was completely to vent his anger. But no matter what, the crisis tonight could be considered to have passed. This allowed Qi Feiyu and the others to heave a sigh of relief. Not only had they survived this calamity, but they had also managed to protect the supreme grade Primal Stone King in their hands. In addition, the two protectors of the Yin Yuan sect had died here. This battle could be said to be a complete victory. Of the three protectors of the Yin Yuan sect, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. The remaining disciples were all killed. Even the Qi clan, who had been fighting with the Yin Yuan sect for many years, did not have such a glorious record. Pack up everything. In this battle, no one in the Qi clan died. All of them only suffered some injuries. It seems like the Yin Yuan sect's plan wasn't to kill people. They just wanted to snatch things away. However, who would have thought that Li Zhongjiu would appear halfway? Otherwise, they would have been able to get their hands on the loot. In that case, the Qi clan would have suffered a great loss. About 5 minutes after Li Zhongjiu left, 3 figures flew over from the sky. Boom! 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 When the 3 figures appeared, Qi Feiyu and the other disciples of the Qi clan had their eyes shining. They finally welcomed the dawn. 3 tyrannical auras instantly enveloped the dilapidated carriage team below. Qi Shaohun landed on the ground. Beside him was Qi Yanran. There was also an old man who was also one of the elders of the Qi clan. When the 3 figures landed, the disciples of the Qi clan immediately saluted. Clan head. Greetings, clan head. Qi Shaohun looked at the wounded disciples of the Qi clan and immediately released his Yuan spirit. An extremely thick longevity tree fell on the ground. The dense crown of the tree covered the people in front of him. Then the longevity tree transmitted its life force to these people. Buzz. The disciples of the Qi clan immediately felt the burning pain on their bodies. A clear stream flowed through them, healing their wounds and dispersing the poison. This was the effect of Qi Xiaohuan's Yuan spirit, the longevity tree king. Thank you for your hard work, Qi Shaohun said in a deep voice. They were attacked by the Yin Yuan sect. Naturally, these people were also attacked fiercely. However, if it were not for the protection of the disciples of the Qi clan, the primordial Stone King would have been snatched away. Clan head, please take a look. Qi Feiyu waved his hand. Immediately, 2 disciples brought 2 sacks over. The rest of the corpses were burned to ashes. However, these 2 corpses were slightly intact. Only their heads were slightly burned. Chapter 636. This is. Even Qi Shao Hun couldn't recognize the 2 corpses. Qi Yan Ran went to distribute some healing pills to the disciples of her family. She frowned when she saw the 2 corpses because the wounds on the corpses were somewhat familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. These 2 are the protectors of Yin Yuan sect, Limitless Realm and Limitless Tao. Qi Feiyu said. Qi Shao Hun and the other old man were shocked when they heard Qi Feiyu's words. What, it's the 2 of them? If the 2 of them joined hands, it wouldn't be easy for you to defeat them with your strength. Qi Feiyu's dragon-tailed fish original spirit was actually not good at fighting. Most of the time, it was a kind of auxiliary enhancement effect. It could maintain a certain amount of output and support when many people were attacking instead of fighting alone. Qi Shao Hun had a whole new level of respect for Qi Feiyu since he was able to kill the 2 of them. Qi Feiyu smiled bitterly when he saw the admiration in the eyes of the 2 old men. It's fine if it's really me who killed them. If I had the strength, I would have told you that I didn't kill them. Qi Feiyu said. Not you? Then who is it? Qi Shao Hun and the others looked at Qi Feiyu in shock. Could it be that he was a disciple of some family? Could it be that there were so many experts hidden among the disciples of some family? That would be too exaggerated. It's Li Zongjiu, Qi Feiyu said. Qi Yan Ran, who was distributing the pills, paused when she heard the name. He almost threw the pill to the ground and turned to look at Qi Feiyu in shock. The expressions of Qi Shao Hun and the others were the same. Looking at Qi Feiyu, there was a trace of shock and suspicion on their faces. Could it be that you're old and muddle-headed, or did you see wrongly? Yin Yuan sect sent a total of 3 guardians to besiege us. In addition to the 2 who died, there was also a Yin Laos. Although he escaped, his fate was very tragic. His original spirit was destroyed and his doppelganger was destroyed. In addition, a total of 23 experts of Yin Yuan sect died in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Qi Feiyu slowly said. No one dared to believe that such a scene was happening right in front of their eyes. When they saw the 20-odd people burning, they looked like 20 firecrackers. Such a spectacular sight made people forget that Li Zongjiu had killed so many sky origin powerhouses in an instant. Although these people had yet to reach the level of a Yuan monarch, at least 5 of them were 6th-grade Yuan ancestors and above. However, they were unable to dodge Li Zongjiu's attack. Why is he here? Qi Yanran stepped forward and asked. Why would Li Zongjiu appear in a place like this for no reason? Why would Li Zongjiu appear in such a place? You're saying that the Yin Laos was defeated in his hands? In addition, the 2 guardians died in the hands of Li Zongjiu? What about our supreme grade origin stones? Qi Shao Hun suddenly reacted. Could it be that this kid was here for the supreme grade origin stones? The supreme grade origin stones are still here. He said that he owed the family head a favor, so he returned the stones to us. Qi Feiyu said, not only is he strong, but he's also loyal and loyal. He's a true man. Qi Shao Hun and the others immediately felt heartfelt admiration for Li Zongjiu. This incident allowed everyone to clearly see Li Zongjiu's temperament. Although it was widely rumored in the city that Li Zongjiu was a cold-blooded animal who killed without batting an eyelid and liked to stir up trouble, Li Zongjiu's temperament was not something to be scoffed at. However, in the eyes of Qi Shao Hun and the others, these things were a form of smearing Li Zongjiu's reputation. After all, Li Zongjiu had already killed your people, so there was no need to speak well of you. In fact, it was all relative. Therefore, one couldn't understand what kind of person he was just by listening to what he said. The corners of Qi Yanran's mouth curled up slightly. Normally, Qi Yanran's expression was cold and indifferent. However, when she smiled gently, it was as stunning as 100 flowers blooming, which made people feel extremely amazed. this guy seems to be not bad. This time, Li Zongjio had saved the Qi family from a disaster. Moreover, he wasn't tempted by these things. Otherwise, just these things in front of them were enough to make Li Zongjio go crazy. Even if Li Zongjio was deliberately pretending, it would take a lot of courage for him to do so. Therefore, this time, Li Zongjio's righteous behavior also surprised everyone. At least, in front of the super powerful temptation of this king of primordial stones, he was able to endure it. Such affirm was really hard to say. In the eyes of Qi Shaohun and the others, Li Zongjio had become even more important. However, in addition to admiring Li Zongjio's tenacious will and unwavering will even in the face of great temptation, they also paid more attention to Li Zongjio's strength. This was because if this king of primordial stones was taken away by Li Zongjio, the Qi family would naturally have a way to get it back. After all, this king of primordial stones would offend the Qi family, which was not worth it. Therefore, as long as they could endure the heat of the moment, they would naturally be able to judge the situation in front of them clearly. However, what surprised them now was Li Zongjio's strength. Just like that, those guardians were easily dealt with. Logically speaking, it would be considered good if they could hold on for a while. However, Li Zongjio had actually killed them. Both Limitless Sect and Limitless Tao were dead. According to the explanation of the Qi family disciples, Li Zongjio had used the Raging Dragon slaying technique to kill the two protectors in 2 moves. In addition to the fact that this weapon was very powerful, his strength was also quite important. In addition, although the Yin Laos escaped, it was actually Li Zongjio who deliberately let him live. It was all based on his own preferences. Although the Yin Laos escaped with his life, his cultivation was severely damaged by Li Zongjio. This time his fate was basically not much different from death. Even if he returned to the Yin Yuan sect, he would naturally not be put in an important position. The Yin Yuan sect would not waste too many resources on the Yin Laos. In order to cure the Yin Laos's injury, it would consume a lot of precious resources. It would be better to nurture another Yin Laos. To be able to make the Yin Laos of the Yin Yuan sect flee in panic, Li Zongjio's strength had already reached the level of a Yuan monarch. In fact, he was an extremely powerful existence. Chapter 637. Even if Qi Shaohun thought about it over and over again, he might not be a match for Li Zongjio. It was already very impressive to be able to cripple the Yin Laos. Qi Shaohun had also fought with the Yin Laos before. However, both sides did not use their full strength at that time. It was naturally not a problem to take down the Yin Laos, but they would also have to pay a certain price. In addition, there was no way to achieve this in a short period of time. Therefore, Qi Shaohun had such a conjecture in his heart. However, these things were not urgent to be clear now. At least, their relationship with Li Zongjio was still good. If they could maintain this friendly relationship, it might not be a bad thing for the Qi family. However, Li Zongjio has helped us so much. We have to return the favor with a big gift. Qi Shaohun thought in his heart. Not only did they have to maintain a good relationship, but they also had to maintain a better cooperative relationship. I heard that Li Zongjio's Li Chamber of Commerce has joined the Baihui Chamber of Commerce. We can also take the opportunity to cooperate with them more. Oh, that's amazing. He already has his own Chamber of Commerce. Qi Shaohun did not expect that it was the elder beside him who said this. Otherwise, he would not have paid attention to this aspect. Immediately, Qi Shaohun could not help but become more curious about Li Zongjio. This guy is really amazing. Although the group had resolved the crisis, they still had to remain vigilant at all times. Now that they had returned to the main road of the city, the danger had lessened by a lot. Although the Yin Yuan sect was arrogant, they only dared to stay outside the city. This time, they rashly broke into the city and took them by surprise. It was quite a risky thing to do. Li Zongjio went all the way back to his manor. He landed with a whoosh and saw that in the courtyard, Duliani was playing happily with the little girl, Doling. Addicted to gambling at such a young age, Li Zongjio saw the thing in front of Do Ling. It turned out that the two were talking about playing cards. What's wrong? If you're not convinced, you can come and kill me. Do Ling slammed the table with a heroic spirit. She was like a veteran who had fought in the casino for many years. She learned this move from Du Liani. Sometimes, things like playing cards relied on bluffing. If you succeeded in scaring your opponent, then you had already succeeded more than half of the battle. Li Zongjio was too lazy to argue with this little girl. I'm busy. After speaking, Li Zongjio returned to his courtyard. First, he repaired his everlasting extermination array. Then, in the middle of the night, he asked Shadow Fox to help him get some stones. It wasn't until the second half of the night that the array was finally repaired. It was all Do Ling-er's fault. Wasn't she too violent? She actually destroyed this thing just like that. Who would have thought that a little girl like her would be so violent? Such a precious thing could only be repaired once more. Li Zongjio spent the entire second half of the night setting up the Yuan inscription array in his hands. The everlasting extermination array was also repaired at this moment. At the same time, Li Zongjio made the array remember the aura of the few people in the courtyard. This way, the everlasting extermination array wouldn't attack them. Then, Li Zongjio came in front of Lu Winshan. At this moment, Lu Winshan's body was riddled with wounds. His yuan bead was severely damaged, but at least his consciousness had recovered a little. At least, he was able to complete his sentence. What do you want to let me go, Li Zongjio? Either you kill me, or let me go. Lu Winshan roared at Li Zongjio in a deep voice. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with anger. It was as if he wanted to swallow Li Zongjio whole. However, Li Zongjio acted as if he didn't see it. It's simple. When your sect pays, I'll let you go. Li Zongjio said, as if this was a simple matter. I only asked for 100 upper-grade yuan stones. Your sect isn't even willing to pay. Tell me, what's the point of staying in a sect like this? Li Zongjio said. At the same time, his face was filled with regret. He didn't expect Lu Winshan to be in such a miserable state. It was as if his life's efforts were all fed to an ungrateful wretch. When Lu Winshan heard this, he couldn't accept it. It was just 100 upper-grade yuan stones. It might be difficult for others, but for Spirit Valley Sect, it was just a matter of a sentence. Help me hold it. Just when Lu Winshan was feeling melancholy, Li Zongjio stuffed a yuan stone into his mouth. Lu Winshan thought that Li Zongjio was going to give him the yuan stone to recover. However, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw some faint lines on the yuan stone. What is this? Come, open your mouth. Lu Winshan subconsciously opened his mouth. Then he saw Li Zongjio shove something into Lu Winshan's mouth. What did you feed me? This is a yuan stone. Once it leaves White Deer Manor, its energy will disappear. It's the one you're holding. In addition, the primeval stone fragment you just ate has formed a kind of energy connection with this primeval stone. Once it leaves a certain range, or if the energy disappears, then the primeval stone fragment in your body will form a hurricane in your body. As for the consequences, Li Zongjio said. The corners of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile. Who would have thought that there would be such a fun yuan rune array in this world? It could allow 2 yuan rune arrays to affect each other and coexist with each other. If any one of them had a problem, the other would suffer irreparable damage. When a piece of primordial stone shard formed a hurricane in one's body, one could easily imagine the outcome. Even having one's intestines pierced through was a relatively quick death. This shard would slice through one's intestines inch by inch and easily crush one's body. It was precisely such an outcome that just thinking about it gave him a splitting headache. No one dared to try it. How is this possible? How can there be such a vicious thing? Lu Winshan stared at Li Zongjio and said, Oh, I just bought a remnant formation scroll in the black market. After all, I'm worried that I will go out tomorrow. If someone saves you, I will lose out, Li Zongjie said. Lu Winshan's eyes were filled with an unprecedented fear. He never imagined that Li Zongjie would actually have such a method to prevent such a thing from happening. To Lu Wenshan, Li Zongjie was the devil that would control his life in the future. "All right, you better not move because this link is extremely unstable. If you accidentally throw this yuan stone on the ground, it might explode. After all, I just learned it," Li Zongjie said and patted Lu Winshan's shoulder. "I'm sorry." Chapter 638. Li Zongjie left, leaving behind a frightened Lu Winshan on the spot. He wished he could strangle Li Zongjie to death. Such a person could not be allowed to live. Originally, Lu Winshan was also waiting for his own sect to rescue him. But now, it seemed that Li Zongjie's method was to prevent Lu Winshan from taking even half a step out of the White Deer Manor. If he were to leave, he would undoubtedly die. With Li Zongjie's character, there was nothing he could not do. That day, he had already escaped very far away. Who would have thought that Li Zongjie would chase after him all the way? Finally, Li Zongjie caught him on the street. This made Lu Winshan feel quite embarrassed. At the same time, he could lose his life at any time. This was what Lu Winshan was worried about. As a person who had the chance to become a 6th-grade alchemist, he was not willing to die like this. After leaving the stable, Li Zongjie went back to his room to rest for a while. The sky was slightly bright. Du Liani woke up from the bed and dressed up carefully. The hatred in her heart for these years finally had a day to vent. Even if Li Zongjie could not take revenge this time, if she had the chance to see her enemy, she would do it herself. A delicate dagger was polished by Du Liani until it was shiny. "Finally, the day has come," Du Liani murmured in her heart. Do Ling studied the gambling cards in her room all night. This thing was really interesting to play. It looked like a simple prop, but it had a myriad of changes. Last night, Do Ling also tried to use her mental strength to calculate the changes, but when she met an expert like Du Liani, she still lost. There was no chance of winning at all. Even if she used her mental strength to cheat, she could not win. This was what made Do Ling depressed. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door of the manor. Inghu went to open the door. Kuan Erisher stood at the door and waited. During this period of learning from Sun Yu, Kuan Arashi's temperament had become more restrained. However, as a young talent of Kuan Castle and the future hope of the Kuan Castle, he had never let go of his dream of becoming famous in the Holy Flame. It wasn't easy for him to attend such an exchange banquet today. He could finally relax a little. They were worried that Li Zongjie would forget the time, so they specially sent him an invitation. "You are?" Inghu asked with a frown when he saw the young man in front of him. It was Kuan Arashi's first time visiting Li Zongjie's house. "Wow, is this boss's mansion? This courtyard is really small." Lan Shan hadn't even walked in yet, but his face was already filled with disdain. Could it be that this boss didn't earn any money at all? How could he be in such a miserable state? "Young man, who are you looking for?" Inghu said. "Li Zongjie lives here, right? He's my boss." Kuan Erisher said. "Who's your boss? That little brat?" Just as Kuan Erisher was speaking, Do Ling jumped out from the side. Her sudden appearance and disappearance didn't scare Kuan Erisher. "Oh my God, when did boss raise a child bride? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a bodyguard that your boss spent a lot of money to hire." Do Ling immediately glared at Kuan Erisher. He really didn't have any eyesight. What child bride? How could someone like Li Zongjie afford to raise a child bride like her? Bah, who's a child bride? Do Ling thought in her heart. Then she felt that this Kuan Erisher in front of her was even more annoying. "Oh, you're here to look for the young master? The young master hasn't woken up yet. You can wait in the courtyard for a while," Inghu said. At the same time, he stepped aside to let Kuan Erisher in. "Okay. However, Just as Kuin Erishur walked in, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A terrifying axe fell from the sky directly towards Kuin Arashi's head. The sharp Kuin Erishur could also see that the axe was formed by Yuan Li. However, he couldn't withstand such a powerful aura. Most importantly, Inghu and Doling didn't seem to see it. It was completely aimed at him. Boom! The terrifying force instantly fell to the ground. Kuin Erishur took a step back and dodged the attack. However, the sharp force still hadn't passed. If he wasn't careful, he would have directly handed his head over. What the hell is going on? Even Inghu and the others were a little surprised. Immediately, Inghu slapped his own head. Sorry, I forgot. The young master set up a Yuan Li array yesterday. You have to take this, and you'll be fine. Otherwise, the Yuan Li array will automatically attack you, Inghu said. Just now, Kuin Erishur was so scared that he jumped out. He didn't dare to step into the manor again. Hearing Inghu's words, Kuin Erishur was shocked. What? Boss even knows about the Yuan Li array? This isn't something that humans can learn. In fact, Inghu also knew a little about the Yuan Li array. After all, it was related to mental energy. In addition, Kuin Erishur wanted to develop in many aspects. However, after learning for a while, he gave up because it wasn't something that humans could learn. Even someone like Kuin Erishur couldn't stand it. No wonder only some old guys liked to study the Yuan Li array. Moreover, it was very outstanding because it was too boring. Repeating it over and over again, the same thing. Moreover, you still had to sit there all the time. But are you sure that I can walk in with this token? Kuin Erishur asked carefully. Looking at the token that Li Zongjio personally carved, he felt lucky that he reacted quickly and retreated in time. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be trapped inside. Besides death, there seemed to be no other way out. Of course, with this thing, the array will recognize you. It's okay, come in. Inghu pulled Kuin Erishur again and again before he dared to walk in. This time, the situation didn't happen again. If it happened again, Kuin Erishur would probably be traumatized by Li Zongjio's manner. Hey, you're also a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, right? Doling poked Kuin Arashi's shoulder and said, Don't poke my shoulder. I'm a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Kuin Erishur said, Then do you want to play cards? Doling suddenly said excitedly, Damn, what does it have to do with whether I'm a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor or not? That's not right, little junior brother. Your senior sister is asking you to play cards. How can you refuse? Come, we don't have to pay. Doling had been studying for the whole night and was worried that she didn't have a partner to play cards with. No. Why are you my senior sister? Who are you? Kuin Erishur didn't know Doling in front of him. Although Doling was very good-looking, she wasn't Kuin Arashi's type. He also couldn't directly touch her like this. However, Kuin Erishur couldn't win against Doling. In the end, the two of them and the wolf played cards in the courtyard for the whole afternoon. Kuin Erishur was really surprised that this wolf knew how to play cards. Anything that had something to do with Li Zongjio was basically abnormal. Chapter 639. In the afternoon, Li Zongjio came out of his room. He discovered that the group of people were sitting obediently in front of Du Lieni, listening to her teaching the card-playing techniques in her hands. Some things were not only useful with intelligence, but also required a certain amount of experience. Not only Doling, but Inghu, Kuin Erishur, and the Howling Moon Wolf King were all seriously listening to what Du Lieni was teaching. You bunch of people who don't want to make progress. Li Zongjio wanted to give each of them a slap. This group of people was really too much. Cough, cough, boss. It's this stinky girl who dragged me here to listen. It's mainly because Teacher Du's teaching is too good. Kuin Erishur suddenly stood up and said. At the same time, he pushed all the blame to Doling. When Doling heard Kuin Arashi's shameless words, She was flustered and exasperated as she took a big step forward. "You brat! How dare you slander me?" As she said that, she swung her hand with all her might. With a bang, Kuan Arisher was forcefully smashed to the ground, causing Kuan Arisher to be unable to react. Did this guy have to be so terrifying? The howling moon-wolf king, turned his head away as if nothing had happened, as if he couldn't bear to watch this scene. With this small body of Kuan Arisher, he actually dared to challenge Doling. This was simply a sign that he hadn't lived long enough. Li Zongjio didn't stop these people from fooling around. After Kuan Arisher stood up, he really wanted to fight to the death with Doling. However, thinking that he was a well-mannered and educated person, even if he won against this woman, it didn't mean that he was powerful. Instead, he might be cursed for bullying women. Thus, Kuan Arisher rolled up his sleeves again. The main thing was that he was worried that he couldn't win. Kuan Arisher thought in his heart. For the time being, he swallowed this anger. He didn't expect that this little girl, who looked weak and petite, didn't even have time to react when she attacked. Just from this point alone, Kuan Arisher knew that he was definitely not a match for the person in front of him. Is the evening conference about to start? Why is it only you? Where's that Shueyu girl? Li Zongjio still remembered Shueyu. She was the girl who said that she wanted to gather 1 billion purple yuan and then seek treatment from Li Zongjio. Wasn't she with Kuan Arisher all day long? Why was there only Kuan Arisher? That girl said that this banquet is boring and won't go. Moreover, the main thing is that she doesn't have a quota. The Heavenly Time Medicine Manor only gave 2 quotas to the disciples below. In the end, it fell to Kuan Arisher and Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio's quota was already decided internally, but Kuan Arashi's quota was won by Sun Yu. After all, Sun Yu's seniority as a teacher was enough to have a say among these alchemists. What quota? Li Zongjio asked. The quota to go to the Myriad Tea Manor. This place isn't a place that can be entered casually. Without an invitation, it is said that even a fly can't fly in. After saying that, Kuan Arisher took out the invitation in his hand. The words Myriad Tea Manor were carved on it. What kind of place is this Myriad Tea Manor? Li Zongjio had never heard of any 10,000 tea mountain villa. Was a tea seller so arrogant? Then what would happen to the world? Wouldn't it be better to give it to these people to make decisions and listen to them? You don't even know about the Myriad Tea Manor? Doling looked at Li Zongjio in surprise. It was as though she had seen a country bumpkin with black clothes entering the city. You know about it? Li Zongjio looked over. Doling shook her head naturally. This room is full of top-notch goods. Kuan Arisher shook his head helplessly. However, when he was about to explain, he realized that he didn't know much. Actually, I'm not too sure. Everyone immediately gave Kuan Arisher the middle finger. You little brat, you can pretend to be a fool here. How dare you do this on purpose? You don't even know what's going on, yet you're still fooling around here. Anyway, that's what they all say. However, I know that the owner of this Myriad Tea Manor is surnamed Zhuang. Even if his surname is Bai, it's none of my business. Li Zongjio said directly. The girls shook their heads as though they didn't understand the meaning behind Li Zongjio's words. However, Kuan Arisher burst into laughter when he heard it. He was indeed worthy of being his boss. His seemingly simple words were filled with a thick flavor. Young master, if it's inconvenient, I'll wait outside. Although Du Lianyi didn't know much about the Myriad Tea Manor, she could tell from her intuition that it wasn't a simple place. If he were to offend someone or something inside, wouldn't that be adding unnecessary trouble to him? Don't give me that. I said, I'll bring you in. There's no room for discussion. Li Zongjio said. Boss, what's going on? Kuan Arisher looked curiously at the duo in front of him. She's Du Lianyi. I recruited her. Her husband was killed. I'll avenge her tonight. What? Someone dares to do this to Teacher Du. Doling. suddenly slammed the table and stood up. She couldn't wait to rush out and fight with them. Teacher, don't worry. I'll definitely help you. If your young master can't handle it, I'll help you deal with that bastard. Do Ling took good care of Du Liani. Since Du Liani had encountered such a situation, she naturally couldn't let it go. He had to stand up for Du Liani. Kuan Erisher looked at the agitated Do Ling and felt a headache coming. This girl clearly wanted to join in the fun. If it was only one person, he could communicate with them and they might be able to go in. Now that there were two people, it would be troublesome. Coincidentally, Kuan Erisher was also a person who wasn't afraid of trouble. Okay, let's go. I'll call another carriage. Otherwise, it'll be a bit of a journey. After saying that, Kuan Erisher also walked out. Du Liani's heart was suddenly touched. In the past, when people heard who her enemy was, they were immediately scared and flew away. They hated that they didn't know her. Even the 9th prince just wanted to use Du Liani. He didn't want to avenge Du Liani at all. Then let's go. Li Zongjio waved his hand. The two girls rode in a carriage. In addition, Li Zongjio and Kuan Erisher also rode in the same carriage. Let's go to T Villa, Kuan Erisher said to the coachman. Ja. Chapter 640. Inside the carriage, Li Zongjio first listened to Kuan Arashi's ridicule of Sunyu. The things that he had experienced during this period of time made Kuan Erisher almost go crazy. How could there be such a boring thing? All day long, he used different weights and quantities of medicinal herbs and carried out the same kind of experiment to see the final effect of these medicinal herbs. Also, he stared at the changes of a medicinal herb for 7 or 8 days in a row. It had to be said that if such a thing was done, it would indeed make people crazy. However, because Li Zongjio had mentioned it before, Kuan Erisher also persevered in such an experimental environment. Come, I'll ask you a few questions. Li Zongjio then asked a few questions casually. For a level 5 alchemist, these were somewhat difficult and unpopular knowledge. However, Kuan Erisher was able to answer them without hesitation. For these questions, even Kuan Erisher himself did not realize that these were some of the more advanced questions. To be able to answer them so easily already proved that Kuan Arashi's level had improved a lot imperceptibly. Although what you are learning now is boring, in fact, this is the most basic process of exploration. If you can master these basic things, then you'll be able to find the rules and solve any problems with medicinal herbs in the future. Li Zongju said. His attitude was like that of an experienced person. This made Kuan Erisher feel extremely surprised. He could not help but applaud his boss's pretentious demeanor. Boss, did you also go through this in the past? Kuan Erisher asked curiously. Otherwise, how could Li Zongjiu be so clear about it? No, I can understand these basic things as soon as I see them. I've never experienced what you've experienced before. Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Erisher almost vomited blood. Li Zongjiu's words were really too hurtful. Even if you know that you are talented, you don't have to be so direct. Can't you be a little more reserved? The carriage sped along at high speed. After traveling for about 4 hours, they finally arrived at the foot of the legendary 10,000 T Villa. Li Zongjiu also took the time to review the White God Fu. With the strength of the White God Fu, Li Zongjiu's mental strength gradually recovered the feeling of his previous life. There was no need to worry about his own Yuan Qi, at least before entering the Yuan Emperor realm. He could rely on the elixirs and primordial stones in his hands to maintain it. However, if he wanted to break through the Yuan Emperor realm, then he must use the place where the spiritual qi between heaven and earth gathered. The reason why Li Zong's rapid breakthroughs during this period of time. In fact, it was also to prepare for the explosion that was about to happen soon. In his previous life, due to his weak strength, there were many treasures that appeared in the early stages. He didn't even dare to get close to them. He could easily intercept and kill you from a few miles away. There would be a relic that would appear soon. If Li Zongjio remembered correctly, there would be a treasure in the relic. In his previous life, it was precisely because someone took the risk and took the treasure away. Moreover, he escaped under the eyes of many experts. Decades later, with the treasure in his hands, he directly became a first-class force in the mainland. No one would have thought that a mere treasure could have such great power. It was really unbelievable. Therefore, if Li Zongjio wanted to build a strong future for his Li family, then he must get his hands on this treasure. Therefore, increasing his strength was also an extremely crucial point. The four of them got down from the carriage and looked up at the mountain in front of them. It seemed to be full of flowers and plants, and there were also rows of imperial guards standing on both sides. These are the imperial guards in the palace. If even the imperial guards are responsible for guarding the place, then this place must be extraordinary. Kuan Erisher said. Just as they were speaking, they coincidentally saw an incomparably noble carriage slowly approaching them from behind. A person also jumped down from the carriage. It was Zhao Jingxian of the Zhao family. After Zhao Jingxian got down from the carriage, he naturally saw Li Zongjio in front of him and hurriedly greeted him. However, Zhao Jingxian suddenly thought of something amidst his excitement. It seemed that every time he met Li Zongjio, nothing good happened. Would it be the same this time? Immediately, a trace of vigilance rose in Zhao Jingxuan's heart. He must pay attention to Li Zongjio. If he was not careful, he would do something earth-shattering. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian was also thinking about whether he should find a chance to get past these people in front of him. However, on second thought, this was the 10,000 tea villa. He believed that Li Zongjio and the others would not dare to act rashly. Moreover, Li Zongjio was still alive after experiencing so many storms. He must have something extraordinary about him. Zhao Jingxuan's heart was filled with admiration. Isn't this brotherly? Long time no see, long time no see. Zhao Jingxian immediately laughed and greeted Li Zongjio. Of course, there was also Kuan Erisher and the two women. Although Zhao Jingxian was usually a playboy, he still knew how to behave in such an occasion. Moreover, these women were brought by Li Zongjio, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, when he saw Dou Ling, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. It was not that he was attracted by Dou Ling's temperament, but he felt that Dou Ling looked a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Why aren't you guys going in? The banquet is about to start. Then let's go. Li Zongjio also waved his hand and walked forward. Then, Zhao Jingxian glanced at Du Liani in confusion. He was a little puzzled as to why Du Liani would appear here. From her dressing, it was obvious that Du Liani was not an alchemist. Although Zhao Jingxuan's alchemy level was not enough to participate in this banquet. However, one of his family's elders was invited by the heavenly Pill Pavilion. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian took advantage of it and had the opportunity to get an invitation card. Please show me your invitation cards. When the few of them arrived at the entrance, two tall imperial guards with grave and stern faces stopped the five of them. However, the attitude of the imperial guards was still quite respectful. After all, the people who came to the Myriad Tea Villa tonight were either rich or noble. Some of them were even alchemists with unfathomable powers. They were not people that the soldiers could afford to offend. Then, the few of them handed over their invitation cards in succession. Kuan Erisher handed over Li Zongjio's invitation card. In his heart, he was thinking about what to do with Dou Ling and Du Liani. However, he saw that Du Liani and Dou Ling are also handed over their invitation cards. Oh, so they have already received their invitation cards. Dou Ling and Du Liani looked at each other. In Dou Ling's eyes, there was obviously a playful and cunning expression. Please. The imperial guards returned the invitation cards to the few of them and turned around to let them pass. When Zhao Jingxian saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Zongjio's position today was still relatively well-behaved. In the past, he would often cause a ruckus at the first stage. He was simply capable of causing any trouble. This made Zhao Jingxian extremely worried. Du Lianyi and Dou Ling also heaved a sigh of relief. They did not expect Yinghu's methods to be so brilliant. He could even deceive the imperial guards. In this world, was there any place that Yinghu couldn't go? Zhao Jingxian, do you know what kind of place this myriad tea villa is? It seems to be very high-end. Kuan Erisher asked as he walked. The few of them did not know, but Zhao Jingxian should know since he had lived in the sacred flame royal city for so long. Chapter 641. You guys still don't know what kind of place this 10,000 tea villa is. This time, it was Zhao Jingshuan's turn to be shocked. They had not even heard of the 10,000 tea villa. How could these people survive under the emperor's rule? Is it very powerful? Li Zongjio said with disdain. It's all right. This 10,000 tea villa used to be called Crouching Dragon Villa. It has existed since the establishment of the Xingyan dynasty. The ancestors who established the foundation also settled down here and cultivated quietly. Hence, this place was called Crouching Dragon Villa. However, this name was not suitable and was changed to 10,000 tea villa. The current owner of this 10,000 tea villa is a descendant of the ancestors who established the Xingyan dynasty. However, they no longer mention these names. The current owner of this villa is surnamed Zhuang. His name is Zhuangying. The few of them spoke as they walked. With Zhao Jingshuan's explanation, they seemed to have understood the origin of this 10,000 tea villa. This guy must like to gamble, Li Zongjie said. He was actually called Zhuangying. This name was really interesting. From what Zhao Jingxian said, it seemed that the 10,000 tea villa was a place to settle down. The great heroes who established the country in the past not only did not have an equal share of the country, they were also trapped in this villa. Their descendants were also imprisoned in this villa. Those who did not know would think that these people were extremely loyal. Even if they established the country, they would still protect it. However, in reality, they were just puppets of the imperial family. They were objects that were controlled by the imperial family. They were not allowed to leave at all. Even now, many people had already forgotten their contributions. They only remembered that the original Emperor Xingyan was the one who established the country and became the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. However, the descendants of these great heroes were able to live until now because the Holy Flame imperial family wanted to pretend to be benevolent. Secondly, these people had been following the rules for many years and did not dare to cross the line. That was why they were able to live until now. The outside world did not know what they had experienced. This was because this used to be the Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. It was one of the forbidden grounds of the royal family. Normal people would not have the chance to come to this mountain without an invitation. Don't underestimate the tea leaves on the roadside. These tea leaves are all valuable varieties. Now, in the 10,000 Tea Mountain Manor, there are 3 of the top 10 types of tea leaves in the continent. One of them is the soul seedling, Zhao Jingxian said in a serious tone, as if this was something to be proud of. It was as if he had planted the tea leaves himself. What's the use of that? Wouldn't it be burned to ashes the same way? Dou Ling said nonchalantly, but her eyes began to wander. Since this was the only seedling, maybe she could take it away. At that time, it would become very valuable. However, Dou Ling didn't voice her thoughts out loud. Shu. You can't say such things carelessly. If the imperial guards heard it, they would invite you to tea. Zhao Jingxian was a business family after all. A group of businessmen naturally couldn't say such things. If that was the case, Zhao Jingxian would have been in prison long ago. He had to be well-behaved, especially in this dynasty. He had to be clean. Otherwise, even the slightest thing could send him to hell. Zhao Jingxian naturally couldn't avoid such an outcome. All right, I haven't introduced these 2 yet. I'm Dou Ling. This is my teacher, Du Douling. or introduced herself very generously. Since she could walk together with Li Zongjio, she more or less received Li Zongjio's recognition. When Li Zongjio made friends, he never looked at how strong the other party was. No matter what, they wouldn't be stronger than Li Zongjio. Therefore, Douling didn't look down on Zhao Jingxian because of his strength. Hello, teacher Du Douling. This name sounds familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. When Zhao Jingxian heard this name, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. When this chill hit his heart, Zhao Jingxian also felt a chill in his heart. Perhaps Zhao Jingxian didn't know this name before, but at least he must have heard of some things related to this name. Wait, a figure flashed in Zhao Jingxuan's mind like a flash of lightning. If he remembered correctly, the person represented by this name was definitely not simple. Your Heavenly Star Medicine Manners Alchemist ranking. The one ranked first. Zhao Jingxian looked at Douling in shock. Although this Douling name sounded strange and didn't look like a very powerful person, she was actually the legendary #1 alchemist. What? So powerful? Kuan Erishur was also very surprised. Looking at Douling, he never thought that this Douling was actually such a powerful person. This was the alchemist ranking. Up till now, Lan Kuan still wasn't ranked on the alchemist ranking. However, Li Zongjio's name was already in front of Murong Jian's. Low profile. Douling actually looked a little embarrassed as she waved her hand. It was as if she was extremely embarrassed by everyone's reverence. This wave of her hand was also a signal for everyone to remain calm and not let their emotions get to their heads. However, how could they not be surprised? Zhao Jingxian really admired this Li Zongjio. What kind of monsters were following around him? One must know that this legendary #1 alchemist had never shown his face in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Only a few people had seen him a few times in the Genius Pavilion. However, they only knew about it in hindsight and didn't even know Douling's identity. Is the #1 alchemist ranking very powerful? Li Zongjio walked in front and said indifferently, directly pouring a bucket of cold water. Douling was originally enjoying the admiring gazes of everyone, but suddenly her smile stiffened. She couldn't wait to rush up and fight with Li Zongjio. How dare you look down on me? However, after thinking about it, she had already lost to Li Zongjio in the competition at the Genius Pavilion. There was nothing she could say about that. Indeed, this #1 alchemist ranking was already unworthy of its name. If she was really powerful, she wouldn't have lost in the competition at the Genius Pavilion and could only walk behind Li Zongjio now. This really made Douling and herself unable to vent their anger. In the end, she could only swallow this anger. Zhao Jingxian and the others behind were even more shocked. This dignified #1 alchemist ranking, Douling, facing the cold water poured by Li Zongjio, did not even have the slightest bit of resistance. She was as obedient as a little lamb. This really opened Zhao Jingxuan's eyes. We're here. This is the place. Chapter 642. A small garden appeared in front of them. The terrain was vast, and there were already dozens of long tables. On the tables, there were countless delicacies. Looking at it from the beginning to the end, one could not help but drool. The sky was still bright, and some of the main dishes had yet to be served. There were already many people who had arrived in advance. On both sides, there were beautiful maids guiding them. At the same time, they could also voice out their requests. These maids were also displaying their postures. This was a great opportunity. The people who came to this place were definitely the upper echelons of the city. If they were fancied by any of the young masters, they would be taken in as a concubine. Then they would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Distinguished guests, please come in. The banquet has not started yet. You can find a place to rest or walk around the tea garden. If you need anything, you can find us at any time. 2 maids came forward to welcome them. One of them recognized Zhao Jingxian, and her eyes lit up. This was the young master of the Zhao family, one of the four great families. It was said that Zhao Jingxian and Zhao Jingxian were on a roll recently. They had done a few big things in a row. Yes, do you know where Xiao Tiance is? Xiao Tiance? When these maids heard this, they were puzzled. Why are you looking for him? A voice came from behind them. Li Zongjiu also turned around. Zhao Jingxian listened to Li Zongjiu's words. Every time this happened, it was a bad omen. It seemed like something terrible would happen soon. I met a few friends over there. I'll go greet them. You guys continue chatting. After saying that, Zhao Jingxian slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The person who came was a well-dressed young lady. She was holding a stack of documents in her hands. She seemed to be very busy. However, when she passed by and heard Zhao Jingshuan's words, she stopped in her tracks. He owes me money. I'm here to collect my debt. Li Zongjiu said. You must be Li Zongjiu. Su Sha took a small step forward and looked at Li Zongjiu. He didn't have the legendary 3 heads and 6 arms. How could he be so powerful? If such a guy was thrown into the crowd, he wouldn't attract the slightest bit of attention. I am. Li Zongjiu said. There was nothing wrong with admitting his name. However, as for the girl in front of him, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have much impression of her. In his impression, he didn't know Su Sha. My name is Su Sha, Heavenly Pill Pavilion's executioner. You should know my grandfather, Su Hong. Su Sha stepped forward and shook hands with Li Zongjiu. So it's Elder Su Hong's granddaughter. Li Zongjiu thought highly of Su Hong. After all, he was fair and just. Furthermore, he stood on Li Zongjiu's side. There was nothing much to say. He was one of them. Deputy Commander Xiao Tiance should be patrolling at the halfway point of the mountain. Today is the grand event of the alchemy world. With Deputy Commander Xiao Tiance in charge of security, there shouldn't be any problems. He should be quite busy now. You can look for him after it's over. Halfway up the mountain, right? It's fine. I'm not busy. Li Zongjiu's mental energy instantly locked onto a figure in the vast 10,000 T villa. This figure was Xiao Tiance. At this moment, what Xiao Tiance was doing made Li Zongjiu sneer. It seems that this very busy deputy commander you mentioned is really quite busy. Hearing that Li Zongjiu's tone seemed to have taken a turn for the worse, Su Sha blinked her eyes curiously. What did Li Zongjiu mean? What's wrong? You'll know when you come. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Then he leaped and quickly headed towards the halfway point of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, beside a narrow and secluded road, a few armored imperial guards were standing guard at the side. They seemed to be on guard against something. From time to time, a woman's exclamation could be heard from a bush not far away. Why don't you shout? The louder you shout, the more excited I will be. A bare-chested man who looked to be in his 30s was rubbing his palms as he slowly walked towards a woman in front of him. This woman was only a maid working in the 10,000 T villa. However, the Imperial Guards suddenly captured her and brought her here. They said that they were conducting a security check, but they directly brought her to the man in front of her, who claimed to be the deputy commander. You can't do this. I'm the Villa Master's personal maid. If you do this, the Villa Master will not let you off, the maid said in a panic. The man in front of her was obviously plotting something, and from the looks of it, it seemed like it liked some special tastes. I know. You're called Little Butterfly, right? I've been eyeing you for a long time. Don't obey me obediently. I'm the kind of person who likes to resist. Xiao Tiance laughed crazily. He had a morbid liking for the struggling state of the person in front of him. He liked such a scene. When he was in the Imperial Palace, as the deputy commander of the Right Army, he had to guard all the tracks in the Imperial City. Recently, the Right Army commander was being selected. Therefore, Xiao Tiance had been very obedient these days. He had not had sex for a long time. Now he had heard that little butterfly of the 10,000 tea villa was charming and gentle. She was good at serving people. Now, Xiao Tians could not care so much. He still had enough time to enjoy himself before the banquet started. Even though Xiao Dai was extremely unwilling, she did not have the slightest ability to retaliate in the face of Xiao Tians. Even if Xiao Tians did not feel comfortable serving her, she might just kill him. If that was the case, they might just kill her directly, and no one would come to redress her grievances in the future. A trace of despair appeared in Xiao Dai's eyes. Perhaps there was still a way to survive if she submitted to the person in front of her. Just as these little butterflies looked at the sky helplessly, the blue of the blue sky seemed to make them yearn for it. What an ironic color this was! The clear sky was no longer there, because darkness had arrived. However, wherever little butterflies gazed past, she vaguely saw a figure appear on a large rock in front of her. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I've said that he's a beast. Li Zongjiu leaned out and said, "Let me see. Ah, bah, this shameless beast is actually naked." Douling took a glance and immediately covered her eyes. It was as if she had seen the ugliest thing in the world. "How dare you show off with this little capital?" Kuan Erisher said with disdain. How could this be? Su Sha held the documents in her hands and peeked out from the boulder. She discovered that the man and woman were having an affair in the small forest under the boulder. Not only did they know what was going on, but it was also obvious that they were not doing it willingly. She looked at the man's appearance. Wasn't he Deputy Commander Xiao Tians? Just half an hour ago, she and Xiao Tians had confirmed some hidden dangers. At that time, she thought that Xiao Tians was a promising young man who could at least take into account all kinds of situations under such circumstances. But looking at it now, he was simply a beast dressed in human clothing. Xiao Tians was also a little puzzled. How could he still hear people talking? When he looked up, he happened to see a few faces looking at him with extreme disdain. "It's okay. You continue. We're just watching," Kuan Erisher said with a smile. Chapter 643. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? Xiao Tians was enraged when he saw the people in front of him. Where are the guards? There's no need to shout. They're all down. What do you expect from them? Kuan Erisher said slowly and jumped down from the big rock. Su Sha also jumped down and landed one after another. When Xiao Tians saw that Su Sha was among them, his eyes turned cold. "Miss Su, what do you mean by this? Let's mind our own business." In Xiao Tian's opinion, Su Sha had deliberately brought people to mess with him. Otherwise, how could others dare to be enemies with him? This was simply impossible. Who didn't know his name, Xiao Tians? It didn't matter if today's matter was exposed. It would be suppressed sooner or later. She was just a little maid. What could she do? "I just dropped by to take a look. It has nothing to do with me now." Su Sha waved her hand and said. Her eyes gradually became cold and indifferent. As a woman who strived for independence, she also hated this kind of behavior. Originally, when Kuan Erisher and the others dealt with imperial guards, Su Sha wanted to stop them. However, when she saw this scene, she couldn't wait to turn around and kick those imperial guards. "How dare you? Su Sha, as a deacon of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, you dare to collude with outsiders to frame this commander?" Xiao Tians was also quickly thinking of countermeasures. Soon he figured out the situation and killed all the people in front of him. Then he killed the maid. This was easy to explain. Although it would be more troublesome to explain it to Su Hong, there was no evidence to back it up. "Miss, don't be afraid." Lan Kuan casually took out an alchemist robe from his storage ring and draped it over Miss Xiao Dai's body. Even now, Xiao Dai was still in a state of shock. If Li Zongjiu and the rest had not appeared today, her fate would definitely be extremely miserable. Thank you, Xiao Dai was sobbing. Seeing Miss Lil Dai's situation, Su Sha and Douling were so furious that their lungs were about to explode. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Aren't you afraid of attracting the guards? I have a friend who wants to talk to you about something. Once we clear things up, we won't pursue what happened today. What do you think? Li Zongjio said. As Li Zongjio's strength increased, he gradually became more mischievous. Xiao Tian's strong muscles were not afraid at all. It would not take long for him to deal with these kids. What was there to be afraid of? Oh, I'd like to see what kind of friend you are. You're actually so resourceful as to bring people to deal with me. Xiao Tian sneered. As Li Zongjio and the others looked over, Du Liani also walked out step by step. Du Liani had been waiting by the side for a long time. At this moment, even Du Liani herself had yet to react when facing her enemy. Was she really going to face her enemy directly like this? He even had the feeling that he was dreaming. When she heard Li Zongjio's words, Du Liani finally prepared herself and walked out step by step. It was the person in front of her who killed her husband on their wedding night, changed her life, and brought her countless hardships. The Pan family was even more cowardly. After receiving some benefits, they directly stopped pursuing the matter. The Pan family's cowardice also led to Xiao Tian's insolence. Now that nearly 10 years had passed, Xiao Tian seemed to be unable to recognize the person in front of him in the face of his enemy. He even felt that the woman in front of him was quite familiar. Who are you? Xiao Tian was a little puzzled. He just wanted to relax today, but he encountered such a weirdo. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Du Liani in front of him had an impressive figure and a beautiful face, but she was no longer the type that Xiao Tian liked. From the beginning, Xiao Tian liked the more innocent type of girls. Now that he saw Du Liani, he felt that she was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who the person in front of him was. I'm afraid you've forgotten me, but I won't forget you. My husband is a member of the Pan family, Du Liani said coldly. Her body even trembled slightly, and there was a trace of madness in her eyes. So many years of suffocation, so many years of forbearance, so that she could see the person in front of her and kill him with her own hands. After Su Sha heard this, she finally understood what had happened. It turned out that it was the hatred from more than 10 years ago. It was natural for her to take revenge now. Although Su Sha, as the deacon in charge of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, should prevent such a thing from happening, she should send the matter to the judgment hall to be judged. However, looking at Li Zongjio's style and the existence of this legendary figure in front of her, Su Sha wanted to see what exactly Li Zongjio would do if he was here. Was Li Zongjio worthy of such a legendary title? It's you. So it's you. TSK, 10 years have passed. You're not bad, but unfortunately, you're no longer the type that I like. As for you two little girls, if you can stay and accompany me, I can consider letting you go today. Xiao Tian actually pointed at Su Sha and Dou Ling recklessly. Dou Ling sneered coldly. Su Sha had never imagined that Xiao Tian would actually be interested in such things. Moreover, he had even said such words so blatantly. Su Sha's face instantly revealed a trace of anger. Just such offensive words alone were enough for Su Sha to list him on the death penalty list. There's no need to say any more. No one can save this idiot today. Dou Ling raised her hand and was already prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a few extremely sharp auras suddenly swept across the sky. Boom! Boom! Not good. It's this fellow's reinforcements. Kuan Erishur waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. It was the Kuan Wing Spear. As the long spear vibrated, the terrifying aura that it emitted caused Su Sha's eyes to widen. More than 10 figures of the Imperial Guards swept across the sky. Based on the aura of these people, they were clearly the elites of the Imperial Guards. All of them were Origin Ancestor level experts. Kuan Erishur rushed towards these people, and the long spear in his hand vibrated. Dou Ling also rushed toward Xiao Tian. When he saw Dou Ling rushing towards him, the corners of Xiao Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Water prison bead. Xiao Tiance immediately threw out a water prison bead in his hand. Boom! The bead immediately released a wave of water vapor and instantly trapped Dou Ling within it. What the hell? Dou Ling frowned when she sensed the power of the water prison around her. But at this moment, Xiao Tian's figure also rushed towards Su Sha at lightning speed. Among these people, it was obvious that Su Sha was the weakest. After taking Su Sha hostage and stabilizing the situation, he would then deal with these brats properly. The Imperial Guards were the last line of defense of the palace. How could their means be simple? Su Sha was shocked when she saw Xiao Tiance rushing towards her. The aura on Xiao Tiance's body was like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. It instantly locked onto Su Sha, causing her to be unable to move and at a loss. Just as Su Sha was panicking, suddenly she saw a figure appear beside Xiao Tiance. Under Xiao Tiance's shocked gaze, he raised his fist and directly hammered Xiao Tiance's face. Bang! Chapter 644. Xiao Tianche directly spat out 5 teeth, and his body crashed into a stone beside him with a loud bang. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth, which also made Xiao Tianche quite surprised. Su Sha also felt a flash in front of her. Originally, Xiao Tianche was about to catch her, but at this time Li Zongjiu directly hit Xiao Tianche and sent him flying. There wasn't the slightest bit of fancy movement in this punch. Li Zongjiu punched Xiao Tiance so casually and directly. It looked like Xiao Tiance was the one who had bumped into Li Zongjiu's fist. Xiao Tiance fell to the ground with his mouth full of blood. His head was still buzzing. Eat this good thing. Li Zongjiu directly stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Tianche. With a flick of his finger, he stuffed a pill into Xiao Tianche's mouth. Xiao Tianche naturally did not eat it. When he was about to spit it out, Li Zongjiu punched him in the nose. As blood flowed out, he directly swallowed the pill. Then, Xiao Tianche lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move at all. Li Zongjiu kicked Xiao Tianche in front of Du Liani. I gave him a bone-softening pill. He can't move now, but he will remember every bit of pain clearly. Li Zongjiu said lightly. Of course, Xiao Tiance heard it clearly. His eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth was moaning, trying to say something, but he did not have any strength to make any sound from his throat. Du Liani took out the dagger in her hand and walked step by step towards Xiao Tianche on the ground. You send her back. There's nothing for you to do here. Li Zongjiu said to Su Sha. The next scene would definitely be very cruel. Although Li Zongjiu himself could be considered crazy, he couldn't let these children see such a horrible thing, right? Xiao Dai was not a fool. When she heard Li Zongjiu's words, she immediately knelt before Li Zongjiu. Sir, please spare my life. Little Butterfly will definitely keep this matter a secret. Please have mercy on me, sir. If something happened to Xiao Tiance, Xiao Dai, as the witness today, also saw the faces of Li Zongjiu and the others. How could Li Zongjiu and the others easily let Xiao Dai go? Therefore, from what Xiao Dai heard, Li Zongjiu did this because he wanted Su Sha to deal with her. You don't have to be nervous. I, Li Zongjiu, don't need to kill people to silence them. Li Zongjiu looked at Xiao Dai and said, then pointed at Su Sha. This is a person from Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Follow her and leave this place. Su Sha looked at Li Zongjiu. At this moment, she could be considered to be in close contact with Li Zongjiu's aura. It was definitely not the action of an ordinary person. Although killing people was not a glorious thing, Li Zongjiu had always done these things openly. He did not hide it at all. Even if you know, what can you do? If Li Zongjiu wanted to silence them, then Su Sha would also be killed. The surrounding movements seemed to have attracted more Imperial Guards. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. My name is Su Sha. Su Sha had already seen that Li Zongjiu didn't remember her name at all. She immediately snorted with dissatisfaction. Xiao Dai was somewhat at a loss. The situation in front of her seemed a bit strange, but Li Zongjiu indeed gave off a different feeling from others. Go quickly. Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at Kun Erasher, who was fighting 15 Imperial guards alone. Next was Dou Ling, who had just broken the water prison. Damn it. Dou Ling, seemed to have used an extremely sharp dagger to break the water prison in front of her. Su Sha brought Xiao Dai and left through another path. This Li Zongjiu is really daring. I hope he doesn't kill Xiao Tiance. Although Su Sha was very unhappy with Xiao Tiance's identity wasn't simple. He was the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard. If his father, who was the commander, started to investigate this matter, it would definitely cause an uproar in the city. Killing an Imperial Guard was basically a provocation to the Imperial Guard. How could they continue to let these people get away with it? Whether it was for public or private reasons, they would use the most unyielding and iron-blooded methods to investigate this matter. Li Zongjiu had directly poked a big hornet's nest this time. I'm going to kill that guy. Dou Ling aggressively walked in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also pointed at the direction where Du Liani was torturing Xiao Tiance. When Dou Ling saw the bright red color, she immediately turned around and covered her eyes. I can't look. It's blood. I can't see blood. Fortunately, Dou Ling covered her eyes in time. Otherwise, she really didn't know what would happen. Li Zongjiu raised his head to take a look. Lan Kuan was engaged in a fierce battle with 15 Imperial guards and was unable to hold on for a long time. Li Zongjiu immediately waved his hand and a cold light flew out from his hand. Whoosh! The cold light swept past. Chi, chi, chi. The throwing knife easily penetrated the heads of the 15 Imperial guards. Lan Kuan could only watch helplessly as these lively people lost their vitality in an instant. Their entire bodies fell from the sky. Bang! Kun Erasher also fell back to the ground. At this moment, the throwing knife just happened to fly back to Li Zongjiu's hand. My God, you're really awesome. Kun Erasher gave a thumbs up. He had fought bitterly for so long, but he was still unable to take down Lan Kuan. The main reason was that the formations of the Imperial Guards had a certain degree of restraining the enemy, which hindered Lan Kuan's progress. It was difficult for him to display his true strength. In addition, he didn't dare to make a big scene. At this banquet, naturally, many experts would come in person. Maybe someone would see it. My God, it's really cruel. When Kun Erasher saw Xiao Tiance's miserable state, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This time, Du Liani really killed her enemy with her own hands. After torturing him for a while, Du Liani finally ended Xiao Tiance's life with her own knife. Until now, Du Liani felt empty. Revenge didn't bring her happiness, but a kind of relief. Finally, she was free from the whirlpool of pain. Du Liani, thank you, young master, for helping me take revenge. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this matter alone. I won't implicate you or anyone else. Du Liani also thought clearly that someone must be responsible for Xiao Tiance's death. It was easy to kill Xiao Tiance, but Xiao Tiance's father was the Imperial Guard commander. This was not something that could be dealt with casually. In the future, there would be endless pursuit. This is called revenge? Li Zongjiu looked at Du Liani indifferently. Even Du Liani herself was puzzled. Her enemy was already dead, and there were no other enemies left. Was this revenge or not? He killed your husband, and you killed his whole family. This is called revenge. Cut off his head. Tonight, I'll send it to his father and let his family reunite. Chapter 645. Li Zongjiu spoke in a relaxed manner, but Du Liani and the others were still listening to him. It was inconceivable. Looking at Li Zongjiu, Du Liani's expression was full of shock. In the past, Du Liani had hated the Xiao family. If it were not for Xiao Tiance's father's connivance, such a thing would never have happened. Therefore, the Xiao family was not a good person. They were almost the same. However, the strength of the Xiao family was too strong, far beyond what Du Liani could deal with. Therefore, Du Liani only dared to put her hatred on Xiao Tian's. If Du Liani also had absolute strength, she would definitely eradicate the Xiao family. Since Li Zongjio said such words, it meant that he had taken note of the Xiao family. No matter how powerful the Xiao family was, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Li Zongjio. No, no way! Kun Erishur had not been shocked like this for a long time. Li Zongjio had done the same thing in the past. In order to create more trouble for the Yi family, he had directly exterminated the Yi family. Until now, no one had been able to find any clues. Even now, the entire Yi family had been annexed by Li Zongjio. This was what it meant to be thorough. Now listening to Li Zongjio's words, it was obvious that the Xiao family was going to be unlucky. How could he easily let go of such a grudge of his son's death? It was absolutely impossible to let it go so easily. There would definitely be a lot of trouble. Kun Erishur was able to understand Li Zongjio's thoughts after a little adaptation. After all, it was normal to have such thoughts. What? Young master, don't be impulsive. The Xiao family, Du Liani was extremely moved. In Du Liani's view, Li Zongjio's thoughts were already dead set on Li Zongjio. In the future, her life would be in the hands of Li Zongjio. Who else in the world could take care of his subordinates like Li Zongjio did? After all, Du Liani was only one of his subordinates. Now he had already killed Xiao Tian's for this subordinate. Now he even wanted to kill his way into the Xiao family's headquarters. This degree of danger could even be said to be no less than attacking Emperor Xingyan. Li Zongjio did not say any superfluous words, but waved his hand. You two go back first. Go back and watch the house. Tonight, someone will definitely come to our house. Home, said Li Zan said. Dou Ling also closed her eyes and nodded, indicating that she also wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Du Liani did not delay any longer. This matter was of great importance. Based on the commotion here, it was likely that they would be discovered very soon. Give me the head, Li Zongjio said. Then, Du Liani handed the head in her hand to Li Zongjio. Let's go. An expert is coming. Dou Ling grabbed Du Liani's hand and quickly disappeared. Only Li Zongjio and Kun Erishur were left. They did not expect tonight's matter to go so smoothly. There was really nothing to say because the movements here and the smell of blood had already attracted the attention of the people in the Myriad Tea Villa. Immediately, the two separated and left. Finally, they gathered in the banquet courtyard of the villa. After the two left, in this bloody place, two figures immediately appeared. Damn it! Someone sneaked into the villa. The first to arrive here were the experts of the Myriad Tea Villa. After smelling the smell of blood, they quickly rushed over and found that at least 20 Imperial guards had died here. With so many corpses on the ground, it was terrifying. However, when he walked closer to take a look, he saw a headless corpse with a bare upper body lying in the forest. Moreover, looking at the injuries on his body, it was obvious that he had experienced an extremely cruel torture before he died. This person's figure looks somewhat familiar. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly went forward to search the headless corpse to see if there was anything on it that could prove its identity. When they took out a token from the headless corpse's waist and saw the words on it, their faces immediately became extremely shocked. This is, regarding the identity of the headless corpse, the two experts could only suck in a breath of cold air. This is not good. Quickly inform the villa master. Xiao Tian's death immediately set off an uproar in the Myriad Tea Villa. In the Myriad Tea Villa, a series of waves had been set off. Even the villa master of the Myriad Tea Villa, Zhuangying, was busy. They were already extremely busy, but they had to suppress the news of this person's death for the time being. Although Xiao Tian's death is a big matter, the alchemist exchange should not be delayed. Let's temporarily suppress this matter. When it's over, we'll find Commander Xiao. Zhuang said. When he heard this, Zhuang first reaction was that someone was coming to deal with him. They deliberately beheaded Xiao Tiance at such a critical moment. It was obvious that they wanted to create trouble for the Myriad Tea Villa. Villa Master, this is a serious matter. The murderer may still be in the villa. Someone said, if the murderer's target was not only Xiao Tiance, then wouldn't it be more dangerous? How could such a thing happen at such a critical time? Xinyu, go to the Xiao family and tell Commander Xiao about this. Zhuang said. It was indeed very dangerous to hide this matter. If something happened in the future, it would inevitably be blamed on the Myriad Tea Villa. In other words, it would be Zhuang fault. First, he told the Xiao family that they could do whatever they wanted. At that time, even if Xiao Yun came personally, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything. The 10,000 tea manor status was here. Moreover, tonight's banquet belonged to the alchemists. Therefore, Xiao Yun would not dare to act recklessly. Villa Master, the people from Chongqing Pavilion have arrived. Villa Master, the people from Spirit Valley Sect have also arrived. It's Tsangchu. At this moment, Zhuang felt a headache coming. Even Tsangchu of Spirit Valley Sect had come. Within the Spirit Valley Sect, Tsangchu's status was at least in the top 5. With such an expert here, this gathering was going to be a very lively event. Villa Master, tonight will be a busy night. Why don't you pretend to be sick? A person dressed as a counselor said. This person was Mr. Bai Cha of the Myriad Tea Villa. His identity to the outside world was that of a tea expert. But in fact, he was Zhuang number 1 counselor. That's a good plan. If there's anything, let them worry about it themselves. Although it was very direct and obvious, it was a very good thing for Zhuang. It was a strategy that never failed. Chapter 646. Li Zongjiu had already cleaned up the blood, dust on his body, and returned to the banquet garden. The first to welcome him was Su Sha, who had already returned. Su Sha appeared beside Li Zongjiu. When she saw Li Zongjiu alone, she couldn't help but be curious. Why are you alone? I'm afraid that I'll scare you. Li Zongjiu's expression didn't change as he said very seriously. Su Sha was still in a daze. She never expected Li Zongjiu to have such a humorous side to him. I heard that you have quite a number of enemies, but tonight you probably have to be more stable. The people who came aren't simple. There are a few waves of people who came directly for you. Su Sha said in a deep voice. It was a kind reminder. What's this? Li Zongjiu held something that resembled a pastry in his hand, but the white layer on it felt like a layer of rice. It tasted sweet and greasy. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu spent most of his time in the abyss of suffering. He might not even be able to eat properly, so he had never seen such a thing that tasted quite delicious. This is called a cake. It was specially made by a chef from Si Return City. Si Return City? Isn't that guy very far away? Li Zongjiu recalled that Si Return City's location seemed to be far away. It was already the westernmost part of the Xinyan dynasty. In fact, Si Return City was actually a small island in the sea. Strictly speaking, it was no longer in the Xinyan dynasty's territory, but it was currently ruled by the Xinyan dynasty. That was the case in name, but Si Return City had its own system. The city lord of Si Return City was equivalent to the ruler of a small country. He had his own rules. Yes, that's why it's very precious. Su Sha said. It could be said that the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had spent a lot of effort to organize this exchange banquet. Hey, why did you finish it all? This damn thing tastes pretty good. This was the first time Li Zongjiu had eaten this thing called cake in his previous life. It made Li Zongjiu deeply feel that these people with power and influence were really fucking corrupt. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had already been crowned with the name of Evil Lord. His status was revered, but he had never enjoyed such things. First, he didn't have time. Most of the time, he was immersed in this bitter cultivation. Secondly, he didn't have such thoughts. You people are all corrupt. While Li Zongjio was eating, he was complaining at the same time, causing Su Sha to stare at him in bewilderment. Currently, the alchemists who had already arrived had already started conversing with each other. However, there were only a few people who were actually eating. By the way, is there a lottery tonight? When will it start? How do I do it? Li Zongjio asked. Since Su Sha was one of the organizers of this banquet, she should be clear about the process. Why do you care about these unimportant things? If it's a lottery, everyone's invitation card has a string of numbers. When the banquet starts, the number will be drawn. If it matches your number, then you'll win the lottery, Su Sha said, looking at Li Zongjio's serious face. She even suspected that Li Zongjio had specially come for this lottery. We still have to wait so long. Then, do you know where the prize is now? Li Zongjio continued to ask. If it wasn't for the prize of the 6th grade medicinal herb, Li Zongjio wouldn't have come here so easily and wasted so much time. You actually have ideas about the prize. Su Sha instantly understood Li Zongjio's idea. Unfortunately, I don't know where the prize is now. However, it should be in a secret place in the Myriad Tea Mountain Villa, Su Sha said. Then forget it. Li Zongjio continued to look for other delicacies on the table, some that he had never seen before. In the courtyard, there was a dazzling array of exquisite pastries. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but stop to take a bite or two. At this moment, a group of people gathered around and discussed. The more famous you are, the more people will gather around you. The young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Pei Si, was in such a situation. Even the managers of the 3 largest herbal trading companies in the city had gathered around Pei Si to discuss this matter. They wanted to have some business exchanges and exchanges. It should be known that the status of these managers was even higher than the patriarchs of the 4 great clans. The 4 major clans were only the clans within the Sacred Flame Royal City. However, these herbal trading companies covered the entire Sacred Flame Royal City. Behind Pei Si stood a tall and well-built man. His face appeared somewhat immature, but his large fists made it hard for one to believe that this person belonged to the friendly group. Pei Si was like a fish in water when interacting with these high-level people. However, when Pei Si saw the figure in front of the long table, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Apart from showing his face and boosting the reputation of the Longevity Pavilion, his motive for coming here today was to exchange blows with this guy and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, just as Li Zongjio was calmly looking for things that he had never seen before. 2 people walked towards him. This must be Li Zongjio, the disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Pei Si smiled and walked towards Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio's back was facing Pei Si, and he was eating the fruit plate in his hand. He didn't pay attention to the person who spoke. The smile on Pei Si's face gradually stiffened. Then he cleared his throat. "Excuse me, are you Li Zongjio? I heard you. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram. What are you mumbling about behind my back?" Li Zongjio turned around and looked at Pei Si. He looked impatient. At the same time, his voice wasn't soft. Those who were slightly closer to him could hear him clearly. After hearing this, Pei Si's expression became even more awkward. It wasn't right for him to leave, but it wasn't right for him to continue the conversation either. The other party was clearly not giving him any face. If he continued to force the conversation, the other party might become even worse. The surrounding people were also pointing and gossiping. The young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Pei Si, was actually using such an attitude to talk to a young man. Moreover, the young man didn't seem to be giving him any face at all. It was as if he would rather focus on eating the chicken wings in his hand than talk to Pei Si. He was really as difficult to deal with as the rumors said. At this moment, the smile on Pei Si's face had gradually faded. In the end, he became extremely serious. The tall, burly man behind Pei Si also rushed forward. "How dare you be disrespectful to the young pavilion master?" The burly man raised his palm. A terrifying gust of wind was stirred up between his palms. Under this gust of wind, the terrifying palm aura was directed towards Li Zhongjiu's face. Pei Si naturally saw this, but he didn't say anything to stop it. Ah! The burly man screamed in pain. Then he saw that there were 2 chopsticks stuck in his palm. Pei Si's eyes shone with a bright light. The burly man behind him was well trained in martial arts. Just his physical strength alone was close to that of a Yuan monarch elite. How could ordinary chopsticks penetrate his skin? Now, the 2 chopsticks had not only penetrated the back of his hand, but they had also directly sealed 2 acupoints. An outsider naturally wouldn't be able to see this. However, once the acupoints were sealed, if the body couldn't continue to circulate qi, it would directly cause the heart and lungs to explode. This move is really ruthless. The burly man also felt a sharp pain. He immediately used his other hand to slap the chopsticks away. Pa. Chapter 647. Shintu, this is 10,000 T Villa. Don't mess around. Back off. Pei Si walked up to Shintu and slapped him on the back. That vigorous palm energy instantly spread throughout Shintu's body. Uft. Shintu spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the expression on his face was a little more relaxed. Otherwise, the chaotic energy in his body would have been enough to shatter his body. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes as he stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. Li Zhongjiu had attacked so quickly that even Shintu didn't see it clearly. After that, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. If the young pavilion master hadn't intervened, the uncomfortable feeling in his body wouldn't have gone away. At this moment, Shintu also backed off. Pei Si said to Li Zhongjiu with a fake smile on his face. He also seemed very embarrassed. I'm really sorry. This servant of mine is a little impulsive. Brotherly, please give me some face and don't blame him. Li Zhongjiu sized Pei Si up. You're so young. Why is there something wrong with your brain? Who's your brother? Do you think I'll give you face just because you say so? It was obvious that this was another idiot who felt very good about himself that had appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. And that fatty just now. Don't leave after the banquet ends. Li Zhongjiu pointed at Shintu, as if to say that if it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't suitable, they might have already started a fight. However, Shintu didn't even care about getting angry. Instead, he looked at his young pavilion master with great concern. This was something that had never happened in history. Given the young pavilion master status, even the princes of the imperial court would have to leave their seats and come forward to greet him. However, Li Zhongjiu had actually ignored Pei Si completely. Li Zhongjiu, let me introduce myself. I am the young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Pei Si. Pei Si comforted herself in her heart. This Li Zhongjiu might not know her identity, so it was best to come clean with Li Zhongjiu. Once he knew who she was, he would naturally know how powerful she was. What about the young pavilion master? So what if he's the young pavilion master? Even if your pavilion master is here, he can forget about leaving after beating someone up today. Another voice sounded from the crowd. The surrounding people who were watching the show were all shocked. There were people who didn't care about their lives every year, but there were a lot of them today. Especially after the other party had registered his number, he still dared to face the challenge. It had to be said that he was a real man. Kuin Arisher walked out from the crowd with a large plate of food in his hands. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest scruple as he swaggered in front of Li Zhongjiu to humiliate Pei Si together. Although Kuin Arisher came from Kuin Castle, he didn't know much about the Longevity Pavilion. He thought that this guy was just a young master from some family and wasn't worth much at all. Therefore, he naturally stood on Li Zhongjiu's side. The surrounding onlookers were extremely shocked as they looked at the scene before them. They were all pointing at Lan Kuin, and their faces were filled with disbelief. When Kuin Arisher spoke, it was obvious that he was looking down on the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. Even Li Zongjie was looking at Kun Erishur with a face of admiration. This guy was pretty awesome. He even dared to look down on the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. Kun Arashi's level of acting tough was even higher than Li Zongjie's. He was risking his life to act tough. You're not bad. You're even more ruthless than me. Good job. Li Zongjie patted Kun Arashi's shoulder and gave Kun Erishur a thumbs up. Kun Erishur wasn't too sure about the situation at the moment. However, when he heard Li Zongjie's praise, he couldn't help but feel pleased. This made Kun Erishur feel even more confident. Hee, young man, you've got guts. Not only did you look down on the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, you even dared to mock the pavilion master. Young and promising. Young and frivolous. 2 more people walked out. This person obviously wasn't here to help them out. He was here to add fuel to the fire and fan the flames. This person's appearance was obviously to incite the conflict between the 2 sides. I was wondering who it was. So it's Elder Tsang Chu of the Spirit Valley sect. Elder Tsang Chu's words are sharp and his eyes are sharp, Pei Si said loudly. He wasn't afraid at all when facing an elder from the Spirit Valley sect. However, when facing people like Li Zongjie and Kun Erishur, who didn't play by the rules, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. Elder Tsang Chu of the Spirit Valley sect. That's Nantian Pil King. Who would have thought that these 2 important figures would actually appear here as well? Tonight's exchange meeting was obviously not ordinary. With so many heavyweights here, it seemed like the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had increased by quite a bit. Otherwise, these alchemists, who had a transcendent status in the Jianghu, would not have given them so much face and specially sent such heavyweights here. You're not qualified to flatter me. It's not your turn to settle the score today. Boy, you must be Li Zongjie. Tsang Chu directly pushed Pei Si aside. After reprimanding Pei Si, he looked at Li Zongjie. His eyes were obviously filled with provocation. Li Zongjie was rumored to be a god. Therefore, Tsang Chu really wanted to experience it. You're just a teenager. Can you really turn the world upside down? Therefore, Tsang Chu also wanted to test Li Zongjie's skill. However, Nantian Pil King also stepped forward and hinted at Tsang Chu. The most important thing now was to stall for time so that the Black Mountain Sword King could have enough time to rescue Elder Lu Winshan. Therefore, there was no need to force Li Zongjie. Where did you come from, old thing? Why are you shouting at my boss? Kun Erishur shouted. The 2 people in front of him were obviously here to cause trouble. Moreover, the aura on their bodies was extremely sharp, causing Lan Kun to involuntarily feel a wave of pressure. Noisy, it's not your turn to speak here. Tsang Chu's eyes were like lightning. In an instant, a tyrannical aura swept towards Kun Erishur. This aura whistled. Before it swept in front of Kun Erishur already felt like he was going to be blown away. However, before Kun Erishur could run away, he saw Li Zongjie blocking in front of him. Suddenly, the sharp aura in front of him disappeared. You're old, so don't get angry easily. Otherwise, your blood vessels will burst. Li Zongjie said indifferently. Chapter 648. Li Zongjie's words sounded like he was trying to persuade Tsang Chu, but in fact he was mocking Tsang Chu for being too old. Tsang Chu shouldn't be so hot-blooded. Li Zongjie was too embarrassed to argue with him. Tsang Chu was not as easy to deal with as a young man. Tsang Chu was instantly enraged. He was about to explode on the spot. When he was in Spirit Valley sect, every disciple who saw him would lower their head and speak softly and respectfully to him. But now Li Zongjie was so arrogant and even mocked him. This made Tsang Chu even angrier and unhappy. He had never seen such a bold person. It seems that the elders in your family did not teach you what the order of seniority is. Tsang Chu said coldly. Nantian Pil King did not dare to step forward to stop Tsang Chu. One should know that Tsang Chu's status was enough to look down on him. Nantion Pilking. Song Chu was just giving him face. If Nantion Pilking did not give him face, he would not be able to talk to Song Chu. After all, Song Chu was a real 6th grade alchemist. He, come up here. I'll tell you what the elders in my family taught me. Li Zongjio smiled at Song Chu and then put the tray back on the table. The smile on Li Zongjio's face also revealed a trace of chilliness, causing people to feel a sense of panic after seeing it. What an arrogant person! Pei Si, who was watching the confrontation between Li Zongjio and Song Chu, thought that Li Zongjio did not even flinch in the face of Song Chu's oppression. At this moment, he even directly provoked Song Chu and asked Song Chu to step forward. This was the beginning of the fight. Song Chu, of course, was not afraid at all. Could it be that this kid wanted to fight with him? Did he really think that a 6th grade alchemist's flame was used to cook rice? Immediately, Song Chu's aura shook. The surrounding onlookers were also looking at this scene. No one would have thought that Elder Song Chu from the Spirit Valley sect would actually make things difficult for these two brats. Furthermore, it seemed like the two of them were not afraid of Elder Song Chu at all. The two of you are going to have a fight in Tea Mountain Villa. Finally, someone jumped out to smooth things over. If he did not appear, these two people would probably have a fight. After all, in this situation, neither of them was to give in to the other. Naturally, there was no way to end to it. If one of them didn't die, then it wouldn't end. If they started fighting, then it would be hard to say. But before they started fighting, there was still hope. The chief elder, Su, the vigorous Yuan power, also gradually suppressed the chaotic aura in the surroundings. Although Su Hong's alchemy cultivation was not as good as Song Chu, he was still the chief elder of Heavenly Pill Pavilion. His cultivation was not weak either. Most importantly, Elder Su Hong represented the Shengyan dynasty. Therefore, Song Chu and the rest did not dare to not give him face. Even the entire Spirit Valley sect was nothing in front of the Shengyan dynasty. Both of you, please calm down. Can you give me face? Su Hong said this sentence again. Pei Si sneered in his heart. He did not even give face to me, the young pavilion master. Do you think he will give face to you, an old man? All right, I'll give you face. I'll settle the score with him after this. Li Zongjio said directly. These words made Song Chu explode on the spot. This kid is too arrogant. He'll settle the score with me after this. Very well, Li Zongjio. After today, your name will be removed from Royal City. Song Chu said fiercely. Then he turned around to leave. Su Hong heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw Li Zongjio throwing out something in his hand. Pa! The cake made by the chef specially invited from Sea Return City smashed into the back of the head of the person holding Song Chu. The entire cake was stuck on Song Chu's head. In an instant, the atmosphere became quiet. When Pei Si saw this scene, she saw Song Chu's expression changing constantly. At the beginning, Song Chu was a little surprised, but he quickly came to his senses. Li Zongjio had thrown something at the back of Song Chu's head. His face instantly became extremely gloomy. Su Hong saw this scene and looked at Li Zongjio. He could not understand why Li Zongjio would do such a thing. You saw it for yourself. He didn't give me face. Li Zongjio waved his hand helplessly. It was not that he didn't give face. Generally speaking, Li Zongjio rarely gave face to others. Su Hong had previously appreciated Li Zongjio, so Li Zongjio naturally wouldn't embarrass Su Hong in front of so many people. However, now it seemed that Song Chu was unrelenting. Since he had said such harsh words, how could Li Zongjio let him off? You're courting death. Song Chu flew into a rage. His hair seemed to burn with a terrifying light. The fire instantly ignited his white hair, making him look like a burning wooden stake. He turned around and glared at Li Zongjio in front of him. He couldn't wait to kill Li Zongjio at this moment. Prince Morong has arrived. A small eunuch's voice pierced through the sky, sharp and ear-piercing. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all stood on both sides. Prince Morong, that was Morong Yunjan. As an event organized by the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, they naturally had to invite some heavyweight figures. In any case, they could be considered as holding the fort. Otherwise, it would naturally be meaningless for a group of little brats to be below. With heavyweight guests, it was naturally equivalent to having a corps. Sang Chu, who was about to fly into a rage, couldn't help but be startled at this moment. If he didn't give face to Su Hong, it wouldn't matter. After all, Su Hong might be replaced soon. To put it bluntly, Su Hong couldn't represent the entire Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, he was only an elder. However, Prince Morong was different. Not to mention Prince Morong's status. Just his influence in the Xingyan dynasty was enough to make Sang Chu restrain his temper. He didn't dare to act recklessly. He could ignore other people's faces, but he couldn't ignore Prince Morong's face. Sang Chu was very clear about this point. "Welcome, Your Highness." Su Hong took the lead and walked to the front, facing Prince Morong's direction. The rest of the people followed suit. "Welcome, Your Highness." Chapter 649. Elder Su, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion has indeed lived up to the expectations of the dynasty. Today's glorious scene has truly opened my eyes. Morong Wang stepped forward and said. Su Hong could only smile awkwardly. "Fortunately, you came early. If you came a little later, there would probably be a river of blood here. If the two of them were to fight, who knows what the situation would be like? Elder Sang Chu, why didn't you inform me that you were coming? You've really surprised me." When Morong Wang saw Sang Chu, he also went forward to greet him. Sang Chu's face was originally filled with murderous intent, but at this moment he gradually withdrew it. If he accidentally vented his hatred on Morong Wang, he would be in trouble today. Although Morong Yunjan's strength was ordinary, his identity was special. He was a prince of the Xingyan dynasty. If he offended him, he could just go to the Emperor Xingyan and say something bad about him. Then he would be taken away immediately. "Greetings, Morong Wang," Sang Chu said with a fake smile. Although he was smiling, he was still thinking about how to torture Li Zongjio. When Old Black returned, he would definitely cripple Li Zongjio and torture him ruthlessly. He would make Li Zongjio suffer a fate worse than death. "Elder Tsang, there's no need to be so polite. Since everyone is here, let's start the banquet. Come, Elder Tsang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. We should have a good chat." Morong Wang stepped forward and held Sang Chu's hand enthusiastically. When he passed by Pei Si, he was slightly surprised. Then he looked at him with a look of realization. This must be the young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Pei Si. You indeed have your father's heroic spirit. When Morong Wang saw Pei Si, he spoke up. Morong Yunjan's eyes were sharp. With just a glance, he took away the two heavyweights present. Of course, there was also Pill King Nantian. He also took care of them all. At this moment, the tense atmosphere from before had also been completely erased. So at this moment, Li Zongjio didn't continue to pursue the matter. Anyway, throwing a cake over just now could be considered as teaching the other party a lesson. The atmosphere at the scene gradually dissipated. As Morong Wang left with the other two, Su Hong heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Li Zongjio in annoyance. He was truly doomed by Li Zongjio's personality. You should be more careful." Su Hong shook his head and said. He had also heard about Li Zongjio's matter. These people were obviously targeting Li Zongjio, so it was impossible for him to directly make Li Zongjio submit to them. After all, Su Hong was still biased towards Li Zongjio. From the beginning, he had been very optimistic about Li Zongjio. To be able to kill his enemy in the Heavenly Dawn medicine manner through a duel in the arena, he had to be able to do so. From then on, Su Hong already knew that Li Zongjio was definitely a ruthless person. He provoked me. Li Zongjio also expressed his helplessness. It was rare for him to make peace like this. He had already given Su Hong a lot of face. However, Since Su Hong didn't give him face, he couldn't blame Li Zongjiu. After that, Su Hong also went to host the banquet. There were still many things to arrange. This time, you really stole the limelight. Li Zongjiu gave Kun Erisher a thumbs up. Lan Kun, on the other hand, felt a little strange. How could it be me? Don't you know? You just humiliated the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. I estimate that tonight, your name will start to spread through the streets and alleys. Li Zongjiu said. Pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion? This name sounds familiar. Kun Erisher said with a frown. Seeing that Li Zongjiu wanted to praise him again and again, he felt a little anxious in his heart. There must be a problem. Wait, Longevity Pavilion, Pavilion Master. Damn, why do I remember that there is a Pavilion Master who is a grade 7 alchemist? Kun Erisher immediately looked at Li Zongjiu with an inquiring gaze. He wanted to get accurate information from Li Zongjiu. Congratulations. Li Zongjiu patted Kun Arashi's shoulder. Damn, did I just humiliate a grade 7 alchemist? Kun Erisher suddenly opened his mouth wide. This seemed to be different from the scene he had imagined. Originally, he should have stood behind Li Zongjiu and added a little stab. But now he actually encountered such a situation. When he spoke, how could he directly bring Li Zongjiu's father into the conversation, who knew that the other party's father was actually a grade 7 alchemist? The reason why the Longevity Pavilion was superior to other alchemy giants was precisely because of the existence of a grade 7 alchemist. Being able to break through to the level of a grade 7 alchemist was also a kind of another realm and level. It was already on a different level from the people below. Now, Kun Erisher could be considered to be famous. According to this, Kun Erisher should be the first person who dared to ignore the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. Therefore, now Kun Arashi's heart was a little worried. It's fine, don't worry. Li Zongjiu patted Kun Arashi's shoulder and said, It's really fine. Really, you can rest assured and eat tonight. You must eat until you are full. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Li Zongjiu teased. Kun Arashi's face suddenly turned ashen. Such a tragic situation, Kun Arashi's future days would be very difficult. Li Zongjiu's gaze was also fixed on Morong Yunjan. Li Zongjiu naturally had to pay attention to Morong Yunjan, who had suddenly appeared to cause trouble. Now, it seemed that Morong Yunjan had not learned his lesson after the last time. If Morong Yunjan did not know what was good for him and wanted to be enemies with Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu would not mind having an extra head in his hands. Young master, please have some tea. This is picturesque landscape, one of the 7 famous teas. Just when Li Zongjiu was teasing Kun Erisher, a soft voice sounded beside him. Li Zongjiu turned around and saw that it was the maid he had saved from Xiao Taiyan's. As for her name, Li Zongjiu could not remember it. Oh, it's you! Li Zongjiu saw Xiao Dai appear. Obviously, Xiao Dai did not dare to believe that Li Zongjiu would let her go just like that. Therefore, Xiao Dai admired Li Zongjiu even more in her heart. She even started to admire him from the bottom of her heart. This tea is quite fragrant. The banquet was still going on. Although the disturbance was not small and caused quite a stir, now more people were discussing it in private. At the same time, they also kept a respectful distance from Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about it. At this moment, on the Autumn Water Avenue, a figure carrying a long sword welcomed. His entire body was covered in a black robe. When he arrived in front of the manor's door, he unsheathed the sword on his back. Chapter 650. The black long sword was in his hand. The corners of the Black Mountain Sword King's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Then, with a leap, he flew directly into the house. For the Black Mountain Sword King, entering such a place was basically like entering a place with no one around. The defense is so lax. There's no challenge at all. I'd like to see what kind of formation you have in your house. Just as the Black Mountain Sword King finished speaking, he immediately felt a thick, white mist gushing out in front of him. Boom! The white mist quickly flew over like a giant beast opening its mouth and swallowing the Black Mountain Sword King. The Black Mountain Sword King stood in place like a towering mountain, facing the white mist that was surging in from all directions. His face did not show the slightest bit of surprise or any fluctuation, even though he was standing there calmly. The invisible aura had already gradually suppressed the surrounding aura. Insignificant skill break. The Black Mountain Sword King growled. The sword chi in his hand instantly vibrated. As the long sword whistled, a terrifying aura descended and instantly split the sea of white mist into two halves. Boom! The white mist instantly retreated. The Black Mountain Sword King's figure still stood in place without moving. In a corner of the courtyard, a primordial stone engraved with a Yuan rune formation was easily turned into powder. Awoo! A figure appeared in front of the Black Mountain Sword Monarch. When he saw the Howling Moon Wolf King appear, the Black Mountain Sword Monarch's eyes flickered with a hint of contempt. So it's just a little wolf. I was wondering how many years of cultivation you had. Give me your life. The Black Mountain Sword King flicked his wrist and kept the long sword in his hand. His figure also suddenly rushed toward the Howling Moon Wolf King. In an instant, a terrifying tremor was set off in the surrounding area. In the eyes of the Black Mountain Sword King, there seemed to be an earth-shattering catastrophe appearing in front of him. As the terrifying power spread, it attacked the Black Mountain Sword King. Illusion. How could such a terrifying scene appear in the sacred flame Imperial City? Could it be that the young man in front of him was so tender that he was able to withstand the lava from the volcano? The Black Mountain Sword King could not believe it. However, as the magma fell, the Black Mountain Sword King also realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the aura hidden in the magma was not simple. It was very real. The Black Mountain Sword King finally took a step back. Sizzle! A few drops of lava landed on the Black Mountain Sword King's body and immediately penetrated his clothes. This power was actually real. Roar! The Howling Moon Wolf King suddenly split into two and charged at the Black Mountain Sword King. One of the terrifying movements was a spiritual doppelganger. They attacked the Black Mountain Sword King at the same time. The Black Mountain Sword Monarch slapped his sword, and two terrifying rays of light were immediately released from the sword, rushing towards the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, the power of the formation did not weaken. At this moment, the world seemed to be spinning, and the Black Mountain Sword King was trapped in the formation. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you like to use these crooked methods, let me show you what real power is. Dark Demon Tiger, show yourself. The Black Mountain Sword King immediately summoned his original spirit. It was a darkness demon tiger. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was nearly 30 feet long. In addition, the lines on its forehead were white, which added a chill to the dark night. The two doppelganger of the Howling Moon Wolf King tore apart the light and rushed towards the Black Mountain Sword King, wanting to pounce on him. As for this meta beast, it was extremely powerful. Even if the enemy was strong, in the face of a life and death crisis, it could not afford to be so relaxed. It had to go all out. Boom! The thick claws of the dark demon tiger slammed the Howling Moon Wolf King to the ground with a loud bang. The Howling Moon Wolf King's body was immediately sent flying. The other mental energy doppelganger was also smashed to pieces by the dark demon tiger's tail. Facing the Howling Moon Wolf King, the dark demon tiger could basically kill it in a second. It could be said that it did not take the Howling Moon Wolf King seriously. In addition, the surrounding Yuan inscription formation was on the verge of collapse under the Black Mountain Sword King's indiscriminate bombardment. After all, the power of a Sword King was definitely not undeserved. The dark demon tiger wanted to continue to injure the Howling Moon Wolf King, but it found that the Howling Moon Wolf King's body had shrunk and was carried away by someone. The dark demon tiger immediately opened its mouth and shot a ray of dark light at the shadow fox. Boom! The shadow fox was sent flying, but it was wearing an inner armor. In addition, it had recently made a breakthrough in cultivation, so it was able to block the attack. It gritted its teeth and persevered, taking the Howling Moon Wolf King and flipping over the wall. As the original spirit of the Black Mountain Sword King, the dark demon tiger could not be too far away from the Black Mountain Sword King, so it could only watch the shadow fox take the Howling Moon Wolf King away. But the Yuan inscription formation was about to be dismantled by the Black Mountain Sword King. The Black Mountain Sword King did not continue to pursue. With a sweep of his mind power, he immediately found Lu Winshan, who was locked in the stable. At this time, Lu Winshan had been nervous for the whole day. He did not dare to let go of the primordial stone. If it fell to the ground, his stomach might be crushed. And at this time, Lu Winshan did not have enough mind power to force the thing out of his body, so he could only hold on to the primordial stone, not daring to let go. There was a series of tremors outside, and then the Black Mountain Sword King rushed into the stable. "Elder Lu!" The Black Mountain Sword King smashed the stable in front of him. Lu Winshan, who was hiding inside, was exposed. When Lu Winshan saw that the stable he had lived in for several days had collapsed, he suddenly became nervous. "Fuck, what do you want to do?" Lu Winshan saw the Black Mountain Sword King and suddenly became nervous. After being imprisoned for so many days and being beaten for so long, it was inevitable that he was a little panicked. His mental state was obviously a little wrong. To be able to turn a 6th grade alchemist into this in such a short time, Li Zhongjia's ability was really not small. "Elder Lu, I'm here to save you." "Fuck off. Who wants you to save me? Get out of here." Lu Winshan pointed at the Black Mountain Sword King and said rudely, "Save him? If there was even the slightest movement, maybe this person would be gone." So Lu Winshan was now very nervous. Chapter 651. The Black Mountain Sword King was a little dumbfounded by Lu Winshan's scolding. Had Lu Winshan become stupid after being locked up here? But after all, Lu Winshan was a genius who had the opportunity to break through to become a grade 6 alchemist. Perhaps the Black Mountain Sword King would have to rely on Lu Winshan in the future. Previously, when he cooperated with Song Chu, he watched Song Chu step by step. On this road, the two could be said to have lived and died together, so there was now such a deep friendship. If the Black Mountain Sword King wanted to refine any elixir, he only needed to find the medicinal herbs. Of course, at the Black Mountain Sword King's level, the medicinal herbs were very rare, let alone the elixir. It was not easy to gather the medicinal herbs for the elixir. Knowing another grade 6 alchemist was naturally a good thing for the Black Mountain Sword King. It was also because of the importance of Lu Winshan that the Spirit Valley sect sent 2 masters, Sung Chu and the Black Mountain Sword King, to come. "Elder Lu, what's wrong with you?" "Wake up, I'm Black Mountain." The Black Mountain Sword Monarch said in a deep voice. At the same time, a tyrannical Yuan force surged towards Lu Winshan's body to help him recover. With the influx of Yuan Qi, Lu Winshan calmed down a little. "Black Mountain Sword King? You don't save me. I've been set up by that boy. Once I leave here, I'll definitely die." After Lu Winshan woke up, he immediately said to the Black Mountain Sword King. If the Black Mountain Sword King came forward and took him away, he was afraid that he would directly die as soon as he left White Deer Manor. Such a scene was naturally very tragic. Lu Winshan did not want to die so inexplicably. At that time, he had seen Li Zongjia with his own eyes, so at this moment he absolutely would not take the risk. "Elder Lu, that boy is sinister and cunning. Could it be that he's tricking you? Let me check for you," the Black Mountain Sword King said. After all, he was a Yuan King master. In this aspect, there was no problem. He poured his origin energy into Lu Winshan's body and immediately circulated it around Lu Winshan's body. However, he didn't find any movement or abnormalities. No, you don't know that guy's methods. That guy is a ruthless person. He definitely won't shoot without thinking. Lu Winshan grabbed the Black Mountain Sword King's hand. Capturing that brat is the key. He had to personally remove it. Black Mountain Sword King, you must help me catch that brat. Only in this way can I survive. Only then can I be at ease. Looking at Lu Winshan's panicked appearance, the Black Mountain Sword King's heart was filled with disdain. How could such a person claim to be a genius who could break through to the 6th grade alchemist in the future? It was really laughable. However, what the Black Mountain Sword King did not know was that before he met Li Zhongjiu, the Black Mountain Sword King did not know. With Lu Winshan's temper, he was more arrogant than anyone else in the world. But now, he looked like a frightened little lamb. People couldn't help but laugh at him. How could such a situation happen? It was really despicable. Elder Lu, don't worry. That brat can't escape. The Black Mountain Sword King comforted Lu Winshan. Then, with a wave of his hand, he chopped the back of Lu Winshan's head and directly knocked him out. How troublesome, wasting so much of my time. The Black Mountain Sword King said impatiently. If it were an ordinary person, he would have slapped the Black Mountain Sword King's head and mouth away. How could he be so wishy-washy? Then, the Black Mountain Sword King was ready to carry Lu Winshan. But his keen perception made the Black Mountain Sword King's eyes instantly become sharp. His gaze was fixed in the direction behind. Did you hurt Wolf Cub and Shadow Elder? A cold and angry voice rang out. Beside Do Linger, Du Lianyi was supporting Shadow Fox. Do Linger was also holding the Howling Moon Wolf King in her arms. Clearly, the battle just now had caused the two of them to suffer extremely serious injuries. Although Shadow Fox could be said to be holding on and was in a conscious state, Do Linger was still holding on. But in fact, Shadow Fox's situation was much worse than Howling Moon Wolf King's. After all, Howling Moon Wolf King was a meta-beast. Its resilience and vitality were extremely strong. As long as it was still breathing, it could recover by lying down and resting. But relatively speaking, this human's ability to recover and survive was not as strong as a meta-beast's, but it would not die for the time being. Looking at the seriously injured person and wolf, Doling, Er's heart naturally flew into a rage. In any case, they were her friends. But since you broke into the house that Doling needed to protect and injured her, then all the more she couldn't let you go. A bunch of death-seeking trash. The Black Mountain Sword King had been in the Jianghu for many years and had killed countless people. If pressed, he would not show the slightest mercy, whether it was the old, the weak, women, widowed, or lonely. It was because of his heart of stone that he could live until now. A little girl actually dared to clamor in front of him and question him. The Black Mountain Sword King had enough reason to kill the intruder. He didn't even need to use a sword. The Black Mountain Sword King directly waved his palm. Although they were more than 10 meters apart, the domineering palm energy turned into a terrifying sword light. He actually wanted to kill everyone in one move. Whoosh! Doling took a step forward, and an oil paper umbrella-like object appeared in her hand. When the oil paper umbrella appeared, it immediately spun and released a terrifying brilliance that knocked away the sword light in front of them. Boom! The umbrella in Doling. Er's hand whistled as she put it away again. She spun a circle and held it behind her back. She looked quite dashing when she looked at it. This umbrella is a little interesting. The Black Mountain Sword King looked at the umbrella in Doling, Er's hand with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The light released by the paper umbrella had easily blocked his sword elemental energy. It was obvious that the material and power of the paper umbrella were not simple. It's a waste for such an interesting thing to fall into your hands. The Black Mountain Sword King put Lu Wenshan back on the ground. Suddenly, A large array of light appeared in his eyes. Boom! Tyrannical Yuan energy was released from his body. The area within 100 meters was filled with the Black Mountain Sword King's fierce aura. Teacher Du, take this and stay where you are. Du Ling took out a jade slip and handed it to Du Liani. Although Du Liani didn't know what it was, she could feel the vast power within the jade slip and understood that it was not an ordinary thing. She looked at Du Ling, who was actually taking the initiative to rush towards the Black Mountain Sword King. The Black Mountain Sword King did not hesitate to draw his Black Mountain sword and slashed at Du Ling. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long sword energy burst out from the Black Mountain sword like a roaring beast. Chapter 652. In the face of this ferocious attack, Du Ling calmly opened the paper umbrella in her hand and blocked in front of her. Boom! The sword chi blasted on Du Ling's paper umbrella. The umbrella was unscathed, and Du Ling who was behind him, was also calm. She hid behind the umbrella and easily blocked the attack without being disturbed in the slightest. Hegemony of the Black Slaughter. The Black Mountain Sword King leaped and was already in front of Du Ling. This leap was just in time for Du Ling to receive the attack. He had already landed behind Du Ling, behind the paper umbrella. Du Ling's figure was undoubtedly exposed. In terms of combat experience, Du Ling was obviously far inferior to the Black Mountain Sword King. Another extremely powerful sword move fell directly toward Du Ling. Du Ling seemed to have known this would happen. She calmly turned the handle of the umbrella and at the same time turned her body, bringing the paper umbrella behind her, just in time to catch the Black Mountain Sword King's sword. Boom! The terrifying sword chi vibrated, as if to directly send Du Ling flying. Du Ling held the paper umbrella in her hand and moved back 0.5 meter. Countless strands of black sword origin wrapped around Du Ling's paper umbrella, trying to tear it apart. However, there was nowhere for it to go. Du Ling's strong defense kept it at bay. Spin! Du Ling slapped the handle of the paper umbrella in her hand, and suddenly the paper umbrella spun. The power attached to the paper umbrella spun several times, and then rushed toward the Black Mountain Sword King with an even more terrifying force. What? He didn't expect that the paper umbrella was not only indestructible, but also had the effect of bouncing back his move. This surprised the Black Mountain Sword King greatly. In the face of his sword move, it was naturally not difficult for him to dodge it. After easily dodging the attack, the Black Mountain Sword Monarch formed a series of hand seals and suddenly slapped the Black Mountain sword with his palm. Suddenly, the Black Mountain Sword Monarch seemed to seal a power within it. As the Black Mountain Sword Monarch waved the sword, the dark demon tiger was actually hidden within the sword aura and quickly blasted towards Du Ling. Du Ling still blocked with the paper umbrella. It looked a little monotonous, but it was very practical. You can be proud of being able to block 3 of my moves in a row. Boast all you want on the road to the netherworld. The Black Mountain Sword King stood in place, waiting for Du Ling to be smashed into pieces by his sword. The sword chi was still blocked by the paper umbrella. However, Du Ling suddenly felt the umbrella sink. It was as if something had crawled onto it. When Du Ling looked up, she saw a sharp tiger claw coming at her. Whoosh! Although Du Ling dodged in time, her face was still scratched by the sharp aura. Du Ling's, S's of Du Ling's, whoa! The dark demon tiger landed on the ground, and the paper umbrella fell into the Black Mountain Sword King's hands. The Black Mountain Sword King sneered. Du Ling's figure was retreating, and there was a claw mark on her cheek. Du Ling couldn't help but touch it. His face had been cut open, and his fingers were stained with a bright red substance. That was blood. Du Ling saw the blood. She froze in place. Oh no, Du Ling seems to be scared of blood. Judging from Do Ling Er's performance, she seemed to be in a state where she couldn't touch blood. If she saw it, she might faint. Such a special attribute was really surprising. If the enemy knew about Do Ling Er's special attribute, he could directly cut himself in front of Do Ling Er, and Do Ling Er would faint. What's going on? Even I feel a chill. The Black Mountain Sword King held the paper umbrella in his hand. This paper umbrella looked very ordinary and unremarkable. It was just that the material was a little special. However, the Black Mountain Sword King's attention was no longer on the paper umbrella in his hand, but on Do Ling Er. The dark demon tiger also lowered its body, as if it had smelled something dangerous. Therefore, it calmed down and stared ahead with great vigilance. Blood! Do Ling Er's eyes looked a little dull. When she opened her mouth, she felt that her throat was a little dry. Between the collision of her lips and teeth, there seemed to be a little movement. Kill. In an instant, Do Ling Er's eyes seemed to sharpen. Her eyes were filled with terror, and her originally pitch-black pupils were now suffused with a bright red color. It was the same as Li Zhongjio's evil soul eye. Although Li Zhongjio didn't use it much now, once it was used, it would be a killing move. However, Li Zhongjio's evil soul eye could control itself. However, Do Ling Er's eye skill seemed to require external conditions to trigger. Once it was triggered, the impact could not be controlled by Do Ling Er. Originally, Do Ling Er's aura was pure and gentle, like a piece of white paper. But at this moment, when Do Ling Er released her power, it was immediately like a piece of white paper dyed red with blood. Boom! Do Ling Er released a terrifying blood aura and rushed towards the Black Mountain Sword King in front of her. The Black Mountain Sword King was surprised. The Black Mountain sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out, but Do Ling Er's figure appeared directly and caught the sword in his hand with both hands. What? The Black Mountain Sword King was shocked. With such speed, Do Ling Er's strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. The dark demon tiger also leaped up at this moment and rushed towards Do Ling with a ferocious momentum. However, Do Ling lifted her foot and kicked out. Bang! The dark demon tiger was sent flying by Do Ling Er's kick. It howled and rolled on the ground. It couldn't get up for a long time. Although it was formed by the power of its original soul, it could still be injured. Damn it! The Black Mountain Sword King wanted to pull out his sword, but Do Ling Er's wrists had already turned and directly clamped the sword in his hand. Bang! The Black Mountain Sword King was thrown into the air and then smashed hard on the ground. Although the power was not great, it showed that Do Ling Er's strength was above the Black Mountain Sword King's. In the face of Do Ling Er's power, the Black Mountain Sword King could only suffer a setback. My sword! When he landed, the Black Mountain Sword King's hands loosened, and the sword was seized by Do Ling Er. Chapter 653. 10,000 Tea Villa. At the banquet, there was also a process. Most of them were just compliments. After that, there were also some singing and dancing performances. Most of the time, these people of the same level communicated with each other. Li Zhongjio and Kuan Erishur were eating and drinking at the side. At first, Kuan Erishur was still depressed about his own matter. After thinking about it, it was not a big deal. He did not know when they would come to find trouble with him, so there was no need to worry about it now. Therefore, Kuan Erishur was now eating freely. He did not look worried at all. 2 young heroes. I am the manager of the 100 Medicine Pavilion, Feng Tingfei. Just as the 2 of them were eating, a voice rang out from behind them. After the incident just now, most of the people here were basically walking around Li Zhongjio and Li Zhongjio. Even the people within 5 meters of Li Zhongjio and Li Zhongjio were rarely seen. Therefore, when someone came to talk to them, they were even a little surprised. You are not afraid of trouble, but the name 100 Medicine Pavilion seems to have been heard somewhere. Kuan Erishur turned to look at the person who came. It was an elegant, middle-aged man in his 40s. He seemed to be a relatively friendly person, giving people a sense of closeness. When Kuan Arisher heard the name 100 Medicine Pavilion, he also felt that it was familiar, but he did not know where he had heard it before. Then Kuan Arisher also remembered. Oh, fuck, 100 Medicine Pavilion. The brand of 100 Medicine Pavilion is even older than the brand of 1,000 Taste Herb Hall. Kuan Arisher patted his head and suddenly remembered. This was because in Kuan Castle, if a business wanted to enter, they must have absolute strength. Even 1,000 Taste Herb Hall did not have the opportunity to enter Kuan Castle. But this 100 Medicine Pavilion had 3 stores. Kuan Arisher had seen it before. Indeed, this level was different. It's nothing. It's just that we started a little earlier, and we're lucky to catch up with the times. Feng Tingfei said with a smile. Among the 3 major herbal merchants, the strength of our 100 Medicine Pavilion still needs to improve. Why are you looking for us? Li Zongjiu asked. Kuan Arisher was surprised for a long time, but he could not find any key points. If this went on, no one would know that he was being sold. I have heard of young hero Li's fame in alchemy. I have a good opportunity to show you your skills. At the same time, you can get a good harvest. Feng Tingfei said. A good harvest? Li Zongjiu frowned. He naturally heard of the name of 100 Medicine Pavilion. As an alchemist, of course, he was familiar with these herbal merchants. Sometimes these herbal merchants would recruit some alchemists and give them some VIP cards. With this VIP card, they could enjoy some discounts that ordinary people could not enjoy. Since young hero Li came to this banquet today, you must be here for the prize of the 6th grade herbs. Feng Tingfei's eyes were sharp. Someone with a temper like Li Zongjiu wouldn't come to such an exchange. If he wasn't here to hug someone's leg, then he was here to look for benefits. He had been watching the 2 of them for a long time and found that the 2 of them were just eating here. Obviously, they had eaten a lot, but their stomachs seemed to be bottomless, like a bottomless pit. They just kept eating and drinking. Of course, Feng Tingfei could have an accurate guess. In fact, it was because at the very beginning he heard the conversation between Li Zongjiu and Su Sha. He also knew that Li Zongjiu's goal was the 6th grade herbs. It was because of this that Feng Tingfei stared at Li Zongjiu. Your eavesdropping skills are good. If you have any tricks, just say it. Li Zongjiu sneered. With his strong mental strength, if Li Zongjiu wanted to, he could even recall the things that happened in the last 3 days. Some details of anything that he came into contact with, some details that he did not notice. But as long as Li Zongjiu came into contact with something, he could basically recall it. Therefore, Li Zongjiu recalled little. In his memory, he saw this guy beside him when he was talking to Su Sha. Those who could come to this place today were not simple people. Moreover, the person in front of him was a high-ranking person of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Since he was invited, he must have a certain level of ability to come to the 10,000 T Villa and participate in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion exchange. Therefore, even though this person appeared to be very amiable, so amiable that it could cause others to lower their guard, it was impossible for Li Zongjiu to relax. He easily sensed that the person in front of him had impure intentions, playing tricks in front of Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu was in a bad mood, it would not be strange for him to directly kill you. Therefore, when he stared at Feng Tingfei, his sharp eyes immediately made Feng Tingfei's heart tremble. It seemed like this young man was not as simple as he appeared to be. Originally, he looked for Li Zongjiu because he thought that Li Zongjiu still had some value before his death. After offending the Spirit Valley sect and the young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Li Zongjiu and Su Sha were no different from dead people. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well make use of him. Don't worry. I have no evil intentions. We are just taking what we need. After some time, there will be an underground alchemist competition. If the participating alchemists can win, they will be able to obtain a large amount of precious medicinal ingredients. The lowest grade of medicinal ingredients is the 6th grade. A glint flashed across Li Zongjiu's eyes as he listened. What competition is so good? Who is the organizer? Kuan Erasure asked. Feng Tingfei maintained a mysterious smile and kept looking at Li Zhongjiu. It seemed that Kuan Erashe's answer was not important. The main thing was Li Zhongjiu. After all, Li Zhongjiu was the imperial alchemist. As for Kuan Erasure, it seemed that he was just Li Zhongjiu's underling. If I am not wrong, it is the Dark Horse elixir meeting. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. Feng Tingfei was slightly surprised when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words. He did not expect Li Zhongjiu to mention the Dark Horse elixir meeting. Yes, it is the Dark Horse elixir meeting. Since you have heard of it, I will say it directly. Our 100 Medicine Pavilion can give you a place. Even the medicinal ingredients you obtain in the Dark Horse elixir meeting will belong to you. What we want is the mining rights of a mountain range after the competition. Feng Tingfei said. Kuan Erasure took a sip of the dark brown drink in his hand. What Dark Horse elixir meeting? What mining rights? Chapter 654. Kuan Erasure came out of the small Kuan castle. In fact, he was not familiar with the outside world. The reason why he was familiar with the outside world was because he had some information about the sacred Flame Royal City before coming here. However, Kuan Erasure had no way to know about the Dark Horse pill meeting. So, Kuan Erasure did not know what the two people were talking about. The Dark Horse elixir gathering is a kind of underground elixir gathering. However, not all alchemists can participate in it. Every year, the Dark Horse elixir gathering will release a specific quota. Only a few people who have obtained the quota can participate in it. In addition to the registration fee of the medicinal herbs used to participate in the competition, there are also regular mining rights for some medicinal herbs in the mountains. Feng Tingfei said. He did not directly explain the specific things. Anyway, this matter was not so simple. The history was very long. In fact, it was also because of the conflict of interests between the 3 herb merchants that narrowed the scope of the alchemists. At the same time, it was also a way for the alchemists to obtain more precious resources. It should be known that some alchemists were very arrogant. They were not willing to rely on some forces. In that case, they would lose a lot of freedom and gradually become alchemy slaves. Almost no one liked this kind of scene. So they would find some ways to earn the medicinal herbs needed for alchemy. The Dark Horse pill meeting was such an extremely rare opportunity. You only need to get the quota. Each alchemist represented a 6th grade medicinal herb. If you beat others in the Dark Horse pill meeting, you can get the other party's medicinal herbs. If you lose, you will naturally have nothing. If Li Zhongjiu could defeat 10 people, then he would be able to obtain 10 6th grade medicinal herbs. Of course, if Li Zhongjiu participated, the medicinal herbs of the participation would be provided by the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu only needed to win, but all the medicinal herbs forces that participated would also determine the mining rights in the medicinal herbs mountain range in the future according to the results of their alchemists. Otherwise, if they directly used force to compete, the losses would only be greater. This was why there was a Dark Horse pill meeting. Every year, the Black Horse pill gathering was held in Black Horse Town. The organizers were naturally these 3 major medicinal herb merchants. Other than them, there were also dozens of medicinal herb merchants of various sizes. The medicinal ingredients of the medicinal ingredient merchants were basically excavated from various places. They could not possibly fall from the sky. In order to compete for the mining rights, they would basically use the alchemists under their banner to engage in a bloody battle during this Dark Horse pill gathering. While the alchemists were fighting, they were also obtaining their own benefits. Basically, it was a win-win relationship with these medicinal herbs merchants. Therefore, Feng Tingfei from the 100 Medicine Pavilion locked his gaze on Li Zhongjiu. In order to win in such a situation, one could not rely solely on one's cultivation. One needed courage and ferociousness. Only in this way could one win smoothly and even have a chance to catch one's breath. He wouldn't be eliminated so quickly. Although the dark horse pill convocation seemed good, it was actually very cruel. In front of the exclusive benefits of the alchemists, these alchemists would do anything to defeat you. In the end, they would even fight with their lives on the line. All kinds of things could happen. In the face of human nature, anything could happen. After listening to Feng Tingfei's explanation, Kuan Erisher suddenly understood and nodded. However, he always felt that this kind of thing seemed to be similar to the underground boxing competition. The only difference was that the boxers had become alchemists. The competition method had changed, but the nature was the same. If you want me to participate, I can. In addition to the conditions just now, I also want a 7th grade medicinal herb. If you can help me find it, then I can consider participating. As for the mining rights, I promise it will be yours. Li Zongjio said lightly, since you took the initiative to come to me, then of course I will take advantage of you. If I let you get away with it so easily, then I will not be Li Zongjio. Hearing Li Zongjio's exorbitant demand, he immediately opened his mouth and asked for 7th grade medicinal ingredients. What kind of realm would a 7th grade medicinal ingredient be at? Do you think it's a joke? A 7th grade medicinal ingredient could not be used to refine a 7th grade medicinal ingredient steadily, but it could help you refine a 6th grade medicinal pill better. At the very least, it could enhance the success rate and the medicinal effect. Refining a 7th grade medicinal pill. It was basically unimaginable. Although the pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion had the strength of a 7th grade alchemist, it was only because the pavilion master's cultivation had broken through the limit. The strength of the alchemy fire in his hand had also broken through, and there was hope for him to refine a 7th grade medicinal pill. It didn't mean that the medicinal pills he usually refined were all 7th grade medicinal pills. This realm was simply too hard to come by for an alchemist. A 7th grade medicinal ingredient, although the price is not small, if you can help us win, then the price is not too high. Feng Tingfei said lightly. Li Zongjio listened and nodded. That's fine. When you're going, just let me know a few days in advance. Li Zongjio's tone sounded like he already had victory in his grasp. When the time came, he just needed to win the competition before he went. Feng Tingfei didn't mind, because, based on the performance just now, Li Zongjio's attitude was already very friendly. Otherwise, the conversation wouldn't have been so casual. Maybe he would have been scolded directly when he just opened his mouth. Oh, right, this kid, come with us. He stopped Feng Tingfei. Originally, Feng Tingfei only wanted to find Li Zongjio. After all, the quota was not that simple. Those who could find the Dare to Die team among the alchemists were basically all fierce characters. Therefore, under the situation where the quota was fixed, they also needed to allocate the personnel to make them the most elite. The reason why they looked for Li Zongjio was that they wanted to try their luck. If there was a variable, how could they improve their situation if they were doing big business all the time? They had to take risks, but there's only one quota left. It's not easy to get. Although Feng Tingfei was in charge of this, the other quotas had already been chosen. Like this? Just pick one, and I'll kill him. Then there will be a quota, Li Zongjio said lightly. Haha, what a big tone. I'm going to represent the 100 Medicine Pavilion in the Dark Horse Elixir Gathering. If you want this quota, just come and get it. Chapter 655. An arrogant voice sounded. Li Zongjio never thought that his luck would be so good that someone would give him a pillow just when he was about to doze off. It also saved Li Zongjio the trouble of searching everywhere. Feng Tingfei turned around and saw the person. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Mr. Lan, this matter. Feng Tingfei saw Mr. Lan and knew that things were not going well. Mr. Lan was the trump card of their 100 Medicine Pavilion. Mr. Lan was quite famous in the city. He was already at the peak of his hometown. Now that he had come to Monarch City, he had become the head of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Since it was selling herbs, it was necessary to hire some alchemists to oversee it. This kind of full service was necessary. Seeing Mr. Lan come, Feng Tingfei did not know what Mr. Lan wanted to do. Manager Feng, since this kid wants to represent the 100 Medicine Pavilion, let me test his strength. Don't worry, I will only use 30% of my strength to compete with you. Mr. Lan seemed to be very confident. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, there was a trace of provocation in his eyes. In addition, Li Zongjiu also noticed that Mr. Lan's eyes seemed to be looking in the direction of Pei Si from Changsheng Pavilion from time to time. Li Zongjiu was old and experienced. Naturally, he could tell that Mr. Lan wanted to attract the attention of Changsheng Pavilion. That was why he deliberately came to provoke them. Li Zongjiu just humiliated Pei Si from Changsheng Pavilion and Song Chu from Spirit Valley Sect in front of everyone. Originally, the two of them would never let Li Zongjiu go. However, they were now chatting with Morong Wang and could not free themselves to deal with Li Zongjiu. Therefore, they let Li Zongjiu live peacefully until now. But for the others, if they could eliminate Li Zongjiu at this moment, wouldn't they be able to gain the favor of Changsheng Pavilion and Spirit Valley Sect? After all, he had helped them vent their anger, which was equivalent to expressing his goodwill. Therefore, many people couldn't hold back, but they didn't have a good opportunity to step forward. Most of the people who came here today were alchemists. After all, this was an exchange between alchemists. Now that it had begun, many alchemists had their eyes on Li Zongjiu. They wanted to have some fun with Li Zongjiu. Lan Qingshu's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked at the restless people around him who were basically saying, "Sai, why didn't I make a move earlier?" Lan Qingshu was slightly pleased with himself. If he killed Li Zongjiu, perhaps Pei Si of the Longevity Pavilion would have a good impression of him. When the time came, he might be able to get a job in the Longevity Pavilion. Whether it was the Longevity Pavilion or the Spirit Valley Sect, they would only recruit some talented alchemists. They would not consider those who had reached the end of their road because there were too many alchemists like them. In their eyes, these alchemists were born in the wild and were looked down upon. This Lan Qingshu really knows how to make use of the opportunity. He's going up directly in such a situation. He's obviously trying to curry favor with Longevity Pavilion. Lan Qingshu only has a few tricks up his sleeves. He's just lucky to obtain a wisp of Wanyang fire. What's so great about that? But that kid won't be able to talk back for long. I'm afraid it won't be so simple when facing Lan Qingshu. The people around were also discussing, but most of them weren't optimistic about Li Zongjiu. Just a while ago, Li Zongjiu's situation was basically dug out. His highest achievement was getting first place in the 3 Great Academies exchange competition. It was also because of this that he received the Imperial Alchemist qualification certificate. In addition, the highest grade of elixir that he refined was only a middle grade 5 elixir, although the grade of the elixir wasn't low. But in a competition like that, the ingredients given out were basically of good quality. It had to be said that among the many alchemists present today, more than half of them had concocted level 5 middle medicinal pills before. Therefore, this wasn't a proud achievement and could only be considered as ordinary. There were too many experts present. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He has a spot, right? Li Zongjiu ignored Lan Qingshu. Do you think you have a spot just because you said so? Of course, he had to ask Feng Tingfei. This made Lan Qingshu furious. Was this brat doubting his right to speak? Was it that difficult for him, Lan Qingshu, to obtain a spot in the Dark Horse Elixir Gathering? How dare this kid look down on him? However, Lan Qingshu wasn't angry. Perhaps this kid was good at provoking him like this. Feng Tingfei nodded. Mr. Lan is the chief alchemist of our 100 Medicine Hall. Of course, you have the right. It's up to you whether you want to or not. Feng Tingfei's words gave Lan Qingshu some comfort. At the very least, Feng Tingfei's words were still useful to Lan Qingshu. He gave Lan Qingshu enough face. All right, then you. After Li Zongjiu confirmed that Lan Qingshu was qualified, he agreed to compete with Lan Qingshu. Where do we fight? Here? As he spoke, Li Zongjio took out the weapon in his hand. Thunder slash blade. The thunder slash blade emitted a terrifying power of lightning. Lan Qingshu and Lan Qingshu's expressions changed when they saw the thunder slash blade flashing with lightning. Hey, what are you trying to do? As alchemists, we have to compete with alchemists. Why are you using a blade? Lan Qingshu was a little nervous when he saw Li Zongjio's actions. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Why did he take out his weapon? Could it be that he thought he wanted to have a fight with him? Oh, then tell me, how do you want to compete? You can choose. Li Zongjio put away the thunder slash blade in his hand. This Li Zongjio had attracted the attention of many people just now. This Li Zongjio was really a little too straightforward. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. Boss, why don't we just let it go? This guy seems pretty strong. Kuan Erisher couldn't help but say. Looking at the person in front of him, he felt a little guilty. After all, it was just a spot. There was no need to make such a big move. It was better to keep a low profile and talk about it slowly. This dark horse elixir gathering is a trial for you. If you want to be famous, you have to go. Why don't you deal with this guy? Li Zongjio said sternly. I know. You should do it. I'll hold the line for you. When Lan Qingshu heard Li Zongjio's casual and disdainful attitude, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It was as cold as the edge of a blade. In that case, let's have a fire battle on the elixir platform. Chapter 656. Flying Roar. As a city guard, they naturally had to prepare some secret weapons. These weapons were usually kept secret. They would only be taken out when they were carrying out some special tasks. For example, the Flying Roar. It was one of Guan Shifei's secret weapons. Speaking of the Flying Roar, it was a powerful Yuan weapon specially created by the Heavenly Workshop. It could track an enemy within a 20-mile radius and was omnipotent. Once it aimed, it would lock onto the enemy and would not rest until the enemy was dead. It would be difficult to escape its tracking even if the target soared into the sky. Furthermore, once the Flying Roar was unleashed, even a Yuan monarch elite would be severely injured. Bring it! Guan Shifei waved his hand and a two-wheeled war chariot was pushed out from the darkness. It looked like a cannon, but there was a fiery red arrowhead on top of it. Once the ignition was lit, it was considered to be activated. Very good. Xiao Han's eyes flashed coldly. At this moment, hundreds of people were lying in ambush, waiting for Li Zongjio and the others to arrive. Pei Si, who was about to leave, quietly arrived at the outskirts of the forest after receiving the news. Interesting. The commander of the Imperial Guards can actually summon city guards. There will be a good show tonight. Pei Si's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. His gaze flickered slightly as he immediately sensed two figures hiding in the distance. Sangchu and Nantian. These two old fellows are really sneaky. Obviously, many people had guessed that there would be an important show tonight. Therefore, they had not left early and had come here based on the information they had received. Li Zongjio and Kuan Erisher did not let the crowd wait for long. He directly appeared in the middle of the wild forest. The Kuan Wing spear appeared in Kuan Arashi's hand. You people better leave first. I advise you not to die in vain. Lan Kuan spoke to the person hiding in the dark. Given the strength of these people, it would be difficult for them to escape the senses of the two of them. However, although Lan Kuan had already spoken out of his kindness, these people in front of him remained indifferent. Li Zongjio, tell us the truth. Did my son's death have anything to do with you? Xiao Han and the others walked out. Their leader, Xiao Han, also spoke. Today, Li Zongjio and Lan Kuan would die without a doubt. As for whether their corpses would be left intact and whether they would be tortured in the end, it would depend on their own awareness. If their awareness was correct and they were willing to tell the truth, then it would be easy to kill them with a single slash of the saber. However, if the two of them were unwilling to speak, They could not be blamed for being vicious and merciless. After surviving on the battlefield for so many years, they had already grasped some ruthless methods. If the two of them were unwilling to speak, they would not mind letting them have a taste of their methods. "Are you talking about this?" Li Zongjio directly threw out a cloth bag in his hand. Within the range of his mind power, there were at least 500 people lying in ambush within a radius of 100 meters. Li Zongjio was indeed worthy of being part of the army. He could easily summon so many people to help him. However, such an encirclement was nothing to Li Zongjio. A ball-shaped object rolled a few times on the ground. Although the night was dark, one could still vaguely see some bloodstains on the bag. In order to prevent an ambush, Guan Shifei also signaled for one of his men to go forward. The man urged his horse forward and came in front of the bag. When he opened the bag, he was stunned on the spot. When he regained his senses, he also directly threw out the bag in his hand. "Oh my God!" A round human had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From Xiao Han's angle, he could just see the appearance of the human head at this moment. Wasn't this the head of his precious son? Although the hair was messy and the blood was smeared all over the face, Xiao Han could still recognize that this was his son in an instant. "My son!" Xiao Han suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. With a leap, Xiao Han arrived in front of the head. The soldier who had carelessly tossed the head away also hurried to stand in front of Xiao Han. "Sir, please forgive me." "Get out of my sight." Xiao Han directly kicked the soldier away. The armor in front of his chest caved in, leaving a footprint. He flew back a few hundred meters and directly hit a big tree. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his head tilted to one side. He was directly kicked to death. "My son!" Xiao Han held Xiao Tian's head in his arms and cried bitterly. At this moment, it seemed that even the heavens were moved by the deep affection between the father and son. There was actually such deep affection in it. Thunderclaps rumbled in the sky. Lightning quickly surged across the sky, and a terrifying cold wind blew at the scene. 2 lines of tears flowed down Xiao Han's face. The disheveled hair on his head was fixed again. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Li Zongjio in front of him. "Who ordered you to do this? Who is the mastermind behind this?" Xiao Han stood up. In the fierce wind, his clothes and hair were also disheveled. At this moment, Xiao Han's body looked so frail and weak amidst the fierce winds. Although his body was thin and weak, there was bound to be a bloody storm that shook the heavens and the earth between the thunder and lightning. "Don't yell and scream. Don't worry, no one is targeting you. I just want to kill." Li Zongjio waved his hand and said, "And you don't have to be sad, because you can accompany him soon." Listening to Li Zongjio's words, he was too arrogant. Did he have hundreds of people? Or did they have hundreds of people? The relationship between them and the enemy was still unclear. "Very well. Don't worry. I, Xiao Han, will make sure your whole family is buried with my son. Kill them." At Xiao Han's command, a thunderclap sounded in the sky. The whole sky was filled with rolling thunder, as if it was a very good day to kill and vent one's anger. "Kill." As soon as Guan Shifei gave the order, countless flames shot out from the treetops, bringing with them the sound of breaking wind. Kuan flash! Kuan Arisher shook the long spear in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying force flew out like a bolt of lightning, directly shattering the arrows around him. Chapter 657. Li Zongjio did not pay much attention to Su Sha's agitated state. Since the duel was about to begin, Li Zongjio walked into the arena directly. He nodded at Su Hong, who walked over to Li Zongjio and whispered, "You have to be careful of this person. The set sun flame is not ordinary." "Got it," Li Zongjio replied nonchalantly. What set sun flame or heavenly sun flame? Basically, Li Zongjio did not care about them at all. How dare he play with fire in front of Li Zongjio? Although Li Zongjio wasn't born to play with fire, His experience in playing with fire from head to toe, from every strand of his hair, far exceeded that of his opponent. Lan Qingxiu, who was standing opposite him, looked as though he did not know what was good for him. After walking into the arena, he cupped his fists at the people around him, as though everyone was there to cheer for him. Everyone, I'll have to embarrass myself here, Lan Qingxiu said with a hypocritical smile. Naturally, the people around him were not happy with him either. After all, such a good opportunity to flatter Lan Qingxiu had been given to him. It was really upsetting. If they had gone up now, they might have been the one chosen by the Chongqing Pavilion. Now that such a good opportunity had been snatched away by this guy, and he was even jumping around in front of his eyes, he wanted to see just how capable he was. Everyone was waiting for Lan Qingxiu to make his move. Although Li Zongjiu's strength was nothing to be afraid of, he was not a fool. He might have some tricks up his sleeves. He might be able to kill Lan Qingxiu easily. Things like failing miserably at such a simple task were common occurrences. After showing off for a while, Lan Qingxiu looked at Li Zongjiu. Don't worry. Tonight is just the beginning. You will have a very long and profound experience in this duel, Lan Qingxiu said with a cold look in his eyes. Come on, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you make a move. I'm not an unreasonable person. Li Zongjiu flipped his wrist and hooked his finger at Lan Qingxiu. Lan Qingxiu's smile widened when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. This kid really knew how to play dumb. Lan Qingxiu wanted to see if Li Zongjiu would still be able to say the same thing when he tore Li Zongjiu into two. One move? No, I only need half a move to kill you, Lan Qingxiu roared. He crossed his hands as if he was holding a bowl. Then there was a loud bang in his palms, and a powerful energy was rapidly gathering. Flames! The flame of the setting sun was like the radiance of the setting sun, causing the 10,000 T mountain manor to be illuminated at night. He looked at the fire of the setting sun in Lan Qingxiu's hand. Gradually it became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding people also became nervous. Many people also felt a sense of pressure. This level of strength caused the surrounding people to feel a trace of surprise. Lan Qingxiu's control of the fire of the setting sun is getting stronger. What a powerful force! Did he find another wisp of the fire of the setting sun? I've seen the fire of the setting sun a few years ago, but it didn't give off such a strong pressure. The people below were discussing. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were disdainful of the flame in Lan Qingxiu's hand. TSK, if it wasn't for the fire of the setting sun, he wouldn't be where he is today. If he has such a fortuitous encounter, he should have hidden it well. Lan Qingxiu is in such a hurry to pick it out. He doesn't know how to write the word low-key. No one was talking about Li Zongjiu anymore. When Lan Qingxiu took out the fire of the setting sun, no one believed that Li Zongjiu could survive. The elixir platform was not a place where one could simply talk his way out of it. Lan Qingxiu was ready to attack. The fire of the setting sun was condensed, and it was about to erupt. Boom! The terrifying residual sun fire immediately turned into a fireball. As the fireball whizzed through the air, it seemed to burn through space and quickly arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. Be careful! Su Sha couldn't help but shout. The fire of the setting sun was already a terrifying force for Su Sha. If it was Su Sha facing the fire of the setting sun, she would definitely be defeated by this move. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was still standing at the same spot, Su Sha wanted to go up and push Li Zongjiu. Even Su Hong and the rest were staring at Li Zongjiu. A glint flashed across Pei Si's eyes. Everyone's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. What? The audience below the platform were shocked. They didn't know what had just happened. It happened too fast, and they couldn't see clearly. One move is over. Li Zongjiu looked at Lan Qingxiu without the slightest bit of pity. He had already given Lan Qingxiu a chance. He had said that he would use one move, and that was that. Rise! Li Zongjiu raised his hand. Lan Qingxiu and the people around him didn't see any movement. However, there was a boom under Lan Qingshu's feet, and a ball of fire appeared. My feet! Lan Qingshu immediately felt a burning sensation. He even had the urge to chop off his feet. However, Lan Qingshu didn't have time to do anything else. A strong burning sensation appeared in his heart and lungs. As an alchemist, Lan Qingshu was very clear about the condition of his body. No, Lan Qingshu immediately let out a long howl. This was the last sound he could make. After he roared, Lan Qingshu's entire body exploded. Flames were released from his body like a meta beast, devouring Lan Qingshu. Lan Qingshu's body was instantly burned to ashes. In anyone's eyes, this was an extremely shocking scene. Lan Qingshu's figure directly disappeared. All that was left was a storage ring and a flame. It seemed like he was trying to escape. Many people saw this wisp of flame, residual sun flame. Immediately, some people's eyes were filled with desire. They were even ready to take action. However, Li Zongjio reached out his hand and sucked the residual sun flame into his hand. An aura of an expert was released from his body. He looked down at the people below. In their eyes, other than fear and shock, there was also a trace of fear hidden in the depths of their hearts. Su Sha opened her cherry mouth wide. Looking at the scene in front of her, she couldn't regain her senses. Sai, I knew it. It's like this again. Chapter 658. Lan Kuin's eyes were already wide open. However, he still couldn't figure out how Li Zongjio had managed to end the battle so quickly. This caused the audience below the stage to be dumbfounded. Some of them were even looking around. They thought that Lan Qingshu had used some kind of concealment technique to hide himself, which was why they could not see him clearly. It should be some kind of secret technique. How could such a living person disappear just like that? What? Su Hong and the rest were shocked when they saw what happened. A cold light flashed in Songchu's eyes. Although Li Zongjio's attack was very subtle, Songchu could still clearly feel the appearance of a wave of energy. He immediately knew that Li Zongjio's body also had a kind of yuan fire. It seems like you are relying on this wisp of yuan fire. Songchu's eyes gradually relaxed. In his opinion, he already knew Li Zongjio's trump card. In that case, Li Zongjio's words were not mysterious at all. It would be easy for him to destroy it. Pil King Nantian, who was beside him, looked at Li Zongjio and became even more vigilant. In fact, Pil King Nantian had fought with Li Zongjio before. In the end, he lost miserably and had no choice but to leave Li Zongjio's house. Now, Li Zongjio seemed to have a new trick up his sleeve. This made Pil King Nantian even more vigilant. He actually has a yuan fire. It seems like Li Zongjio's luck is not ordinary. Pei Si's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. To be able to encounter and subdue a yuan fire at such a young age, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, the power of the yuan fire alone was comparable to that of a yuan king expert. It was not something that could be subdued easily. However, there was no fear in Pei Si's eyes. Instead, there was a trace of interest. You possess a primordial fire. Speaking of which, you do have the qualifications to become my opponent. Pei Si thought in his heart. It was simply unbelievable that Pei Si could still be so confident even after Li Zongjio had displayed such powerful strength. It seemed like Pei Si also had a trump card in his hand. After all, he was the young pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion. If he didn't have a certain amount of strength, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. He wouldn't even dare to casually walk around Jianghu. The level of danger in Jianghu was naturally clear to everyone. Since Pei Si dared to step out, it meant that he had the ability to protect himself. It's done. That spot is mine, right? Li Zongjio waved his hand and leaped up, arriving in front of Feng Tingfei. At this moment, Feng Tingfei was still in shock. Where was Lan Qingshu? Was Lan Qingshu really burned to ashes? Could this be a trick put on by the two of them? Could it be that Lan Qingxiu invited Li Zongjiu here on purpose to avoid the responsibility of the Dark Horse elixir meeting? Or could it be that Li Zongjiu and Lan Qingxiu colluded to show off their strength in front of everyone, so that others wouldn't dare to offend them easily? If that was the case, they were a little too scheming. It was scary just thinking about it. However, this was just a thought that Feng Tingfei was deceiving himself. Lan Qingxiu was already dead. The flame seed of the setting sun was enough to explain the situation. Moreover, this flame seed happened to be in Li Zongjiu's hands. Everyone saw this scene, and when they woke up, they would be especially enthusiastic towards Li Zongjiu because this was a primordial fire kindling. With this primordial fire, it would be a great help to the cultivation of alchemy. Everyone present was very clear about this. If someone were to find this fire seed, then they would certainly refine it in a very secretive manner. If one wanted to buy it in the market, then it would simply be impossible to do so. No one would sell such a thing, but now Li Zongjiu had such an ownerless fire seed in his hand. Of course, Mr. Lan Qingxiu overestimated himself. It's fine that he's dead. Our 100-medicine pavilion won't pursue this matter. Feng Tingfei said hurriedly, "That's enough. The other spot belongs to my brother, Kuan Erisher. If anyone dares to touch it, tell them to come find me." Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Erisher, who was beside him, was also moved. The quota of the Dark Horse elixir meeting itself was a double-edged sword. But of course, there were countless people who wanted it. It was unknown how many people wanted to mix in. Even if they were a little unlucky, they could basically take away a 6th-grade medicinal herb. Find time to refine this. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and threw the flame seed of the setting sun to Kuan Erisher. After Kuan Erisher reached out and caught it, he was shocked when he saw the flame seed clearly. This, I can't accept this. Kuan Erisher waved his hand and said, although he said that he couldn't accept it, when he waved his hand, he put the flame seed into his pocket. He couldn't wait to find time to refine this flame seed. This kind of flame was no different from trash in front of Li Zongjiu. However, for people like Kuan Erisher, who hadn't obtained the primordial fire, it was a priceless treasure. Even Su Sha looked at this scene in disbelief. What did she witness today? What happened to Li Zongjiu was extremely difficult for Su Sha to understand. First, he directly dealt with the son of the Imperial Guard commander, Xiao Tiance. Then, with this move, he killed Lan Qingxiu, who was ranked 20th in the Sacred Flame Royal City. After obtaining the flame seed of the setting sun, he didn't hesitate and directly threw it to Kuan Erisher. One should know that even if one did not refine this fire seed, just by selling it or even auctioning it, one would be able to obtain an extremely rich return. This return was basically something that one could not imagine. It would definitely exceed one's imagination. Li Zongjiu generously gave this flame seed to Kuan Erisher. This made Su Sha even more confused. She couldn't see through Li Zongjiu. This is... oh my God, I don't want to know this person anymore. Su Hong was silent for a while. There was a risk in going on the elixir platform. After all, the people present weren't ordinary people. They were all reputable people who had been in the Jianghu for a period of time. Since Lan Qingxiu was standing on the platform, his life and death were up to fate. Even if Li Zongjiu killed him in front of everyone, the bystanders couldn't say anything. Li Zongjiu's attitude of not caring about worldly affairs made Su Hong admire him, but also gave him a headache. Su Hong immediately signaled the host to move on to the next item. He wanted to dilute this matter first. Cough, cough. Ladies and gentlemen, next, we will enter the lucky draw segment of this banquet.